Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bullet and Forgiveness by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Gillian Macy and Troy Duran. To the listener, this audiobook version of Bullet contains a bonus novella, Forgiveness, a Lords of Carnage MC Christmas. 1. 6. Is it the number of times you've broken a man's heart? He teases me. Because if so, you're about to make it number 7. I laugh in spite of myself. No, that's not it either. Face it, you're never going to get it. Would you tell me if I did? Bullet challenges. He gives me a sexy wink. Come on now. I bet I already guessed weeks ago. No, you honestly haven't, I tell him, flushing slightly. Although he is right, I wouldn't tell him even if he guessed. The name I go by, 6, is a frequent source of interest and amusement here at Rebel Inc. Though, if you wanted to find a place where a weird first name would blend in, a tattoo parlor is probably one of your best bets. I work here as a receptionist and aspiring tattoo artist. I fit right in among Chance, Sumner, Hannah, and Des. Most of my customers hardly even blink when I tell them my name. Hell, a lot of them go by handles even stranger than mine. Like Bullet, for example. But so far, Bullet is the only one of our customers who's been this insistent on trying to find out what my name means. The first time he came into the shop, all leather-clad, tattooed, and gorgeous, and introduced himself, I tried to deflect his question by pointing out that his name was just as weird as mine. But then he immediately told me his real first name is Wyatt, and that Bullet is the road name given to him by the Lords of Carnage MC. Apparently, road name is what motorcycle clubs call the nicknames their members go by. If he can be believed, Bullet has an actual bullet lodged in his body, hence the choice of monikers. And hence why he keeps insisting I need to reciprocate, and reveal to him why I go by 6. Bullet leans forward now, one elbow propped up on the counter of the reception desk that separates us. He's close enough to me that I can't help but notice the flecks in his golden brown eyes. Beneath his short, dark beard, one corner of his full mouth twitches with mischief. I think I know what 6 stands for, he murmurs in a low voice. There's an intimacy to his tone that sends heat straight to my core. Damn it, this man has no business being this hot. I swallow audibly and try to look unaffected by his words. Oh, yeah, I retort, but my voice comes out a little less steady than I want it to. Yeah, he breathes. It's the number of times I'm gonna make you come. Jesus. His words are so unexpected that I pull back in surprise, knocking a cup of pens and pencils off the counter and onto the floor. The clatter is loud, and I jump, pulse rate spiking as my heart starts to hammer in my chest. Sorry to startle you, darling. Bullet gives me a wicked, satisfied smirk. He glances down at the mess I've created. You need some help with that? He asks, lifting an amused brow. No, I mumble hastily as I bend down behind the counter to gather up the pens. I feel my cheeks flush, even redder than before. Bullet loves to flirt with me when he comes into the shop, but my God, he's never said anything remotely that direct before. If it was any other guy, I'd give him a piece of my mind. I might even go as far as to tell the owner, Chance, that one of his customers was sexually harassing me. But as I pick up the cup and pens with shaking hands, I realize there's a reason I won't say anything to Chance. And it isn't because Bullet is a member of the Lords of Carnage MC, the local motorcycle club that gives our shop all of their tattoo business. It's not even because I'm afraid of getting on the wrong side of a man who's probably not used to being refused anything by anyone. The real reason I won't say anything? It's because I've fantasized about exactly what Bullet just said. Way more than 6 times. While I'm still down on the ground, I take advantage of the 2 or 3 seconds where I'm hidden from view to take some deep breaths and try to come up with a smart alecky response. One that won't reveal to Bullet how rattled I am. But thankfully, just as I'm picking up the last pen, my boss, Chance Armstrong, comes striding down the hall. "Bullet, my man!" his booming voice calls out in greeting. "Shit, you've been in here a lot lately. You here for some more ink?" I stand up awkwardly, just in time to see Bullet turn and lift his chin at Chance. "Hey, man, yeah." He grins easily, spreading his hands. "What can I say? I got some time and some space to fill." This is the 3rd tattoo in 2 weeks, I point out, breathing a little sigh of relief that the subject has been changed. I don't know how you have any more space on your body left. For some reason, even saying the word body in reference to Bullet makes me shiver a little, but I try hard to ignore it. Bullet glances at me, looking slightly feral. "Don't worry, I still got some room." He winks at me again, and my mind can't help but slide into dangerous territory, wondering exactly where he is and isn't tattooed. A low thrum starts up on my skin, which feels almost electric. I try to ignore it, but it does no good. "Shit, Bullet, I don't have any open appointments until later this afternoon." Chance frowns, glancing at the clock on the far wall. "I guess I can fit you in, though, if you want to come on back." "Actually," Bullet replies easily, "I was thinking 6 could do the tat." "What the what?" "Me?" I ask in surprise. I glance uncertainly from Bullet to Chance. "But, I mean, I'm still in training." "I trust you," Bullet murmurs. "You've been training with Chance for a while now, right? He wouldn't have taken you on if he didn't have confidence in you." Actually, Chance took me on as a favor to Hannah. She started out here as a receptionist, too. Chance didn't know me from Adam, or Eve, when I first walked in the door to Rebel Inc. I've worked my ass off to pay him back for taking a chance on me, learning everything I could and taking all the grunt jobs, just to show him how thankful I am. So far, he's never had any cause to complain about me. He's even said once or twice that I'm a quick learner and that I have a good eye. Still, it's one thing to do a simple flower on some 20-year-old girl's ankle. It's entirely another to ink a member of an outlaw motorcycle club. I could completely ruin Rebel Inc.'s reputation with the MC if I fuck it up. If Bullet's tattoo turns out bad, and one of the other lords asks about it, that would be enough to harm the shop. Which is why I look again at Chance, hoping like hell he'll refuse. But instead, he just gives us a brief nod and shrugs. "Sure, I'll have Des come out and man the phones," he says, swiveling on his booted heel. "Come on back, Bullet. I can come in and supervise 6 while she works." Desperately, I cast around in my head for some excuse to say no. But before I know it, Chance and Bullet are already walking down the hall toward one of the free rooms. With a helpless sigh, I stand up and follow them, stomach already churning. On the way down the hall, Chance stops by Dez's room and tells him to go out front and man the desk for me. Then, almost before I know it, I'm sitting on a stool with Bullet in front of me. Looks like this is happening. Well, shit. Here goes nothing, right? 2-6 Bullet shrugs off the patched leather cut he's always wearing and tosses it on a counter. Then, without any ceremony, he reaches up over his head with one arm and pulls his black t-shirt off over his head in one fluid motion. "Chance knows the tat I want," he says casually, and points to a spot low and to one side of his ripped abs. "We talked about it before. It's gonna go right here." Holy hell. Everything has happened so quickly. I'm totally unprepared for the sight of Bullet's naked chest and torso right in front of me. I've been apprenticing with Chance for months, and I'm no stranger to seeing people unclothed. Tattoo artists see a pretty wide variety of naked body parts, for better or for worse. Old, young, fat, skinny. I thought I'd seen it all by this point. I've observed and even worked on plenty of chest and back tattoos for guys and women alike. Part of the job involves keeping a professional distance from sites like this. For the most part, that's been pretty easy. Like how gynecologists get to the point where they probably don't see the hoo-haws they examine as anything other than just part of the whole reproductive system. I mean, staring at vajayjays all day has to make them seem pretty uninteresting after a while, right? Just a biological reality, nothing more. But this? Well, let's just say my body's reaction to seeing Bullet shirtless is a little more intense than I expected. Since I'm already recovering from our earlier flirting session, my skin is still sort of tingling from his "how many times he's going to make me come" remark. Now, faced with the reality of his ripped, half-naked body right in front of me, so close I can touch it, and the fact that I am about to actually touch it, I'm feeling all sorts of hot and bothered. I can barely hear anything through the roar of blood in my ears. The thudding of my heart is so loud, I swear it's audible to everyone in the room. I swallow with difficulty, then try to arrange my facial features into an expression of professional indifference. As I try to get my racing pulse under control, I take a few seconds to examine Bullet's tattoos. Maybe if I just concentrate on the artwork itself, I can distance myself from how fucking hot the canvas is. Like Chance said earlier, Bullet is already covered in quite a bit of ink. Most of it is absolutely beautiful work. Tons of people come into the shop with all sorts of poor quality tattoos, but that's definitely not the case here. I can instantly tell that Chance has done a lot of these designs, just by the style and the degree of skill and precision. Both of Bullet's arms are covered to the wrists in intricate sleeves. Across his torso is a repeating pattern of skull and razor wire. Lower down on his incredibly muscular and delicious stomach. Okay, calm down, Six, and concentrate for God's sake. The razor wire snarls together to form another, larger and more intricate skull. It's incredible stuff. So beautiful, I could happily let my eyes play over the artwork for hours, regardless of the taut, muscled body underneath it. But good Lord. The way his ink accentuates the carved sculptural perfection of Bullet's body is a thing to behold in itself. And, unfortunately for me, his tattoos only emphasize how perfectly tempting it would be to reach out and trace the outline of his tapered abs and hard muscular chest. An almost irresistible desire to let my hands roam over him wells up inside me. I'd do almost anything to find out for myself whether this man feels as good as he looks. My breathing grows shallow as I fight against the thoughts that threaten to overpower me. Being so close to Bullet for the next hour or so is going to be pure fucking torture. I open my mouth in a last-ditch attempt to get out of this, but then snap it shut again like a fish. There's nothing I can do or say that won't make me seem like a weirdo and make Chance pissed at me. There's no way to talk Bullet out of this without compromising my job. I just need to suck it up and do the tat. That's all there is to it. It's a professional challenge, nothing else. I'll have more of them in the future. Though it's hard to imagine another tattoo in my whole career will ever be quite as challenging as this one's going to be. Okay then, I squeak, hating how I sound. I clap my hands on my thighs. What's the design we're doing? Chance turns to Bullet. We still doing what you talked about last time? He nods. Yeah, the bullet. I'll go grab the stencil. A bullet, eh? I managed to smirk. Appropriate. Yeah, he replies, a little gruff. Been meaning to get this one for a while. It's gonna go right there. Forcing myself to act cool and unaffected, I lean in to take a better look at the spot he's indicating. He shifts in his seat to give me better access. The tattoo is meant to go on his right abdomen, over the external oblique muscle. Moving closer, I see he has 2 long scars across his skin at the site, which are not yet covered by any ink. They look like they maybe could be from a knife. There's also a long, strangely shaped furrow along his back and around to his side. It's still in there, he tells me, since it was too close to some organ or other to take it out. I swallow nervously. I guess he wasn't kidding about having a bullet in him. You want me to tattoo scar tissue? I croak. Just at the edge here. He runs a thumb along the end of the scar, at the entry point. You're pretty nonchalant about having a bullet in you, I remark, trying for humor. Is that something that happens to you often? Bullet has always been so easygoing and charming around me that I'm expecting his usual flippant reply. But what comes back at me instead lowers the temperature in the room by 5 degrees. Only once. His voice drops to a dark, menacing register. All semblance of flirtation between us instantly evaporates into thin air. The man who gave it to me is dead now. Instantly, I freeze, shocked by the abrupt change in his demeanor. Wow, I manage. That's unlucky for him. No, Bullet bites out, his jaw turning to stone. He's the lucky one. I have no idea what that means, but I don't dare ask more. I doubt he'd tell me. And even more than that, I'm almost certain I don't want to know. For the first time, I get a glimpse of the dangerous man beneath the joking, laid-back exterior. I've mostly ignored the leather biker cut that Bullet always wears into the shop, except to briefly wonder what it means to be a member of the Lords of Carnage MC. I mean, sure, I know there's probably stuff they get up to that's not exactly legal. Given my own past, I can't really judge anyone for that. But this is the first time I've come close up to the grim reality of what club life might be like, what Bullet's life is like. I'm not sure how to feel about the fact that the evidence of that violence is right here, under my touch, and that I'm about to tattoo a visual representation of that violence indelibly onto his skin. Taking a deep, calming breath, I shut my mouth and try to pretend the last 30 seconds didn't just happen. Instead, I get to work prepping. I set out the paper towels I'll need to wipe his skin. Ink cups, ointment, rinse cup, sterilized tubes, needles, razor. When my table is prepped and I'm sure I have everything I need, I grab the alcohol from the counter beside me and set to swabbing the skin where Bullet's ink will go. Under my touch, the rigidity of his muscles slowly begins to ease. I work in silence, feeling the moment of tension between us begin to slip away as well. The tightness between my shoulder blades eases up a bit, and I allow myself a small sigh. I'm still hardly comfortable being this close to him, but I'm thankful to have something to keep me busy and my mind occupied. It's still a struggle to ignore the raw sexiness of Bullet's naked torso, though. Why couldn't he have wanted a bicep tattoo? Or maybe his calf? Something that wouldn't have required him being shirtless? Something a little less lickable? Above me, Bullet chuckles low in his throat as I swab up toward his rib cage. Tickles, he rumbles. In spite of myself, I can't help but snort. Really? I glance up. You don't exactly strike me as the ticklish type. I'm not, normally. One corner of his mouth lifts. How about you? I bet you're one of those chicks who's ticklish all over. Back to the flirting, I see. I finish up and reach for the disposable razor to shave the area. That's privileged information, I deflect. Yeah? You gonna make me find out for myself? He leans forward until his warm breath is tickling my ear. I can do that. Without warning, my throat lets out this weird, rabbit-like yelp as I pull away. Okay, we're all prepped, I say in a strangled, giggly voice. I'm gonna go get that stencil now. Just sit tight. Standing up so quickly the stool scrapes noisily against the floor, I scurry out of the room and down the hall. Chance is just coming out of the room where we keep the thermal facts. Here's what he wants, he says, showing me. It's not that complicated, except for the shadowing. I take a look. Even though I'm still a jangle of nerves, the tattoo itself makes me breathe a little sigh of relief. The bullet is a little larger than life-size and rendered very realistically. The only tricky part is that it's designed to look as though it's hovering about an inch away from the surface. If I do it right, the shadowing will make it look as though it's just about to pierce the skin. I can do this, though. I'm good at shadowing. It's one of the things I've worked hardest on. Okay, I breathe. This looks easy enough. Don't be nervous, Chance tells me, reading my mind. You got this, 6. We go back into the room where Bullet is sitting patiently. I suck in some air and force myself to pretend he's an old, ugly, gross guy. Then, for the next 45 minutes or so, I focus on doing the best damn version of this tattoo possible. As I settle in, the familiar vibration of the tattoo gun starts to soothe me, and everything else begins to fall away. There's nothing like the experience of creating a piece of art that's designed to be forever etched into someone's skin. Even the simplest tattoos, if they're done well, have their own sense of movement. The way the patterns and shapes and colors dance is unique, as is the way they accentuate the body and tell a story. The person's body becomes a canvas, their skin a work of art in and of itself. The ink on my own body has become a part of me, as much as my hair or my nose or my smile. It's as much a window to my soul as my eyes. If you know how to read it, that is. Creating such an indelible marker of a client's identity is something I take more seriously than almost anything else. I know that's part of why Chance has kept me on and agreed to teach me. He feels the same way about tattoo artistry. And I know he wouldn't have anyone on staff at Rebel Inc. who didn't. When I've finally finished Bullet's tattoo, I'm sweaty and trembling. But in spite of myself, I have to say that I totally rocked the result. The bullet looks almost like a photograph. The shadow is so accurate that you'd swear it was right above his skin, suspended in a crucial, inevitable moment in time. I hand the mirror to Bullet so he can take a look. He stares at it for a couple of seconds, then lets out a low whistle. Damn, girl, he grins, giving me a nod. I should have had you doing my work all along. Chance, you've got some competition. Chance shrugs. She's got talent for sure. Sometimes it's the stuff that looks the simplest that's the hardest to do. He looks at me. You should take a picture of that for your portfolio. Feeling almost dizzy with triumph now that it's over, I take out my phone and do exactly as Chance says. Afterwards, I get Bullet's tattoo dressed and bandaged, then recite the aftercare instructions I know by heart at this point. Bullet listens patiently. I can tell he's just humoring me, but at least he doesn't interrupt. "Okay, dude," Chance says to him when I'm finished. He raises his hand and gives Bullet a fist bump. "You're good to go." "Thanks, man. See you soon." I walk with Bullet up to the front. Des, sitting at the receptionist's desk, looks up from his sketch notebook when he sees us. He shakes his hair back from his eyes. Then, with his typical nonverbal communication style, he stands and gives us both a nod and disappears into the back. I settle into the chair behind the front desk and tell Bullet the price for the tattoo. He pulls out a few bills and sets them on the counter in front of me. At first, I think he didn't hear me right. There's at least twice as much here as he owes. I open my mouth to tell him so when he cuts me off. "That's a tip, babe," he says. "And if you're thinking of turning it down, I got a way you can pay me back." I frown at him quizzically. "I can pay you back by just giving you your money," I point out. "Nah, your money's no good with me." He grins. I can't help but laugh. "You're a confusing man, Bullet." "I'm a simple man, Six, with simple wants." He leans forward. "And right now, I want you to agree to have a drink with me." "You ask me to go out with you every time you're here," I retort, brushing him off. "Yeah, I do," he agrees. "And I'm gonna keep doing it until you say yes." Bullet cocks his head and gives me that golden stare of his. "So, let's just cut to the chase, huh? Come on, Six. One drink. Live a little." Live a little. The words resonate in my head. He doesn't know the half of it. I live like a hermit here in Tanner Springs. It's true, and that's by design. The whole point of coming to such a sleepy town was precisely so I could live. Under the radar and avoiding detection. This place has been really good for that. But his words hit home a little harder than he can know. Because the truth is, I want to go out with him. And because somewhere along the line, my life has been reduced to not much more than just existing. Other than coming to work and a very rare girls' outing with Hannah, I have no social life at all. That's the way I wanted it. It's perfect for me. It's how I survive. But I am lonely. And I'm tired of spending every evening staring at the TV, alone, and trying not to think about a future filled with nothing more than an endless stream of nights just like that one. And here, right in front of me, is a man who just won't take no for an answer. That should piss me off. I should tell him in no uncertain terms to back the hell off. But it doesn't. Not at all. It makes me nervous, yes, but not angry. Because, if I'm honest with myself, Bullet makes me feel things I haven't felt in a very long time. Every time he has asked me out, even though I always refuse, a flutter starts deep in the pit of my stomach, a flutter of excitement, of possibility, of things that could be possible if my life were a different one. That alone should tell me he's someone I should be running far away from. But for some reason, I don't refuse him automatically like I have every other time. This time, instead of telling him no like I should, my stupid pie hole opens and what comes out of it seals my fate. "Okay," I half whisper. "One drink, and then you let it drop. Deal?" "One drink, Six, and then," he winks, "we'll see what happens next."
3. Bullet. Damn, that girl is wound tighter than a $2 watch. Even though she puts on a big show like she's untouchable, I can tell there's something else going on with her. Six has got a wall around her so thick I can almost see it. She doesn't let people get close. Why? I have no idea. But if I only get one shot with her, I'm going to make it count. Having Six do my ink turns out to be a genius fucking decision. And not just because she ended up doing a hell of a job. It finally kicked this flirtation we have going into overdrive and got her to let down her defenses, just a little. She was so flustered by the end of it, I saw my opening and went for it. And damned if it didn't pay off. Not that she was the only one having trouble controlling herself back there. Hell, just having her that close to me made my blood run hot in my veins. And I knew, just as soon as I yanked off my shirt, that she was feeling the same way. Goddamn, the way her breath hitched in her throat, it sent a jolt straight to my dick. If Chance hadn't been right there, God knows what would have happened next. The whole fucking thing was an exercise in torture, for both of us. The only thing that distracted me from my own discomfort was how much I enjoyed watching Six get all hot and bothered. As I drive back to the clubhouse on my bike, I replay the scene in my head. How she trembled a little bit right before she first put the needle to my skin. Under her touch, the familiar sting of the needle transformed into an erotic thrum, a pleasure-pain sensation that buzzed from the surface of my skin straight to my dick. I had to shift myself in that goddamn chair more than once to adjust the pressure on the fucking club between my legs. It wouldn't go down, no matter what I tried to think about to distract myself. Her lips. Six's ripe, cherry-plump lips were parted in concentration as she worked. Her mouth was close enough to my abdomen that I kept picturing her slipping down to her knees. In my perfect world, I would have unzipped my jeans and let out the beast that was fucking throbbing for her touch. Her lips would have slipped, velvety around my shaft, her mouth hot and wet. God damn, the prick of that tattoo gun was nothing next to the agony of my pulsing dick fucking begging me for relief. By the time she was done with my ink, I was already trying to decide whether I needed to head back home to jack myself off or go straight to the clubhouse to have one of the club girls take care of things for me. I know the sexual specialties of every single one of them, and normally I pick and choose depending on my mood. Trouble is, not one of the club girls can hold a candle to Six in the looks department. And it's her throaty laugh that's ringing in my head as I leave Rebel Inc. It's her baby blues I want to see looking up at me as her lips wrap around my dick. I let out a low, tortured groan. Nah, the club girls aren't going to work for me tonight. My cock wants Six, no one else. And for once, I'm going to wait. Steak instead of hamburger, like they say. I'm having trouble not grinning like an idiot when I pull into the parking lot of the Lords of Carnage Clubhouse, thinking about the fact that I'm finally going to get her alone for a while tomorrow night. But my good mood doesn't last long. Tweak comes striding up to me the second I walk through the clubhouse door. "I found him," he calls out. "I finally found the motherfucker for you." He's been working on this for me for so long it takes me a second or two to figure out what the hell he's talking about. Then it clicks. Holy motherfucking shit, I breathe. "Where?" I ask him, still trying to wrap my mind around what Tweak is telling me. "Here." He points at a spot on a map on his computer screen. I scoot closer in the wheeled chair, peering at the place he's indicating. "Pittsburgh," he confirms. "Or just west of there, to be exact." "That's in Death Devil's territory," I remark. "Ain't it?" Tweak bobs his head once in a brief nod. "Yeah, and coincidentally, Oz and his men are on their way here right now." The Death Devils are an MC to the east of us. Their prez, Oz, has a daughter named Isabel, who's our brother Thorn's old lady. The relationship between the Devils and the Lords is somewhere between rivals and allies. The last few years, they've been moving further to the east into Pennsylvania, taking territory as they go. They've been helping us with moving product and defending our turf when they can, and vice versa. So these days, we're more friends than enemies. "What are the Devils coming here for?" I frown. "They're on their way out to Indy," Tweak says. "The club's stopping in here for a night to break up the trip. Angel's opening up the clubhouse for them to come party and stay for the night. Gesture of goodwill, shit like that." "Indianapolis," I repeat, puzzled. What the fuck business they got all the fucking way out there? Tweak lifts a brow. Fuck if I know. Thorne told me Oz used to be part of a club based out of there. I guess that club's defunct now. But Thorne seems to think the visit's got something to do with that. Even Iz doesn't know much about it, I guess. So, it's probably not just old home weekend. I nod. Isabel is Oz's only child. If she doesn't know what's going on, it's definitely not anything to do with the family. It's got to be club business. Which means Oz ain't about to tell anyone outside the Death Devils what they're up to. Frowning, I shake my head, irritated that I've let myself be distracted from the business at hand. Okay, well anyway, fuck that. Tell me more about what you got about Ellis. How did you find the son of a bitch? Tweak shrugs. It wasn't easy, I'll say that. Sorry it took me so long. The Lords have had a lot on our plate lately, and Angel's had me running a lot of intel. I could only do this when I had time, here and there. He pauses and cuts me a look. It is possible this ain't him, he cautions me. But I think I got the right guy. If it is him, he goes by Edge now. Edge, I snort, rolling my eyes. For fuck's sake. Yeah, Tweak agrees. Don't know if he changed his name to stay out of sight, but the pictures my contact got of him look pretty close to the one you gave me. You got pics? I repeat, impressed. Let me take a look. Tweak hits a few keys on his computer and a folder comes up. He punches another button and a series of photos appears in a carousel. He flips through them, just slowly enough for me to take them all in. They're grainy and rough, some black and white, and others color. But that's him, all right. Ellis Strickland. My piece of shit stepfather. The sight of his all-too-familiar face, sharp, angry eyes, hooked nose, ears set too low on his head, makes my stomach roil in disgust. That's the fucker, I growl. You got him. In an instant, the last memory I have of my mother while she was alive flashes in my mind. Her emaciated body, lying on the floor of the filthy hole they lived in, head propped up on a stained sofa pillow. Her skin, waxy and yellow from the drugs Ellis sold. The drugs he gave her to keep her addicted and submissive. So submissive that they were the most important thing in her life. And in the end, the instrument of her death. Ellis killed my mother, just as surely as if he'd held a gun to her head. Almost unconsciously, I reach down to finger the spot under my t-shirt on my torso where the gauze protects my new ink. What are the odds? The very fucking day I finally get around to getting this bullet tattooed on my skin. The bullet that marks the last time I tried to kill Ellis. Tweak would finally track the motherfucker down. The tattoo is an external marker of the actual bullet inside me. That bullet will never leave my body. It's a wound that will never completely heal. A pain and anguish I will never forget. Until I end Ellis Strickland, that is. A dry, bitter husk of a laugh escapes my throat. I never knew before that a laugh could hold no humor in it at all. Only disgust and loathing. The prison sentence I got as a result of the events of that night took my freedom for 2 long years. It gave him another reprieve from paying for what he'd done. By the time I got out, he had disappeared without a trace. It's taken far too long to find the bastard. To be honest, I'd almost given up hope. The trail had run too cold. I figured maybe some other person with a vendetta against Ellis Strickland had managed to get to the son of a bitch before me. It tortured me, though, the thought that someone else got the pleasure of sending him out of this world before I could do it myself. But now I know he's still alive. And with that knowledge, every emotion I've ever had to swallow, every roar of fury from deep in my soul, comes racing back like it all just happened. The thirst for vengeance, deep and familiar, parches my throat. Anger and rage that I've kept tamped down for years shoves its way to the surface, threatening to consume me. More than anything, I want to jump on my bike right this fucking second. drive to where my piece of shit stepfather is, and ram the barrel of my Glock right down his fucking throat. But even as I fight to cut through the rage-filled haze fogging my brain, I know in my black soul that the revenge will be sweeter if I bide my time. Shooting is too good for that motherfucker. I spent 2 years locked up behind bars, with nothing to do but dream of what I would do to him once I got out and found him. Now the moment is here, and nothing will take away the pleasure of making my face the last thing he sees as he leaves this world. I'll be right back, I growl at Tweak. I'm thirsty as fuck. I head over to the bar and bark at the prospect to set me up with a bottle and a couple of shot glasses. A couple minutes later, I'm back in Tweak's command center. Straddling my chair again, I set the glasses down next to one of the monitors and pour us both shots of whiskey. I shoot one down my throat, then another. I'm going to need to take the edge off before I hear this. No pun intended. Okay, I finally slam my glass down on his desk. Turning toward Tweak, I lean back and set my jaw. Tell me, start from the beginning, and don't leave out a single fucking detail. 4. Bullet. Tweak accepts his shot and tosses it back easily. Grunting in satisfaction as the liquor burns down his throat, he gives me a single nod. Okay, so you want the long story. Here it is, but it's going to take a bit. True to his word, he launches into an accounting of where he's been looking, what he's been looking for, and how he finally hit pay dirt. Tweak's a lord of carnage, but he also lives part of his life in a virtual world of dark web shit, a world the rest of us don't know a hell of a lot about. He's a fucking genius getting information from various people he knows, anonymously or not, throughout the world. Even so, he says it's been tougher than he thought to turn up anything on the man who used to be my stepfather. I figured from everything you told me about him that he's the kind of guy who wouldn't venture that far out of the region, even if he was trying to stay hid, Tweak explains. He stretches back in his chair, cracking his neck. So, I've been looking around Ohio for the most part, and into neighboring states. I've been pulling in some favors here and there, so I've had guys sniffing around, seeing what they could find. I figured based on what you told me about this asshole, once a meth head, always a meth head. So I had my guys looking for him in those circles. Tweak curls his lip in disgust. Eden had some suggestions for me, too. People she remembered from back in the day. People she figured were still around and doing the same fucked up shit they were when she was using. Eden is Lugnut's old lady. Lugnut and I were patched into the Lords of Carnage at the same time, so we're pretty tight. Eden's also the sister of Gunner's old lady, Alex. The two sisters are originally from Virginia. Eden and Alex ended up here in Tanner Springs after Eden was kidnapped by a dirtbag who pretended to be her boyfriend. He got her hooked on drugs with a plan of pimping her out to his other shitbag friends. Alex followed her out here to look for her, and she ended up meeting Gunner by chance at the Smiling Skull when she was there searching for Eden. The Lords ended up getting involved, long-ass story, and rescued Eden from the pieces of shit who were holding her. We brought her back here, and Gunner's ma, Lucy, helped Eden detox. By the time it was all over, Gunner and Alex were together, and so were Eden and Lugnut. Eden end up giving you anything useful? I ask. Yeah, turns out she did. She pointed me toward a guy who used to run with her ex. One of my guys went to see him, and he ended up giving us some actionable intel. He recognized Ellis from the photos. He was the one who told us the fucker goes by Edge now. Said he'd fucked off to Pittsburgh after one of the bigger dealers he was trying to take business away from ran him out of town. Tweak grins. That was the missing link we needed to locate him. So you got an address for him? Tweak's grin fades. Nah, that's where we're still falling flat. Those pics on my computer are from a security cam at a roadhouse outside of Pittsburgh. Taken a couple weeks ago. My contact gave the manager $100 for the footage. But the manager says Ellis, or Edge, ain't been there since that night. No one else he talked to at the place had seen him or knew where he was either. Seems like he just faded into the background. But my contact says from what he's heard, he doesn't think the fucker could have gone far. Someone tipped the bastard off the people were looking for him, I guess. Tweak grunts in approval. That's what I'm thinking too. In which case, we bide our time. Wait for the snake to come out of his hole. Or figure out a way to get him to let his guard down. Lure him out in the open. I chew over this thought. A rising commotion and unfamiliar voices outside of the main room tells me the death devils have arrived. Raucous laughter reaches my ears, and a couple seconds later the music on the sound system gets a fuck of a lot louder. We may have caught a lucky break. If Edge, I snort at the name, it really is where we think he is, he'd be in Death Devil's territory, or just outside it. Which means Oz might know more about him, or be willing to help us find out. Tweak taps his forehead. Great minds think alike. Speaking of which, I say, rolling my shoulders, let's get out there before Oz and his men drink up all our booze. Tweak stays behind for a bit to shut down his computer and secure everything. Not that the Death Devils ain't trustworthy, but they ain't lords. I saunter down the hallway toward the noise and run into Angel, our club president, just as he's coming out of his own office. Angel lifts his chin at me. Tweak talked to you already? Yeah, just talked to him. He told me he located my stepfather. Angel nods. He knows the story. At least enough of it for him to be okay with me putting Tweak on it in his spare time. You know the club's got your back on this, brother. Yeah, I know. I pause. Turns out he's in Oz's territory, Tweak says. How's that for a fucking coincidence? Could work out good for us. You talked to Oz about it? Not yet. I smirk as we enter the main room of the clubhouse, and I spy the Death Devil's prez over by the bar. He looks a little busy. The club girls are all there, no doubt called on by Angel to provide a warm welcome to our guests. 3 of them, Melanie, Bree, and Tammy, are hanging on Oz like he's the second coming. Melanie with her white blonde hair, Bree's darker look, and redhead Tammy are like a fucking sex catalog for him to pick from. But it doesn't look like he's planning on choosing just one. Angel barks out a laugh. Let the fucker get his stress release. I ain't never seen him unclench like this before. Right? I chuckle. I glance over to a table a few feet away from Oz, where Thorne and Isabel are talking to a couple of the other Death Devils. You think Iz is enjoying her dad playing harem? Angel snorts. My guess is she's used to it. We wander over to the crowd and greet the devils one by one. Angel steps aside to say a few words to Oz, and I wait for him to finish. Meantime, I say hello to Isabel, who's wearing nurse's scrubs and looks like she just came from work. Hey, darling, you're a sight for sore eyes, I greet her. Haven't seen you around in a while.
I've been taking on a few extra shifts at the hospital to help out one of the other nurses.
She smiles. She reaches up and pulls an elastic band from her hair, which falls around her face in a dark mane.
I figured I'd come say hi to Dad while he's in town.
She scrunches her brow in an irritated look.
Do you know Thorne had to tell me he was coming? He couldn't even call his own daughter to let me know he'd be in Tanner Springs.
He just knew I'd let you know, Thorne tells her in a soothing tone, catching her around the waist. No harm done.
He sure seems to be enjoying the local entertainment.
Isabel shoots back, rolling her eyes. Well now, not every man is lucky enough to have a good woman by his side. Thorne teases her. Those of us who do are blind to such lesser pleasures. Isabel laughs, but gazes up adoringly at Thorne.
You flatter her.
No flattery if it's true, Chabelle, he murmurs, kissing the top of her head. Okay, that's enough, I bark in disgust. Jesus, you two are even more of a spectacle than Oz with those club girls. We're only getting started, brother. Thorne tosses back, grabbing a high-top stool and pulling Isabel onto his lap. That's my cue, I mutter, and address the 2 Death Devils next to them. Save yourselves while there's still time. I turn away from the table, Isabel's laughter following me as I make my way over to Oz. Angel is just leaving, and I take advantage of the moment to get the Death Devil's president's attention. Oz? I nod to him as I stride up. Through his dark, salt and pepper beard, he actually gives me something in the neighborhood of a smile. I'm so surprised my jaw almost drops. I ain't ever seen Oz smile before, for any reason. Guess our club girls are doing the job. Bullet? He greets me as Bree glides a red-nailed hand over his chest and giggles. I almost didn't recognize you without the cue ball look, he observes. I run a hand over my head. Bald was cold, man, especially in winter. Decided to grow it back out. I nod toward the women surrounding him. Looks like you got your hands full, I remark. Not yet, he deadpans. But soon. That gets a chuckle out of me. You got a couple minutes to talk? For a second, Oz is silent. Then he cuts his eyes at Bree. Leave, he says to her and the others. But keep your engines running. Melanie and Tammy give him a little scowl of discontent, but slide away without a word and go over to the low couches in the corner. Bree leans over and whispers something at Oz's ear, then does the same, sashaying away for maximum effect. Well, Oz says mildly, signaling to the prospect behind the bar for another drink. Always a man of few words is Oz. I don't know if Angel talked to you about this, but I could use your help on something. I'm looking for a man named Ellis Strickland. Apparently he goes by Edge now. Tweak's been doing some sniffing around for me, and sources are saying he's been sighted around Pittsburgh recently. One of Oz's brow raises just a millimeter. I don't know the name. What's he doing in Pittsburgh? Not sure. I'm guessing drug dealing. Last time I saw him, he was cooking meth. If so, he's probably dealing it in your territory. My stomach sours at the memory. I pull out my phone and show Oz the one photo I have of Ellis. It's a snapshot that was taken with my mom about a year before she died. He's about 45, 46. This picture of him is old, but he looks about the same now, just grayer hair. Tweak can give you something more recent. Security cam footage from a roadhouse outside the burg. Why are you searching for this man? Oz's brow creases. It's on the tip of my tongue to say, none of your business. But this is the president of the Death Devils, our allies. He doesn't command the immediate respect from me that my own club's president does, but he isn't someone I want to piss off, and I'm asking him for a favor to boot. He used to be married to my mother. He got her hooked on junk. She died of an overdose because of him. I don't tell him the details and skirt over the actual reason she died. I leave out the meth fire, how she had to be identified by dental records. My chest squeezes, and I fight back the familiar rage that wells in my veins every time I think about the hell my mother's last few minutes of life must have been. Nausea mixes with rage deep in my gut as I fight to keep my emotions off my face. Oz's eyes are locked on mine, inscrutable. Is your mother the woman in the picture? He asks, nodding toward the phone. Yes. He blinks. Then, with a slight frown, he mutters, Have Tweak send me photos and everything he knows. Thank you, I say. Then I pause. I want my face to be the last one he sees, I tell Oz. I assume my meaning is clear. He nods. Understood. Turning, I nod toward the club girls, who immediately jump up and swarm back toward Oz. I make my way to the other end of the bar and bark at the prospect to bring me a beer and a shot. I should be feeling good. After all, I'm finally close to knowing where my mother's murderer is, after all these years. But instead, all the hatred I've been stuffing deep inside me has come boiling back to the surface. All the anger and darkness I've pushed down. All the dreams of hearing Ellis Strickland scream for mercy at my hands. All the times I've lusted to be the one to see the final light of life drain from his eyes. I toss back the shot that appears in front of me. And then, suddenly, through the haze of bloodlust that threatens to consume me, a face appears. Not my mother's face, but Six's. The guarded look in her dark, coal-rimmed eyes. The mass of sexy blonde hair that frames her face. The twine of tattoos around her lithe, feminine arms. She seems as though she comes from another world, one that still holds some beauty and a shred of innocence. Six is the only thing that keeps my mind from losing itself completely in thoughts of blood and pain as I pile on one shot after another throughout the evening. Seeing her tomorrow is the sole event on my horizon that anchors me to a world that promises more sunlight than darkness. 5. Bullet. The next night, I picked Six up from Rebel Inc. on my bike at the end of her shift. She's wearing a hot little skirt with black boots and a plain white t-shirt under a leather jacket that's 2 sizes too big. The look says innocent girl and hot, sassy woman all in one. Her blonde hair flows wild and loose around her shoulders. Jesus Christ, Six always looks good. But tonight she looks literally good enough to eat. And I'm hoping that by the time the night is over, that's just what I'm going to do. You going to be okay riding a bike in that skirt? I ask, noticing my voice sounds a little hoarse. She just smiles and lifts a shy shoulder.
I'll be fine,
she tells me, one corner of her mouth lifting too.
If I can ride a bicycle in a skirt and tights, I'm pretty sure I can manage to sit on a Harley.
I'm not sure how comfortable she is with motorcycles, but when I hand her the helmet I brought for her, she takes it from me and straps it on wordlessly. I note with satisfaction she's not one of those chicks who fights wearing it because she's worried about her hair or some bullshit like that. Six asks me where we're going as I fire up the bike, but I tell her it's a surprise. The Smiling Skull is a little ways away, a couple towns over, and I don't want her to balk and ask me to take her somewhere closer. It's a nice fucking evening out, and I'm in the mood for the open road. I'm also in the mood to feel her tits snuggled up against my back for a while. Ever since the first time I met Six, I've known she had a thing for me. God knows she's hot as fuck, and I'd hit that in a heartbeat. But like I said, she puts out this closed-off vibe, a guardedness that comes off her almost like a force field. I could tell coming at her straight on would never get me where I wanted to go. So at first, whenever I went into the tattoo parlor, I'd just play it cool, to get the lay of the land, so to speak. Little by little, she started letting her guard down with me, just a moment at a time, here and there. I started to flirt with her a little, to try to loosen her up. A couple times I pushed a touch too hard, and she'd close up again like a flower at night. So I'd back off and try again later. Eventually I got her to the point that she'd even start to banter with me a little. Sometimes I'd even manage to make her laugh. The first time I heard it, the low, sexy rasp in her throat went straight the fuck to my dick. Her honey blonde hair would fall back away from her face as she threw back her head, and I'd get a full-on view of how goddamn gorgeous she was. And somewhere along the line, I made it my personal mission to get this girl into my bed. Six never mentioned a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and once or twice she said something about living alone. So I figured I had a good shot, with the right mixture of persistence and knowing when to give her some space to breathe. I gotta be honest, though. Even though I've asked her to come out with me each of the last 3 times I've been in the shop, it took me by surprise when she finally did say yes. I figured I had at least a month or so to go before she let down her defenses and gave in. But yesterday, when she was doing my new tattoo, something must have shifted inside that head of hers. Because after she was done, she got all quiet and pensive and shit. And then when I asked her out, more out of habit than anything, she finally said yes. And I am not the kind of man to waste a golden fucking opportunity when it presents itself. Six gets on the bike behind me and puts her feet on the pegs without being told. When she wraps her arms around me, though, she does it with hesitation, like maybe she hadn't thought this part through all the way. But in the end, she settles in. I goose the engine just a little bit, so she'll have to cling on to me a little tighter for balance. My cock stirs as I feel her breasts press against my back. I can't stop the chuckle that escapes my throat as she does. Fuck yeah. As we ride out of town, I can feel how tense her body is behind me, and how hard she's trying not to get any closer than she has to. But after about 5 minutes, she starts to relax. I can tell by the way her body moves that she's starting to look around at the scenery as we fly down the highway. Experiencing the road on a motorcycle gives you a feeling of freedom like nothing else. I can feel Six's breathing deepen as we ride along, like she's trying to pull all the sights, sounds, and scents into her and hold on to them. I get it, little girl. After about half an hour, I pull off the road into the parking lot of the Skull. I cut the engine and wait for her to get off. She takes off her helmet and hands it to me. Her hair is disheveled from the ride, giving her a just-fucked look that makes me want to bend her over the seat and do what comes naturally. My cock jumps to attention at the thought. Down, boy. Wait for it.
Smiling Skull, she reads, looking up at the sign above the door.
You ever been here before? Six shakes her head.
I don't get out of town much.
I got that impression.
Is this a biker bar?
She asks, glancing toward a row of bikes at the far end of the lot. Something like that. I raise my chin toward the entrance. Actually, the Skull is owned by the Lords of Carnage. As we go inside, I lift my chin and wave at Jewel, the manager and head bartender, who's standing behind the bar. Jewel is my Prez Angel's old lady. She used to bartend at our clubhouse back in the days before they got together. The two of them just had a kid, a little boy named Timothy.
Hey there, Heartbreaker,
Jewel calls to me easily. I notice her eyes slip to take in Six with curiosity. I don't blame her. I've never come in here with a woman before. Left with one, yes. Hey, Jewel. I lift a finger at her, then point toward the back of the bar. We're taking a table toward the back. Send a couple of beers our way, would you?
Will do. You a regular here?
Six asks me, eyeing Jewel with something that might be jealousy. You could say that, I chuckle. Come on, let's grab a seat. Beer should be over in a second. Service is good for us lords at the Skull, of course, since we own the place. It is primarily a biker bar, and we do what's necessary to keep it neutral territory, like the old owner Rosie did. We get all kinds in here, but the staff who stayed on after Rosie sold us the place keeps the rowdiest customers in line. And we have some of the lords come in from time to time to serve as unofficial bouncers. Tank and Stryker, standing over by the dartboards right now nursing their beers, are two of them. Tank catches my eye, and I lift my chin at him in silent acknowledgement. Six and I slide onto our chairs at a high-top table near a bay of windows. A minute or so later, one of the waitresses, Kylie, comes over with our drinks. She's Hale's old lady. She and Hale have been together for less than a year, but I guess they've known each other since high school. They reconnected down in Ironwood, where the other chapter of our MC is. Hale went down there on a job for a couple of weeks, and somehow he ran into Kylie there. I'm not clear on all the details, but when he came back up to Tanner Springs, Kylie was with him, and they've been together ever since. Thanks, darling. I nod at her as she sets our bottles on the table.
No problem.
She smiles. Her eyes go to Six with barely concealed curiosity, just like Jewel's did.
Hi there,
she says, sticking out a hand.
I haven't seen you at the Skull before. I'm Kylie. Six
murmurs, smiling shyly and shaking with Kylie.
You from around here? No.
Six's eyes dart away for a second as she shifts in her seat.
I mean, not originally. I work at Rebel Inc. over in Tanner Springs. Oh, sure. I know the place well. Is that how you two met?
Kylie asks. Six's eyes flicker again. Kylie doesn't seem to notice it, but I definitely do. Probably because I already have some idea how skittish she can be about some subjects. I know Kylie's just being friendly, but I don't want this girl to start closing up again. After all, the main reason I brought her here in the first place was so I could finally get her to let down her guard with me. Thanks, Kylie, I grunt. We're good here for now. Kylie flashes me a look, one brow raising, but she doesn't push it. Instead, she gives us a final smile.
Just holler if you need anything,
she tells us, and moves away to help other customers. Cheers, I say, lifting up my beer. Six raises hers too and clinks it against mine.
Cheers.
I take a long drink, watching her out of the corner of my eye. It's a little quieter in here than usual, which is good. Sometimes this place gets a little out of hand for a first-timer. So, tell me about yourself, darling, I say when she puts her beer back on the table. You ever going to tell me why they call you Six?
They don't call me Six,
she half smirks, tilting her head at me.
I call me Six.
Okay. You call you Six? I correct myself. Interesting turn of phrase, though. I file it away for later. I guess I never actually asked what your real name is, mystery girl. You gonna tell me that at least? She waits a beat. For a second, I think she's gonna do it. But nope.
If I wanted people to know that, I wouldn't call myself Six.
she finally says. Noted, I murmur. Shit, this girl isn't going to make anything easy, is she? So, where are you from? I try instead. Boring but safe. Six glances down at her beer.
Nowhere, really. I was born in western Pennsylvania.
She gives me a slight shrug.
But I don't have any connections there anymore, so it's not really home.
I frown. Seems like that was the wrong question, too. All of a sudden, Six's whole demeanor has slammed shut tighter than a safe. Well, damn. Here I thought her agreeing to go on a date with me meant maybe she was finally going to start loosening up. I start to get kind of pissed, but when she looks back up at me, there's something in her eyes that tells me she's not just doing this to fuck with me. She's being vague for a reason, not to be a tease. I get the feeling that wherever she came from, she wanted to cut all ties when she left. Hell, that's something I can understand. But, damn if that ain't gonna make this little getting-to-know-you date a fair amount more challenging. Shit, I've never had to make this much of an effort to get into a girl's pants before. If anything, the game has gotten boring as hell. Most chicks take one look at my ink and my cut, and that's all she wrote. There's a hell of a lot of women out there who are dying to take a walk on the wild side. And my reputation does a lot of the work for me, too. The devil that sits on my left shoulder whispers in my ear, "What's with you, bull? Why are you trying to pry open this oyster when there's so many goddamn other fish in the sea?" And I guess that's true. But even though I can't put my finger on it, I feel like finessing this little oyster might just be worth the trouble. Something tells me that if I work on it long enough, there just might be a fucking pearl inside. Taking a swig of my beer, I glance around the room. My eyes drift over toward the pool tables, and I notice there's a free one. It gives me the beginnings of an idea. A way to get Six's overly vigilant mind occupied with something else. "You play pool?" I ask, taking a stab in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Six says noncommittally, taking a sip from her glass.
A little.
"Come on then," I say, standing up. "Let's go see what you got."
What?
She looks up at me with a quizzical expression. "There's a table open over there," I reply, waving my beer in that direction. "We may as well jump on it before someone else takes it." I wait for her to stand and let her take the lead as we walk over to the tables, trying to suppress the grin on my face. At least this way we'll have something to focus on while we talk. Maybe I can get her to open up a little more. And in the meantime, I can stare at her ass. 6. Bullet. 10 minutes later, we're in the middle of a round of 8-ball. I suggested a game with easy rules, since I don't want Six to spend the whole time worrying about whether she's going to screw up and hit the wrong ball in the wrong order. My idea seems to work. With the distraction of the game in front of us, Six eventually starts to get a little more chatty. As we play, I tell her to tell me how much she likes working at the Rebel Ink, and that Hannah, her first friend in Tanner Springs, was the one who got a chance to give her the job. Six does respectably well at the game. She doesn't sink the 8-ball by mistake, and ends up losing to me with just 2 more of her stripes on the table. She has a pretty good eye for where to put the shot, and I do my best to just let her play and not give her advice. I know from experience that chicks don't always like that shit. When the game is over, I notice she's done with her beer. I go to the bar and signal to Jewel I need 2 more. When I come back, Tank and Stryker have wandered over to the pool table and are chatting her up. "You trying to horn in on my date, you motherfuckers?" I growl. Tank snickers. "Just trying to figure out what you had to do to convince a hot chick like this to give you the time of day." Six accepts the beer I hand her, tossing her mass of blonde hair over one shoulder.
Persistence, mostly. He's been asking me out for weeks. Finally wore me down, I guess.
She gives me a coy look. Stryker whistles. "That's probably the only way this ugly mug managed to get any action. That sure as hell ain't his sparkling personality." Six giggles.
"He's not so bad when you get used to him."
"That's what you think," Stryker retorts. "He farts like a motherfucker when he's drunk, fair warning." Not helping Strike. I shoot him an irritated glance. But Six actually looks amused.
"Is that true?"
she asks, eyes flashing with merriment. "No, he's fucking with you. The hell he is, Tank butts in. Those farts could smoke a skunk out of its hole, I swear to God. Shut it, brother, I warn as Six erupts in peals of helpless laughter. I'm about to tell them to fuck off and leave us alone when shouts ring out at the other end of the bar, over by the door. The four of us turn toward the sound. A rough-looking dude who looks like he's had a few too many throws a punch at another guy, who ducks it and rushes him, plowing into his torso and ramming him against the wall. The first guy yells out again and pushes off the wall, bringing them both to the floor. A small crowd turns to form around them, yelling and hooting. Tank groans. Oh, fucking idiots. Looks like we got a fight to break up. Stryker lifts his chin at me and gives Six a wink. You watch this one, he says to her. And remember about the farts. Saved by the bar fight, I groan as they walk away. Jesus Christ, those two are annoying as fuck.
They're funny, she protests, giving me a little eye roll. I like them. I think I've seen the one with the long hair at the shop before.
Then, just like that, Six flashes me an easy, carefree grin that about melts my cold, black fucking heart. Well, I wanted to get her to loosen up. Looks like those two motherfuckers helped me out after all. Better not look a gift horse in the mouth. Though Stryker is going to pay for that fart remark. Yeah, I sneer. But more for form's sake. They're funny like a sexually transmitted disease. I motion toward the pool table with my bottle. So you want to play another round? Six pauses a second, then crosses her arms and gazes up at me speculatively. What? I ask, frowning.
Want to play one pocket?
She asks, with a saucy little tilt of her head. The tiniest hint of a smile twitches on her lips. It's cute as hell. And something inside me just about comes undone. Because I know a come on when I hear it. Even from this little girl who tries to play it so cool, like she's not fazed by anything or anyone. Even if she doesn't quite know it herself. Or hell, maybe she does know it, but she's trying to pretend otherwise. Either way, I'm not going to question it. I know when to roll with an opportunity when I see one. One pocket, eh? I ask, trying to ignore the fact that my cock just got hard as my pool cue. You sure are full of surprises, mystery girl. She cocks her head at me.
Are you really going to keep calling me that?
What? You don't like the nickname? Six snorts.
Aren't nicknames supposed to be shorter than a person's actual name?
Well, I don't actually know your name, I reason. Maybe it is. Six purses her lips.
Point taken,
she concedes. So, one pocket. You certain you're up for that?
Sure,
she shrugs. She lifts the beer to her lips and takes a drink.
I'm feeling pretty warmed up. Feeling pretty good about my chances.
That right. So you want to make a wager out of this, then? I raise an eyebrow. Make it a little more interesting.
Okay,
she smirks.
How about...
She pauses for a few seconds, tapping a finger on her chin.
How about the winner gets to make one request of the loser? No questions asked.
One request? The chuckle that comes from my throat sounds wolf-like even to me.
One demand.
Anything.
Well,
she hesitates, then gives a little shrug.
I mean, anything legal. But yeah, anything.
What in the hell? She's pretty much done a complete 180 in the span of a couple minutes. Is it the beer talking? But Six doesn't seem like she's tipsy. Far from it. Her eyes look clear and totally sober. And a little saucy. Like she's teasing me. Challenging me to take the bait. This girl has a reckless streak I didn't see coming. If she thinks I'm going to waste this win on asking her what her real name is, she's nuts. You sure you don't want to wager something else? I ask her, giving her one final chance to back out in spite of myself. 'Cause you're playing with fire, little girl.
You haven't beat me yet,
she points out, reaching up to flip her blonde locks behind her back. Okay then, I nod with an incredulous laugh. You got yourself a bet. Game on. Well, shit. I should have known this chick wasn't going to bet something so risky unless she was sure she had the upper hand. Turns out, Six is some kind of goddamn aspiring pool shark, and she was fucking with me the first game. I'm usually good at sussing out that shit, but damned if she didn't just play me. We each take one of the corner pockets on the table, hers diagonally opposite from mine. I let her break, thinking I'll give her a head start. She then proceeds to run the first 4 of her balls and just barely misses the 5th, turning the table over to me. In the process, she's done a reasonably good job of positioning 2 of her other 4 balls near her pocket. That keeps me from taking any low percentage shots. I'm no fucking slouch at pool either, though, so I sink the first of my balls easily. The second one is a little trickier since I have to do a bank shot that might backfire on me. As I lean down and eyeball it, 6 wanders into my field of vision and makes a show of chalking her cue, wiggling her ass right behind the ball and causing my cock to jump to attention. "You're doing that on purpose," I growl, noticing that my voice has turned hoarse. 6 glances over her shoulder and flashes me a knowing look.
Is it working?
"Goddamn girl," I mutter under my breath. "You better hope like hell I don't win." I had been planning to only ask for a kiss as my prize, to let her off the hook, but her sass is starting to give me ideas for revenge. In the end, though, she edges past me and sinks her last ball while I still have 2 on the table. It's only when the ball plunks into the pocket that she drops the mask of cool detachment she's been wearing since the first shot. She does a little hop into the air and pumps her fist, with a dance that ends in another shake of her ass. It's ridiculous, and cute as hell, and sexy to boot. I'm tempted to burst out laughing, but also to bend her over the pool table right here and now, other people be damned. My cock needs relief after watching her sexy little body parade in front of me this whole game. I don't do any of those things, though, because I'm also pissed that I just lost. It's been a long damn time since anyone's beat me at pool. I sure as hell have never been smoked by a woman before. I'm doing my best to take it in stride, but I'm failing. Especially since I also just lost a bet I was fucking sure I'd win not even 15 minutes ago. 2 out of 3, I growl. 6 laughs and shakes her head.
Nope, that wasn't the deal.
Okay then, I shrug. Fuck it, I ain't gonna argue. You won fair and square. Even though you took me for a ride, you faker. I should have guessed you were better than you let on.
Damn straight I was,
she says smugly. All right, I mutter. No need to rub it in. Come on, I'll buy you a shot and you can tell me what your demand is. You did say anything legal, right? I'm disappointed as hell, but trying hard not to show it as we belly up to the bar. Jewel pours each of us a shot. Jack Daniels Tennessee Rye for me, tequila for her.
On the house,
Jewel says with a smile. She nods at me and gives 6 a wink before moving away. Thanks, darling, I call after her, then turn to 6. Okay, so, you won fair and square. I raise my glass in a toast and salute. Congrats. Why don't you tell me what you won? 6 picks up the glass and tosses back that shot of tequila like a pro. I watch her long neck as she swallows, my cock aching at the thought of what she could do to me with that mouth. And then, to my utter amazement, she leans in to whisper in my ear.
I'm going to let you take me back to my place, cowboy,
she murmurs, the faint aroma of agave tickling my nostrils.
That's what I win. As long as you agree to stop asking me what my name means once and for all.
That's 2 requests. I manage to choke the words out while my dick is yelling. Hells yeah!
Don't get smart, she says breathily. Now, let's get out of here before I change my mind.
7. 6. I hear myself laughing as I climb onto the back of Bullet's bike and put my feet on the pegs. I listen to my voice as I tell him my address and hope that I'm the only one who hears the slight tremble in it. I want this. There's no question about that. Being around this man, staring at his damn sexy, teasing eyes as they look me up and down, watching his muscles flex under his shirt as he aimed for a shot across the table. I should have known I wouldn't have a chance in hell of resisting him if I allowed him to take me out. It's been even harder to keep my cool tonight than it was when I was leaning over the taut muscles of his abdomen, giving him his tattoo. There's no way around it. This man oozes sex. And without the protection of the front counter at Rebel Inc., or the supervision of my boss Chance's watchful eye, I'm a goner before I even realize it. All it took was a little alcohol to break down the last of my reserves. That and the tantalizing sense of power I had from knowing that I was in control of that pool game just now. I could feel his eyes on me, watching my body as I moved around the table. I knew Bullet liked what he saw. The flood of pleasure overwhelmed my senses, knowing he was seeing me in control, sure of myself, sexy. It was intoxicating. It made me want to be what he saw in me. Free, happy, the kind of girl who isn't always looking over her shoulder. All of the things I used to feel about myself. At the same time, I'd be lying to myself if I pretended I'm not afraid of what's about to happen between us. As much as I want it, and oh God, do I want it. The reality is that it's been an eternity since I've been with a man. It's been so long, I can hardly stand to let myself think about it. No matter how I try to give Bullet the impression that I'm cool, calm, and in control of myself, I'm nervous as hell right now. Nervous in a way I haven't been since my very first time having sex. My brain is crying out that this whole thing is a huge mistake, even as my body is telling it to shut the hell up and let it have a little fun for once. But I'll be damned if I'll let Bullet see this war that's raging inside of me. As we fly down the highway back toward Tanner Springs, I can't help but admire once again the sure, deft way he handles the powerful motorcycle under us. It doesn't seem possible, but the way he maneuvers the bike, so strong and capable, turns me on even more than I already am. Between my legs, I can tell my panties are already soaked through. I push down my embarrassment and try to hold on to my cool, collected persona, even as I can feel I'm starting to come a bit unraveled. By the time we get to Tanner Springs, I'm a mess of hormones and barely suppressed desire. Not a moment too soon, Bullet turns onto my street. I point past him to the nondescript apartment building I call home. He pulls up in front of it and backs the bike up against the curb. I hop off a little awkwardly, holding onto his hard, muscled shoulder for support. A second later, the bike's engine dies and he's standing in front of me. Once I've pulled my helmet off, Bullet's eyes land on mine. "You ain't changed your mind, have you, Six?" he rumbles. The smoldering look he gives me makes it clear he knows damn well I haven't, but I give him credit for making sure all the same. I don't even respond. I just look up at him through lowered lashes, then turn on my heel and head up the front walk. I know he's watching as he follows behind me, so I put a little extra swivel in my hips, enjoying the dance of seduction that I haven't done with anyone in so long. Somehow, the dance calms me a little, makes me feel more like I'm the one in the driver's seat. For now, anyway. Because I can tell just by looking at Bullet that once we're in bed, he'll be the one in charge. If he fucks the way he handles a motorcycle, I'm in for the ride of my life. "You just move in here?" Bullet frowns as he looks around my barely lived-in living room. I sweep it with my gaze, trying to see it as he would. There aren't any pictures on the wall. Objects on any surfaces are strictly utilitarian. The flowered sofa and mismatched chair are dumpster diving treasures. The soft, plush area rug in the center of the room is the only touch of luxury in my otherwise Spartan decor. "No," I admit, self-conscious. "I've been here a while. I just don't care a lot about knickknacks and artwork and stuff, I guess." The more stuff I have to pack, the harder it is to leave quickly if I have to. I shrug off the oversized leather jacket I'm wearing. It was a parting gift from my ex-boyfriend that I shamelessly stole from him when I skipped town in the dead of winter a couple of years ago. I should really get rid of this thing, given all the bad memories it carries with it. I almost have a couple of times, but something has always ended up stopping me. In a way, I wear it almost like a shield. I feel like it reminds me to always stay alert and on my toes. Another layer of secrecy between me and the world. Bullet takes a step toward me. "You're a woman after my own heart," he jokes, seemingly satisfied with my response. In spite of myself, I tense up. Bullet doesn't seem to notice, though, as he pulls up on the hem of my shirt and slides it up my stomach and over my head. Tossing it on a chair, he takes a step back to look at me. "Nice ink," he murmurs appreciatively. His rough, calloused fingers start to trace the serpentine lines of the artwork that covers most of my right shoulder and arm. They're patterns I designed, mostly abstract, but still full of meaning for me. He reaches around and undoes my bra, and I let him, shivering slightly as the cool air hits my breasts. "You're fucking gorgeous, you know that, mystery girl?" he rasps. Bullet's right hand comes up to cup one breast, to tease the already hardening nipple with his thumb. When I suck in a shuddering breath, his eyes slide up to meet mine. "Good?" he asks. I nod, swallowing around the nervous lump in my throat. "Very." He leans down to graze my lips with his. "Shame we waited so long to do this," he says, taking me into his arms. "We've got some lost time to make up for." My skin is alive, clamoring for more of his touch. But a far-off alarm bell is sounding in my head. "Wait!" I let out a little yelp, putting a hand on his rock-hard chest to hold him off. "You, no, this is just a one-time thing, right?" "Yeah," he chuckles. "Don't worry, Six. I ain't gonna cry into my beer if you don't call me afterwards." His laughter reassures me, and I feel myself relax as he backs me up against the wall. "But remember what I said about your name." Bullet's hands slide around my ass as he pulls me to him. He's already hard as steel, and I stifle a moan, my eyes fluttering, half-closed. "What's that?" I gasp. Even though I know what he's going to say, I just want to hear him say it again. His lips brush against my neck before moving to my mouth. "It's the number of times I'm gonna make you come. So buckle up, mystery girl." The first time I come is right up against that wall. His hand slips under my skirt between my legs and finds my soaking core. The low growl of his voice resonates through my entire body as his lips continue to tease and devour mine. "Fuck, Six," he groans. "Jesus, that's sexy. You're wet as hell, you know that?" I start to stiffen up at his words, but then dimly, through the haze of my own desire, I remember he said the word sexy and make myself relax again. It's been a while," I admit in a strangled half-whisper. "Then let's make it count." His finger moves aside the fabric of my panties, expertly locating my clit. As his tongue finds mine, he begins to stroke, in slow, lazy circles that make me dizzy. The rhythm of our tongues follows suit, establishing a connection that starts my whole body vibrating. Something about the way he's touching me paralyzes me, and all I can do is clutch onto his shoulders as he holds me against the wall and continues his assault. I'm helpless to do anything, my entire body a prisoner of the pleasure he's giving me. I hear myself whimper softly, my hips rising and straining toward his hand on their own. Before I realize how close I am, I'm already coming, shuddering against his chest as I ride the waves. Then I'm in his arms and he's carrying me through the hall. I fight through the haze of my orgasm and try to find the words to direct him to my bedroom. But by the time I do, he's already there, shoving aside the tangle of sheets and bed covers to set me down on the mattress. Then my panties are off, and the skirt is at my waist, and he's lying down on the bed below me, his head between my legs. His tongue finds my sensitive nub, already swollen from coming, and swipes gently at it. I cry out, the sensation riding the edge between pleasure and pain. Bullet backs off a bit, but grabs my hips, pulling me to him. He starts to lap at me again, softer this time, careful to build the pleasure again by teasing just enough to make me want more. Then more still. Somehow, he seems to know my body already, just how much to push me before backing off, just how to help me climb the mountain of my need, until I'm whimpering and straining toward him, desperate to fly over the edge once again. This time, the orgasm is deep, earth-shattering. It feels like my whole body is exploding, the pleasure radiating outward to every nerve ending, engulfing me in its power. My head is still thrown back against the mattress as I feel it move underneath me. Bullet's eyes are dark and hooded as he kneels between my legs. He's naked now, his cock full and hard and pulsing. He reaches down and strokes the head against my throbbing pussy. I gasp at the heat of it, the slickness against me. Instinctively, I start to angle my hips up to him. Then I freeze. "Do you have protection?" I whisper. I pray the answer is yes, because at this point, I'm not sure I can stop myself either way. I need to feel him inside me. His only response is to hold up 2 fingers. A shiny square foil package is between them. I watch in fascination as he opens the wrapper and slides the condom down his large, thick shaft. Just seeing his hand on himself like that sends a jolt of pure desire through me. Then he grabs my hips again and pulls me toward him. The thick head of his cock pushes inside me, and I moan as the rest follows, my walls stretching to meet him. "Fuck," he grits hoarsely. "Jesus, fuck. You feel good, Six." Six. It's good when he calls me that. It reminds me that there's still some distance between us, that there are still things he doesn't know about me. It reminds me that this intimacy between us is just physical, nothing more. This is just sex. Just amazing sex. It's okay. A moment later, he starts to thrust. He begins slowly, the length of him going so deep it's almost painful. But the pain, just like before, turns more to pleasure with each pull and push. My eyes open to take him in, the full, manly beauty of his body, and our eyes lock. I start to look away, but he stops me with a sound. "Stay with me," he orders. "Oh, fuck, baby," he rasps. "Stay with me." I do as he says. He begins to ride me harder, pumping faster, his eyes never leaving mine. I've never felt more naked, never more exposed. Having sex with him feels like a trust fall from the top of a cliff. He doesn't know my name, knows next to nothing about me. But right now, he sees so far inside me that I've never been more bare to anyone else in body or soul. It's terrifying, thrilling. And from the look of sheer lust on his face, the instinctive animal need in his eyes, I can tell he feels it too. The slickness of his cock tortures my already tender clit. I stifle the first moan, but the second one rips through me, my voice joining with his as he groans my name again. From deep inside me, something starts. Something unlike anything I've ever felt before. I know what it is, but it's different, deeper, almost scary in its power. "Bullet," I whimper softly. "I got you, babe." He's thrusting harder now, slamming into me with a force that's driving both of us forward. "You're close, aren't you?" I can only nod as my whole body starts to shake. "Come with me, Six. Give it to me." It's as though his words unleash a flood. I half scream something that's not quite a word as I tense and then let go, bucking and writhing as the impact starts deep inside me and hits me like a bomb. A second later, I feel Bullet hiss my name and erupt inside me. My walls clench around him as he lifts me in his arms, and I throw mine around him and hang on for dear life. I've never imagined anything like this. The force of it as strong as a time bomb. We're both shuddering together, the two of us coming as one, and I hold on to him like I'm in danger of being swept away forever. The blood is rushing in my ears. I'm gasping for air, my chest rising and falling. I cling to Bullet and wait for the wave to slowly recede. Eventually, my breathing starts to slow, my heart still slamming in my chest. My arms and legs feel like rubber. My whole body feels weak as a kitten. "That was 3. Bullet rumbles, laughter in his voice. He pulls his head back to look at me, eyes twinkling. "I know you said this was a one-time thing, babe, but I gotta tell ya, I think your body has other ideas."
8. Bullet. I knew, or at least I was pretty sure, that fucking Six would be good. I've waited long enough for it that my dick has been primed for her pussy for weeks. But Jesus fucking Christ, if what just happened hasn't thrown me for a fucking loop. The second I touched her, the second my mouth closed on hers, it was like a fucking inferno consumed us both. Until tonight, I could never quite figure out why I was working so hard to get Six to give me a chance. I've never been one to chase pussy, since pussy tends to chase me. There was just something about her I couldn't quite put my finger on. I found myself going back to Rebel Inc. just to see her, to hear her voice, to watch the little flush in her cheeks when I flirted with her. It was almost like my cock was leading me there, like a missile locked on its target. Turns out my cock must have known something I didn't, because even as I lie here with Six, still trying to catch my breath after an orgasm that almost blew my fucking head off, I know it's not just my dick that wants her. There was something in the way she looked at me as I moved inside her, something raw and bare and true that reached deep inside me. I don't know how the hell to describe it. It's never happened to me before, and I have no fucking idea where it came from. I want to know more about her. Not just her name. I want to know her. I want to get inside that pretty little head of hers. I want her to trust me with her secrets as much as she trusted me with her body just now. It's a thought that should scare the shit out of me. But for some reason, it doesn't. I'm almost positive Six is going to kick me out of her bed and her apartment after sex, but she surprises me by falling fast asleep while I'm still holding her in my arms. And even though I've made it a rule never to stay overnight with women I fuck, I'll be damned if this one doesn't feel too good to let go. I roll her over gently onto her pillow and reach down off the bed to grab the covers that got pushed off onto the floor while I was fucking her. She doesn't even stir as I pull them over us. As I lift up the sheets over her shoulder, her blonde hair falls to one side, revealing a small tattoo on the back of her neck. It's usually hidden, because Six wears her hair down most of the time, but I noticed the outline of it earlier. I push a lock back further and lean forward to examine the ink. It's a rose, small and delicately drawn. The petals are slightly open, but the thorns on the stem below are long and sharp. I blow out a soft breath through my nose as I stare at it. That's Six, all right. Beautiful and tough, and trying her best to hide her light from the world. I wonder if there was a reason she got this tattoo. Some particular event that made her want to mark the memory of it on her skin forever. I wonder if there's a chance in hell I'll ever find out. I lie back against the unoccupied pillow, my arm brushing against hers. Instinctively she curls toward me, her body pulled by my warmth. I gather her into my arms again, something catching in my throat as I do. I know there's no way she would have done this if she was awake. Her body trusts me, even if she doesn't. I wouldn't admit this to Six, or to anyone for that matter, but I've been wanting to hold her like this for a while. I was lying to her when she made me promise I knew this was just a one-time thing. I've been hoping that once I got inside the fortress, I could stick around a while, try to knock down a few more walls. And judging from the way she's holding on to me now in her sleep, maybe I've got a prayer of doing just that. I don't usually sleep very well, for the most part. Too many sins in my past, I guess. But that night I sleep the sleep of the dead. My body is exhausted and satisfied after fucking Six like our lives depended on it. The next morning I wake up before she does. We've both moved around during the night, but she's still curled up in a little ball beside me like a cat. My first instinct is to sneak out and give her her space, but something stops me. Instead, I slide out of her bed, making sure not to wake her, and grab my jeans. Then I go into the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. When I open the fridge, I almost bust out laughing. This girl's got even less food on hand than I do. There's almost nothing I can see in here that's edible and not expired, unless you think a breakfast of dill pickles with mustard on them sounds appetizing. I close the refrigerator door, shaking my head, and start rummaging around in the cupboards. It's pretty fucking sparse in there, too, but eventually I find a few things I can throw together and pretend it's a meal. Thank Christ she has a coffee maker and a bag of coffee. Otherwise I might have ditched her then and there and gone out for bacon and eggs. 10 minutes later, I'm back in Six's room, a plate in one hand and a mug in the other. Hey, mystery girl, I call out softly. Breakfast. Six stirs in the bed, then hurriedly props herself upright on one elbow. Her other hand goes self-consciously to the covers as she pulls them up over her breasts.
Morning,
she murmurs, peering at me through the curtain of her hair. Her face registers confusion, a little shock, and more than a hint of shyness. Your kitchen is a fucking embarrassment, I say good-naturedly. I figured you'd want coffee, since it's one of the few things you have on hand. I hand the mug to her, which she takes, and set the plate on the bed. Six immediately draws the cup to her nose, breathing in the aroma, then looks down at the plate and does a double take.
What the hell?
She gives me an odd look.
What is that?
Half of a strawberry Pop-Tart and some kippers on saltine crackers, I tell her. Hey, don't blame me. It's from your cupboard. You better hope the zombie apocalypse doesn't come anytime soon. You don't have enough food in this place to last you a day. I go back out to the kitchen and get my own mug of coffee and my plate of disgusting breakfast. I come back to Six and sit down on the bed next to her, noticing she's taken a nibble of the Pop-Tart. Who does your grocery shopping for you anyway? I haven't seen kippers since my granddad was alive. She takes a sip of the coffee, grimacing a little.
Damn, that's hot. My dad used to like them.
She shrugs.
I guess I must have gotten a craving for them at some point and bought a couple tins. I didn't even realize I had them.
You mean these have been in there for so long you've forgotten them? I ask, raising one of the crackers up to look at it. Am I going to get food poisoning from this shit? She snorts.
Are you kidding? I think kippers are indestructible. That is quality zombie apocalypse food right there. Preppers probably stock these in their bomb shelters.
So your dad likes these things, huh? I put one of the crackers in my mouth and chew. It's not that bad if you like fish. You live around here?
He doesn't live around anywhere,
she replies flatly.
He's been dead since I was 14. Drove his car off the highway into a ditch when he was drunk out of his mind. No seatbelt.
Oh, fuck. I chew some more and swallow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too. But not much I can do about it, right?
It's clear from Six's sour expression that she doesn't really want to talk about this, but I decide to push a little more. What about your mom? She rolls her eyes and takes a bite of Pop-Tart.
Who knows? She's a drunk. Rarely has a stable address.
For a second, Six is silent, and then laughs wryly.
I guess maybe I'm more like her than I thought, in that way. At any rate, I don't know where she is. She surfaces every once in a while and calls me. Half the time she's calling to tell me she misses me and wants to see me, but it hardly ever happens. Last time I talked to her was about 10 months ago.
Shit, Six. That's fucked up.
Well,
she retorts, a new bite in her voice.
That's my life, such as it is.
Her whole face grows dark as I can see her almost physically drawing into herself. Shit. I decide to give her a little of my story, hoping to make amends. I didn't have a dad at all growing up, I tell her. He's out there somewhere, I guess, but I never knew him. I eat another kipper. These aren't half bad. My mom was a drinker, too, at first, and eventually a junkie and a thief for her low-life boyfriend. Six turns to look at me, her eyes wide and interested.
Really?
Yeah. I've been in the MC lifestyle since I was about 16 or 17. Gave me some place to be that wasn't home, since Mom and Ellis didn't want me there anyway. Christ knows I didn't want to be there either.
Can I ask how you got that bullet in you?
Six murmurs quietly, her eyes cutting to my torso. She's forgotten my questions about her family by now, and I think that's fine. Her guard is sliding back down, which is what I want. Officially, I smirk. Involuntary manslaughter. I expect her to freak out, even move away from me. Instead, she swallows, her face paling a shade.
You mean you've been in prison?
2 years in county. I nod toward my torso and the tattoo that she marked into my skin. I'm not eager to go back, but I don't regret what I did. The man I killed deserved it, and more. Six is silent, contemplating my words.
How do you decide when someone deserves to die?
In this case, I hear my voice turning hard. When you walk in on him taking his pleasure with an underage girl who is drugged out of her mind.
Jesus,
she breathes.
Did you know her?
No. The girl's face is etched into my memory, though. Especially her eyes. They were so fucking blue. A little like Six's, actually. Huge in her face, and so scared. Terrified, actually. But so fucking far away. Like the drugs had locked her away, a prisoner in her own body. She was helpless to fight against them, and against the man using her for his own sick pleasures. She couldn't have been more than 16, I thought at the time, and I was right. It turned out she was barely 14, not even a sophomore in high school yet. She barely even reacted when the gun went off. Her half-vacant eyes just stared at me as she slid her body away on the stained sheets toward the wall. It was like she was a tortured animal, trapped in a cage. I had come to the trap house to find Ellis. I had tracked his ass there on a tip I bribed out of a guy Ellis knew, a piece of filth just like him. I broke into the place, my Glock 27 raised and at the ready. But he wasn't there. The asshole raping that little girl was, though. I shot the motherfucker through the back of the skull. Then I called Tank and told him to bring a cage to the address so I could get the girl out of there and transport her to the nearest hospital. I picked her up off the bed, but she started to fight me, weakly, not registering I wasn't there to hurt her. While I was struggling with her, carrying her down the hall, a sudden commotion from the back of the house told me we weren't alone. I ran outside, kicking out the screen door as I went, and had just cleared the porch when a gunshot rang out and clipped me in the side. I stumbled and fell, the girl still in my arms, just as 3 sets of red and blue rollers came screaming around the corner. The cops hauled me in, of course. At first, they thought I was one of the guys involved with kidnapping the girl. Thank fuck, when she sobered up, she remembered enough of what happened to tell them I had been the one to save her. The bullet in my side, plus the bullet in the rapist's head that matched my Glock, convinced them it was the truth. I suspect I got charged with manslaughter instead of homicide because the parents of the girl turned out to be prominent citizens in the community. They were more than thrilled to have their little girl back. Damaged, but still physically whole. I spent 2 years in prison. 2 years waiting for another chance to find and kill my former stepfather. In the meantime, Ellis must have heard what happened, figured I was coming for him, and bugged out. I don't tell Six any of this. It ain't the time or the place.
Can I ask you another question?
Six murmurs, breaking into my thoughts. You can ask, I reply, tensing.
What's it like being in the Lords of Carnage?
I relax a bit, relieved. It's a brotherhood, I say simply. My brothers have my back, and I have theirs. We look out for each other. I pause. The Lords are family. More of a family than I ever had growing up. Six is silent for a moment, considering.
It's dangerous, isn't it? Being in an MC?
A nod. Life is dangerous, though. Question is, when you're putting your life on the line, whether the danger is worth it. I hear her blow out a soft breath.
Good point.
Six asks me some more questions about MC life and the Lords of Carnage. I answer what I can and tell her when I can't. I realize she's starting to warm up to me again, since she doesn't have to talk about herself. What are you hiding, mystery girl? When I've finished my food, I stand up from the bed and nod towards Six's mug. You want to warm up on that? I ask.
I'm good, thanks.
She hands me her empty plate and watches me in silence as I go back out to the kitchen. A few seconds later, I come back with a fresh cup for myself.
You know,
she smiles shyly as I sit down on the bed again.
No one's ever made me breakfast in bed before.
I'm not sure you can call what we're eating breakfast, I chuckle. She laughs.
Well, anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. So, I smirk. You gonna tell me anything more about you? She smirks back.
Nope.
Well then, I guess we're gonna have to think about some other way to spend the morning. I let my eyes slip down over her body. The blanket has fallen down to her waist, revealing her full, luscious tits. Something that doesn't involve talking. You got any ideas? Six purses her lips.
I have kipper breath.
I take her mug and set both of them on her nightstand, then stand and undo the button and fly on my jeans. That makes 2 of us, I say with a grin as I slide across the bed to her. It's like it was meant to be.
9. 6. Bullet leaves my place after telling me he still owes me 1 more orgasm. I laugh but don't answer him, because my mind is a freaking mess after last night and this morning. I know it was dumb of me to agree to go out with Bullet in the first place, and I sure as hell never should have taken him home with me. I should have known my loneliness plus my dangerous attraction to him were a terrible combination. I never should have put myself in a position of having to try to resist him. Because resisting Bullet is something I am apparently not very well equipped to do. The one thing I can be thankful for is that he doesn't take my number or try to make plans with me as he leaves my apartment. After he closes the door behind him, I exhale, feeling empty but relieved. It's as clean a break as I could have hoped for. Except for his orgasm IOU, which I tell myself is probably just a joke. One and done. A hot-as-hell experience. The best sex of my life. But that's it. And it's much better this way. I turn and take a long look around my living room. Just like I've done so many times before. In other apartments, in other towns. I reflexively start a weird game I play with myself. I calculate how long it would take me to pack things up if I had to leave at a moment's notice. What I would take with me, and what I would leave behind. Padding back into the bedroom, I grab our empty coffee mugs from my nightstand, then head into the kitchen. The coffee maker is still on, so I pour myself another half cup and go sit down on the couch. I take a sip and grimace. It's been sitting on the burner too long by now and tastes bitter and a little burnt. I set the cup down in disgust and scan the room again, my mind going into automatic list mode. The couch and chair, I'd leave. Most of the furniture, in fact, since I got most of it at thrift stores or freebies people left in front of their houses. I'd hate to leave that rug, though. I love that thing. I can probably tie it to the top of my car if I have to. Shaking my head, I heave a deep, frustrated sigh. Am I truly thinking about leaving? I know I've been in Tanner Springs too long. I can't risk getting comfortable. But the truth is, I really kind of like it here. Plus, I'm still in training to be a tattoo artist at Rebel Ink. It would be stupid to leave before that's over. I'd feel bad for Chance, who I'm sure expects me to stay once I'm ready to do ink without supervision. And I want to. I do. I like working for Chance a lot. He's tough, but cool, and he tells it like it is. I always know where I stand with him. And the other people at the shop are great, too. Hannah counts as one of the closest friends I've ever had. She is the only person in Tanner Springs who knows my real story. One of the only people anywhere, actually. She's kept the secret that I blurted out to her one drunken night, and I've never worried she'd blab it to anyone as long as I didn't want her to. I know that if I left, Hannah would explain it all to Chance. She'd understand why I took off without me even having to explain it to her. She'd make Chance understand, too. And hopefully, in the end, he wouldn't be too mad at me for it all. But God, I'm getting so tired of running. So tired of never putting down any roots. So sick to death of knowing that every time I set foot in a new place, it's only a matter of time before I'll be off again to somewhere else, having to start all over again. Suck it up, Stacia. You don't have a choice. You fucked up last night with Bullet, and now you're gonna have to deal with the consequences. A wave of sadness washes over me. Wearily, I lean back against the couch cushions, drawing up my knees and folding my arms protectively around them. I can't help but picture Bullet's face, his dark eyes, the sexy smirk emerging through his short-cropped beard. That beard, which was softly scratching my thighs last night as he teased and tormented me to orgasm. Shivering, I pull my knees closer. Would it be so bad if I just stayed a few more weeks? Maybe just until Chance thinks I'm finished with my apprenticeship? And while I'm here, would it be a crime if I see Bullet a few more times before I move on? You know better, Stace. Don't go getting soft just because of a guy. That's the kind of thinking that will get you hurt, or worse. I know it's true. It's been a long time since I've allowed emotions to have any part in the decisions I make. I decide to play it by ear and stay just a little longer, just to see what happens. I tell myself I'll be watchful and take off at the first sign of trouble. I can do that, I'm sure of it. I don't see or hear from Bullet that day, or the next, or the next. By the fourth day, the soreness between my legs is gone, and the memory of his touch against my skin is starting to fade. It's almost like I dreamed our encounter. I try to feel relieved that he seems to have forgotten about me, but the truth is, I'm a little sad, too. One early afternoon, I'm sitting around binge rewatching Black Mirror and waiting for it to be time for me to go in for my shift at Rebel Inc. I woke up in a terrible mood, and I'm pissed at myself that I didn't go for a run or something this morning to get myself out of the house and get my mind off things. Just as I'm trying to decide whether to watch one more episode or go take a shower, my cell phone rings. I leap up from the couch and run to grab it from the kitchen table, hoping in spite of myself that it's Bullet calling me. But it's not him. It's a number I haven't plugged into my contacts on purpose, but I still recognize it. My muscles tensing, I press the button to accept the call. "Mom," I say, my voice dull and expressionless. There's a sort of muffled scraping sound, like the phone's being dragged across a carpet. I call her name through the phone again, louder this time. More muffled noise, then the murmur of voices far off, but I can't tell what they're saying. God damn it. "Mom!" I yell as loud as I can, a sudden wave of rage flooding my veins. Furious, I'm about to hang up when a breathless, barely conscious voice replies on the other end. "Stacia?" she slurs. "Mom, what is it?" I bark impatiently. She's drunk. Of course she is. So drunk I'm surprised she could even figure out how to call me. There's nothing good that can come out of this conversation, I know from bitter experience. But now that I was dumb enough to answer it, I just have to get through it and get it over with. "Hi, honey," she mumbles, her voice morphing into a fake sing-song. "I haven't talked to you in so long." "Mom, what do you want?" I repeat, pushing down my disgust. "Honey, I need a little help." Oh, God, of course you do, and I know exactly what kind. "I need some money, honey. I gotta pay rent. Landlord's gonna kick me out if I can't pay him." "Mom, where are you?" I demand. "You don't gotta come here, honey," she wheedles. "I just need you to send me some money, okay?" "I'm not going to send you money, Mom." I brace for what I know is coming next. "Please, honey, you have to help me. How are you not gonna help your own mother?" she cries out, her voice moving from coaxing to shrill. "I'll help you, Mom." I suck in a deep breath and pinch the bridge of my nose, squeezing my eyes shut. "But I'm not sending you cash. If you can give me your landlord's phone number, I'll call him and figure out how to pay your rent for this month to him directly." "You don't have to do that. Just pay me," she insists. "No." My tone is clipped, final. I already know how she'll use any money I give her, no matter what she tells me. She'll sleep on the street before she goes without booze. "I will not give you money, period." "Ugh," she half shouts in anger. "Fuck this! You—" She starts to yell, words tumbling from her mouth incoherently. A second later, the phone goes dead. Staring at the blank screen, I wonder for the 1,000th time how I ended up with a mother who only cares about me as someone to tap for booze money. I haven't been in regular contact with Mom since I left the house at 17. Ironically, until my dad died, she was the parent who was more in control of her alcohol habit. She drank, yes, a lot even, but she managed to keep it together and hold down a job. Maybe she was hanging on to that last bit of responsibility because she knew Dad didn't have any. But after he was gone, it was like she started drinking in overdrive to make up for lost time. I have no idea where she is now. I guess I should be grateful when she calls to ask for money, so I at least know she's still alive. Feeling suddenly cold and even more alone than I usually do, I set down the phone on the couch next to me and hug my arms to my chest. I find my thoughts wandering again to Bullet, as they have so often the past few days. I wish he was here. I don't usually like to talk about my past, but he knows about my mom now, at least the bare bones of the story. If he was here with me now, I'd probably tell him about the phone call, and about how, even though I don't want to admit it to myself, I feel guilty for telling my mom no. Bullet told me his mom was a drinker too, and a junkie. I realize he never said whether she's still alive. I wonder whether he has a relationship with her at all. I feel bad that I didn't even think to ask. I stare off into space for God knows how long, lost in sad and bitter thoughts. By the time I snap out of it, it's too late for me to grab a shower before I need to leave for work. I haul myself up off the couch, feeling sluggish and depressed. For once, I'm not at all in the mood to go to Loveling. Making friendly small talk with customers is pretty damn low on the list of things I want to do today. At least Hannah is on during part of my shift, which makes me feel a little better. Maybe I'll tell her about my mom's phone call, if we get a minute to chat. She's always been an amazing listener. For once, it feels like opening up to someone might do me some good. Outside my apartment, I walk toward my car in the lot, pressing the remote unlock button on my fob as I go. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I register vaguely that I don't hear the normal click my car makes as the doors unlock. At the car, I slide into the driver's side, tossing my bag on the passenger seat beside me, and pull the door closed. I'm reaching for the ignition, key in hand, when I see something that makes me do a double take. The glove box. It's open. A sensation like static rushes all over the skin on my body, as though all the little hairs are standing on end. My chest grows tight with a sudden rush of adrenaline, my breathing suddenly labored like I can't pull in enough air. Shit. My eyes dart around the parking lot as I shift wildly in my seat. I slam my hand down on the door lock button, then let out a panicked squeal and swivel to look in the back seat, banging my knee against the center console in the process. No one's there. It's okay. I'm in the car alone. Shit. Calm down, Stace. Calm. Breathe. I can't bring myself to close my eyes, but I turn back to the front and focus on a point on the dashboard. I force myself to sit still and suck a deep, shuddering breath in. I hold it for a second, then let it out slowly. I do this a few more times as I repeat in my head that I'm in no immediate danger. A few more breaths, and the panic starts to subside. With a shaking hand, I reach over and rummage through the open compartment. Insurance card, tire gauge, car cleaning wipes, a box of feminine products. It doesn't look like anything's been taken, just rifled through. Your insurance card has your real name on it. Panic starts to well up in me again, but I push it back down and try to replace my terrified thoughts with more reasonable ones. Maybe I left my car unlocked last night? I don't exactly live in the best neighborhood. It was probably just some kid wandering around, trying doors for an easy steal. A crime of opportunity, they call it. Yeah, that's probably all it is. I force a shaky laugh at the thought of some young delinquent boy pulling out my box of tampons. But it might not be. It might be. My heart starts to pound again, even as my mind tells me I'm being ridiculous. I've learned over time not to ignore my instincts. Usually my gut and my head are in complete agreement on stuff like this. Whenever one says it's time to go, the other one starts making exit plans. This glove box should be enough to convince me it's time to disappear once again. It's what I promised myself I'd do. But this time, I feel a war starting to wage inside me. Damn it, I've let this town get under my skin. And if I'm honest, it's not just Tanner Springs. It's a one-night stand with a bullet in his side who has probably forgotten all about me by now.
10. Bullet. The day after I spend the night at Six's place, Angel calls to tell me Oz and his man are back from their run to Indy. Oz wants you to ride down to see him at the Death Devil's clubhouse, he says. ASAP. This about what I think it is, Prez? I ask. I'm sure it is. Oz said he's got intel for you. Wants to give it to you in person. You good with me leaving for a day or two? Yeah, Angel grunts through the phone. I think we can manage without your pretty face for a bit. I chuckle. All righty then. I'll talk to you when I get back. The ride to the Death Devil's clubhouse should take me a little more than 2 hours. Less if I push it. I don't bother packing much. I just throw an extra shirt in my saddlebag in case I stay overnight and hit the road. On my way out of Tanner Springs, a fucked up thought hits me like a brick to the skull. My route is going to take me past the town I grew up in. A sick ball forms in my stomach at the realization. I haven't been back to that hole since the days right after my mom died. There's no reason to go anywhere near there anymore. There's nothing there for me now. Nothing but bad memories and regrets that threaten to well up and choke me until I can no longer breathe. I'm not sure what the fuck possesses me to do it. Maybe because what I'm on my way to the Death Devils to find out. But whatever it is, half an hour later I find myself pulling off the main highway to follow a familiar pitted blacktop road toward a destination I hate, but can't make myself avoid. The town I grew up in, Soldier, is a fucking shithole. There's no nicer way to put it, and no reason to try. These days it's got a population of probably 200, if even that, down from more than 3 times that size at its peak. There's no reason the town should ever recover its old glory days. The auto factory that used to supply it and the neighboring towns with most of their jobs closed up shop years ago. After that, most anyone who could leave the area did. Those who are still around live a shadow of a life, a place that's somehow even sadder than a ghost town for the walking dead who still live there. As I drive into Soldier, the familiar crumbling facade of the abandoned school on the edge of town greets me. It was probably a cool old building back in the day. I'd guess it was built around the 1940s or something, but I don't know shit about architecture. The school's been closed for as long as I can remember. The few children who still live here are bussed over to the consolidated K-12 school down the road. That's where I went to. My mom moved us here when her own dad died, leaving her the house she grew up in. It was a piece of shit like the rest of the town, but the upside was that you could live here on practically nothing, which was exactly what we had. The main street leading into Soldier is lined with mostly shuttered businesses these days. There's still a bar, a craft shop that says it's open but never is, and a post office the size of a closet. There's not much hope here in Soldier. It's been all but forgotten by the rest of the world. The people here don't have much to live for, as far as I can tell. They spend their time looking for ways to escape mentally what they haven't been able to escape physically. That's how the bar still manages to stay open, when most everything else is closed. Soldier was the perfect place for a predator like Ellis Strickland to settle in and take advantage of the desperation. When Ellis first moved in with my mom, he seemed like an okay guy. He worked at the auto plant, like pretty much everyone else around there. He didn't hassle me too much, and he'd give me money sometimes to go buy gas for our rusted-out Dodge so I could get out of Soldier and go raise hell in one of the neighboring towns for a few hours. Ellis was pretty good about looking the other way when a beer or two disappeared from the fridge, too, even though I was way underage. When Ellis started bringing around some of the lowlifes he was hanging out with, my mom looked the other way. He kept the lights on, after all. And he kept her in booze, which gave her an incentive not to make too many waves. Eventually, though, Ellis started dealing drugs out of the house. It made a shit ton of sense in a way. Soldier was so small it didn't have a local police force, and the sheriff's office didn't much bother with it either. No better place to keep illicit activities out of sight than a town no one cared about. Around the time I turned 17, shit at home had started going downhill fast. Ellis had changed from the laid-back dude he was back in the early days. Even though he was living rent-free in my mom's house, he started bitching that all she was good for was spending his money. And I was a worthless piece of shit who didn't do anything but take up space and eat up all his food. I had started hanging around the Lords of Carnage MC by this time, with my buddy Lugnut. I liked being away from home, and I liked the brotherhood and loyalty of the Lords. The life they chose wasn't always an easy path, but it had a code of honor that appealed to me. I tried to talk my mom into kicking Ellis out of the house, but by this time she was using as well as drinking. Her drug of choice? Methamphetamine. Ellis being her supplier, she knew she wouldn't be able to get it for free anywhere else. She didn't have a job anymore, since the grain supply store where she had been working part-time had closed earlier in the year. She took Ellis's side, of course, and told me to get my nose out of her fucking business. So I did. One day I finally had enough of trying to save her from herself and moved out. From just dealing, Ellis eventually turned to cooking. He set up a meth lab in the basement. My mom didn't stop him. On the contrary, he taught her how to cook too. By that time, she probably thought it was a great idea. It was a way to have her own steady supply and not have to worry about running out. I hadn't been back to the house in over a year at that point. It had stopped being home for me a long time ago. So I didn't know about any of this shit until after it was all over. The lab blew up one day when Mom was home alone. The initial explosion was so big it blew out all the windows on the first floor. Sparks from the fire caught the vacant house next door as well. There's no fire department in Soldier. By the time trucks arrived from a neighboring town, it was way too late to do anything but just let the house burn, try to stop the blaze next door, and make sure no other houses were affected. They found my mother's charred remains in the basement afterwards. They speculated she was down there trying to cook herself a dose when the lab blew. The cops didn't do much to try to figure out what happened. Why would they? She was just a random small-town junkie to them. They're a dime a dozen in these parts. They probably figured society was better off without her. But I understood what had happened, and I knew who was responsible. I swore from the moment I showed up to identify her remains that I would make Ellis pay for her life with his own. My mind is swirling with these bitter memories as I turn my Harley onto my old street. At the corner, an ancient-looking man I don't recognize stops to look toward the rumble of my engine, then slow motion hurries toward his house and ducks inside. Half a block in, I roll to a stop in front of the burned-out remains of the house I grew up in. It hasn't been bulldozed. No one ever bought the land. It just sits there, a mass of decaying, rotting wood and debris. Next door to it, the partially burnt house still stands vacant, its front door hanging wide open on its hinges. I don't get off the bike. I don't even bother to cut the engine. I just sit there for a moment or two, looking, remembering. Bile rises to my throat as I imagine my mother, screaming for help, trapped in the flames. The pain and horror of the last moments of her life. "I will fucking burn you," I whisper. Then with a squeal of my tires, I gun the throttle and leave Soldier behind. For the last time. I won't be back. "Thank you for alerting me to your stepfather's presence in our territory," Oz intones. "Somehow, he had escaped our radar until now." Oz throws a glare at one of his crew, whose jaw tenses. I'm pretty sure the guy is the Death Devil's version of Tweak, and that Oz isn't happy with him about this lapse. "So, what's the story?" I ask. "It's not just drugs," Oz half snarls. I'm surprised by the sudden sharpness in his normally emotionless voice. "Though he traffics in those as well. This Edge is involved in running a prostitution ring in the western suburbs of Pittsburgh. We understand his business model is to cater to a clientele with certain tastes that are not generally shared by the mainstream. Certain unpleasant kinks. And also a taste for youth. Girls. He pauses, venom dripping in his tone. And boys. My stomach twists as I remember the bullet in my side and the reason it's there. I'm not surprised, I growl. He's always been a piece of shit. Oz lifts his chin toward the man he shot the angry look at earlier. At the signal, the man clears his throat and begins to speak. There is a wrinkle, though. Edge is working for the Grim Vipers. My brow furrows. The Philly MC. Yeah, they're moving west. So far, we've avoided a turf war with them. Shit, I hiss. The Grim Vipers are big and powerful as hell. Their brutality, their vengefulness, and the heartlessness of their murders are the stuff of fucking legend. Not only that, but they've got the cops in their area on their take, too. So the Vipers pretty much do whatever the fuck they want to do, whenever they want to do it. I know without even asking Oz that the Death Devils don't have the men or the power to go up against them. There's just no way. It would mean the end of their club if the Vipers traced any attack on them or their associates back to the Devils. So you need to hang back on this, I say. Oz doesn't answer directly, but his meaning is clear. Rodrigo will communicate with your intel man. He cuts a glance at the other guy, who bows his head in assent. We will give you all the information we're able to find. Beyond that, I can't help you. The Death Devils can't go in with you to take Edge out. That will have to fall to the Lords. Recognize that we will help you as much as we can. From here. He pauses, his expression turning stony with anger. But I will be happy to have this human garbage out of our territory. Understood. I wonder if Oz is thinking about his daughter Isabel as he speaks. A couple of years ago, Oz hired my club brother, Thorne, to protect her from one of Oz's enemies. A man who had a thing for taking revenge on rivals by stealing and violating their wives and daughters. So Oz knows what it's like to have a loved one in danger, and to need help from our club to keep her safe. I figure maybe that's why he's been so willing to help me with my shit in the first place, even if he's not able to send his men into battle with me. Sensing the meeting is over, I stand and hold out my hand to the Death Devil's president. I'll fill Angel in when I get back, and have him put Tweak in touch with Rodrigo here. Oz invites me to stay at the clubhouse for the night and party with his men, but I'm not in the mood for that shit. I thank him again and take off for Tanner Springs, adrenaline buzzing through my veins and plans coming together in my head. I'm close. Finally, I'm fucking close to ending Ellis Strickland.
11:6. I'm worried when I show my face at Rebel Inc. after the glove box incident that Hannah will notice right away something's wrong with me. Fortunately, I'm in luck. The shop is super busy today. When I walk in for the start of my shift, there are already 3 groups in the front waiting area, and 2 other people there by themselves. So at least for the moment, there's not going to be a lot of time for chit-chat among the employees. Chance just got here, so his appointments are backed up, Hannah grumbles, as I hang my jacket up on the coat rack and switch off with her behind the appointment desk. God forbid one of us should be 1 minute late, but I guess it's fine for Mr. Boss Man. I have to bite my lip at her snark. I know she doesn't really mean it. Hannah has adopted this attitude toward our boss, mostly out of self-preservation. She has a major crush on Chance, which she finally confided to me one night after far too many margaritas and an earnest pinky swear that I would never tell a soul. Truth be told, I think Chance might feel the same about her. But he's got a strict no-dating coworkers rule at the shop, and he's not the kind of boss to make an exception for himself. So, instead of flirting, the 2 of them go back and forth with a practiced banter that seems to be their way of relieving the sexual tension between them. I heard that, Chance calls out, emerging from the hallway. And for your information, I left a message on the shop's voicemail that I might be late. Delilah's mom came down with the flu, so I'm taking her this week until she's better. I had to drive her to pre-K, and drop-off is always a freaking traffic jam. Hannah looks chastened. Okay, fine. She reaches up and pulls her riot of flame-red hair into a messy topknot. But you could have texted me. I could have, but I assumed you'd check the damn voicemail. Chance shoots back, giving her a pointed scowl. You know, like the receptionist who opens is supposed to do? Receptionist? You mean the tattoo artist who is filling in at the front desk? She lobs at him. What's wrong with being a receptionist? Chance says, cutting his eyes at me with humor. That's kinda classist and maybe even sexist, don't you think, Hannah? Who says a receptionist has to be a woman? Okay, kids, I say, exasperated. Let's break this up. Y'all have customers waiting. Chance looks like he wants to retort, but my appeal to his professionalism wins out. Who've we got? He asks me, tossing Hannah one last glare before coming over to look at the computer screen. About half of the customers waiting in the reception area right now have appointments. The rest are walk-ins. One of the appointment groups is a mother, daughter, and aunt. They're here to get matching tattoos in honor of the aunt's daughter who died in a car crash a few months ago. They immediately gravitate toward Hannah, who takes them back into one of the larger rooms so they can all do them together and give each other moral support. Chance takes the two guys who seem like they're here on a mutual dare. Finally, Des comes out and greets an older man who's on his third session for a large back tattoo. Once the three of them have taken their clients back, I set up the third group and the lone woman with albums of art to browse while they're waiting. There's a mountain of paperwork behind the desk that hasn't been gotten to yet, so I start in on that next, more than grateful for the distraction. The time passes quickly. The woman who's here by herself eventually seems to chicken out. She stands and mumbles that she'll come back another time. I smile encouragingly at her and let her go. It's never a good idea to get a tattoo unless you're absolutely sure you want to do it, so we're not about the hard sell at Rebel Inc. The last group, 3 girls in their early 20s with pouty lips and expensive blowouts, chatter at each other loudly, laughing the whole time. After a lot of consultation with one another, they each finally pick out the tattoos they want. When Sumner comes out of the back room for their appointment, they all stop and look up at him wide-eyed. Then one by one, they each catch their breath and let out a coordinated giggle like identical triplets. Sumner is pretty damn good-looking, to be fair. Okay, which of you ladies wants to go first? He asks in his deep baritone. All 3 girls' hands fly up in unison. Sumner glances over at me, one ironic eyebrow raised, and I suppress a snort. I know he'll take all 3 of them back at once and flirt with them the whole time. From now on, every time one of these chicks tells the story of how they got their ink, the hot tattoo guy will be a major part of the story. Sumner will become the stuff of legend for this little gaggle for years to come. A few minutes after Sumner leads his blonde bevy into the hallway, Hannah emerges with the mom, daughter, and aunt. All 3 of them look happy, triumphant, and a little teary. I can tell right away that it was an emotional session. They thank Hannah over and over again and tip her lavishly before they leave. Those poor women. Hannah shakes her head as the door closes behind them. She leans against the front counter with a sigh. One strand of her hair has escaped the messy bun on top of her head, and she distractedly hooks it behind her ear. God, it always gets to me when someone comes in for ink to commemorate someone they've lost, you know? For some reason, my mind drifts to the rose tattoo on my neck. I know what you mean, I murmur softly, reaching up to touch the spot. Hannah must catch something in the tone of my voice because her eyes lock onto mine. I continue hurriedly. What art did they ask you to do? She gives me an odd look, then continues. A pink lily. Lily was the girl's name, with the dates of the girl's birth and death in a circle around it. Hannah flexes her shoulders and rolls her neck. They told me all about Lily while I worked. She was getting ready to be a freshman in college this year. That's so sad. I shake my head in sympathy. So young and so much to look forward to. Yeah. Hannah goes over to the couch in the waiting area and flops down. Oof. Thank God there are no other clients waiting. I need a break. You're not going out for a smoke? I ask. Hannah usually spends her breaks out back. Nah, I quit on Saturday. She holds up an arm and pulls back the sleeve of her shirt to reveal a nicotine patch. See? She grins. I congratulate Hannah and give her some quiet, turning back to the computer to finish keying in the last of the paperwork. A few minutes later, the sound of the front bell announces a new customer. Before I can raise my head to greet the person, Hannah does the job for me. Hey, long time no see, she calls out. Afraid Chance is busy right now. You got time to wait? Actually, I came to see someone else, Bullet answers. My stomach flips as I raise my eyes to meet his. Bullet comes up and leans across the counter, exactly where Hannah was a few minutes earlier. Hey there, he rumbles. His voice hums through me, deep and penetrating. Hey yourself, I blush back. The flood of happiness that washes through me is almost overwhelming. I try, and fail, to keep a cool, detached demeanor. You here for ink, or for something else? Yup. He grins that gorgeous, reckless grin of his, and just like that, I'm practically a puddle on the floor. You know, you don't have to get a tat to see me. My words come out high and girlish. I barely suppress a giggle. Good Lord, what's wrong with me? A giggle, for Christ's sake? What if I want both? Bullet shoots back. If you want me to do it, I think Chance is going to be occupied for a while, I start to explain, but he stops me. Chance will let you do me without him watching. He lifts his chin toward the back, then gives me a wink. Just go ask him. Tell him I'm good with it. I toss a quick glance at Hannah, who is gaping openly at us. I can take the desk, she stammers, giving me a look that clearly means, you are going to tell me all about this later. Okay. Let's go back and ask him, I reply shakily. I lead Bullet into the back to find Chance, who just shrugs and gives his okay when Bullet tells him he wants me to do the tattoo unsupervised. This time, the design he has in mind is a hellhound. He wants me to put it in the space just below the bullet. As nervous as I was last time, this time it's almost worse. Because this time, the heat of his skin reminds me of what it was like to be in bed with him. I can't help but remember how I shuddered against his tongue, and then against his cock as he made me come. How good it felt when he lost control inside me. How whole I felt. How complete. I never told Bullet this, but I woke up once that night, and he was holding me in his arms. I wanted to pull away, but I couldn't make myself do it. I can't remember ever feeling safer than I did right then. My body still aches with the memory of how warm he was, how solid and real. I slept better that night with him than I have in years. It was like every cell in my body knew I was protected, that nothing and no one could hurt me as long as he was there. It's hard to concentrate on my work, even though Bullet hardly talks the whole time. My skin feels electric, the low buzz of the ink gun almost like it's coming from inside me. In fact, I'm so nervous that I make my first mistake ever on a customer. I give one of the hellhound's eyes a heart-shaped pupil. Shit, I hiss. Bullet looks down and frowns. What's up? Well, I made one of your hound's eyes heart-shaped. I can fix it, I add hastily. It's small. I just have to... Leave it, he interrupts me. But, I stammer. I mean it. Bullet chuckles. I can't see it, but I'll know it's there. I kind of like the idea. Are you sure? I stare at him in disbelief. Yup. His eyes twinkle. I won't even tell Chance you fucked up. On one condition. What's that? I'm trying to sound casual, but inside my heart starts to pound. You let me take you out tonight. I wish I could say I consider turning him down for even a split second. Really? Bribery, Bullet? He shrugs. Call it what you will. I heave an exaggerated sigh. Well, I quip, keeping my voice light, if that's the only way I can get you not to rat me out to my boss, then I suppose so. Bullet waits patiently while I concentrate on finishing up his tattoo without screwing up again. When I'm done, I recite the spiel about aftercare that Chance makes us say to everyone, regardless of how much ink they already have or how many times they've been to our shop. When I walk back out to the front with him, Hannah is still sitting at the front desk. He pays her and then turns and gives me a wink. Tonight, then. What time do you get off work? 7, I murmur self-consciously, not daring to look at Hannah. I'll pick you up at your place at 8. Bullet doesn't wait for an answer. He just pivots and strides out the door. I may or may not stare at his tight ass in his jeans the whole time. What in the hell was that? Hannah demands the second the door latches behind him. Jumping Jesus Christ, Six! Why didn't you tell me you had a thing going on with one of the lords? Well, I stammer. I don't. I didn't. I shake my head and try again. What I mean is, I don't exactly have a thing going on. It's just, he's been flirting with me for a while. And yeah, a few nights ago I let him take me out. But I don't think it, means anything. I shrug helplessly. Until just now, I figured he'd forgotten all about me, to be honest. And now? Hannah skewers me with her eyes. That didn't exactly look like forgetting. Now, I trail off, my eyes moving to the front door. Well, maybe we have a little bit of a thing going on. Hot damn, girl. She lets out a low whistle. Way to go. And here I thought you had put on your chastity belt and thrown away the key. So did I admit. To be honest, I'm a little freaked out. I keep wondering whether I'm making a big mistake. Well, if you are making a mistake, you're sure as hell making it with the right person. Those Lord's men are hot, every damn one of them. Hannah sighs. I just don't know how there can be that much sexy packed into one club. And Bullet's one of the hottest ones among them, which is saying something. Hannah seems so happy for me that it stops me from saying what's on the tip of my tongue to confide to her. That I'm starting to think I'm losing my footing a little bit where Bullet is concerned. It's like I thought I was wading safely in the shallows, and now all of a sudden the water is up over my head and I can't touch bottom anymore. It's only now, when I'm so happy he's come to ask me out again, I feel like I'm going to burst, that I see how much I've been trying to push down my feelings for him. This whole time I've been telling myself he's just a fun fling before I leave town. Sure, I've had a thing for him ever since we met, but I thought it was just because he was sex on 2 wheels. Now I'm starting to think it's more than that. This whatever it is with Bullet is definitely a mistake. The more time I spend with him, the worse I feel about having to eventually leave town. He's like a magnet that's gotten too close to my compass. I feel all discombobulated around him, like I can't figure out what direction my head is going. I'm so lost in my own thoughts that I completely forget about my car being broken into until I get off work and see the still open glove box when I slide into the driver's side. By then, it's easier to tell myself I was just overreacting earlier, because I have more important things on my mind now, like what I'm going to wear for my second date with Bullet.
12. Bullet. Well, fuck. Looks like my date with Six is gonna have to wait for a bit. I'm on my way to pick her up a little before 8 p.m. when my cell phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull over to the side of the road and fish it out to see that Beast, the VP of our club, is calling me. Yeah, I bark into the mouthpiece. What the fuck? This better be important. Hey, brother. I need you to come back to the clubhouse. We got a situation with a shipment we're driving down to Ironwood. Stryker was coming with us on the run, but he's stuck up north and won't be back in time. Angel needs you to fill in for him. What now? I frown. Can't it wait until morning? Nah, it's got to be there tomorrow in the morning. They should have left by now, but they were waiting for Strike. They're going to leave as soon as you show up. How quick can you be here? It's on the tip of my tongue to ask Beast whether someone else can do it. But that ain't the way I operate. Club business comes first. It always has. That's part of the oath I took when I patched into the Lords of Carnage. Just because it's inconvenient right now don't mean shit. Yeah, tell Angel I'm on my way. Just gotta make a quick phone call. Half an hour max. Sounds good, brother. Will do. Beast hangs up. I go to the home screen and start to flip to my contacts, then spit out a curse as I realize I don't have Six's number. Well, I'm almost to her house anyway. I'll just run over and tell her in person. That way, at least I get to see her for a bit. When I roll up to Six's apartment building, she doesn't make me wait. She comes out the front door right away to meet me before I'm even off the bike. She's dressed simply, in a tight black pair of jeans that look painted on and a red tank top that matches her cherry lips. She's wearing her oversized leather jacket against the chill of the evening air. That jacket shouldn't look so sexy on her, but I don't know. Somehow it works. I groan as my cock stirs in my pants. Jesus, she looks good. If I had time, I'd take her inside right now. Show her just how good. Six sachets up to my bike, a happy, expectant look spreading across her beautiful face. My chest gets tight when I see in her eyes how much she's looking forward to this date. Shit, I was too. I hate like hell to have to leave her like this. So does my cock. Hey, babe, I murmur before she can say anything. I note with satisfaction that her face flushes at the pet name. Look, I hate to do this to you, but something just came up. I got some club shit to attend to that can't wait. Six's eyes grow sad, but to her credit, she doesn't pout about it or make a fuss.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, it is. I frown. Believe me, I wish I didn't have to. But it ain't my choice. Club business. Six pauses for a moment at my words, then nods.
Okay, well.
But I've grabbed her by the hand and pulled her toward the bike. Standing, I thread my fingers through her hair and tilt her head up to mine. I give her a long, deep kiss that leaves her breathless and panting. By the time I pull away, she's bright red. She gives me a dazed half-smile. Rain check? I rumble hoarsely. She nods again. Okay. Look, I need your number. I ain't gonna be back in town tonight, but I'll call you when I can and let you know what's up. Six pulls her phone out of a small bag looped around her shoulders. We exchange numbers. When we've finished, she looks at me through dark lashes.
I'll miss you, she murmurs. Be careful. I do expect a rain check on this date.
I'm always careful, babe. Don't you worry. I'll be back before you know it, and I'll make it up to you. I fire up the engine and give her a one-finger wave, taking one last, long look at the fiery, beautiful mystery standing there. Knowing she'll be waiting for me to come back to her should feel like a burden. Instead, it feels like a goddamn present. And life is definitely not in the fucking habit of giving me presents. It's a new sensation for sure. And I'm pretty sure I like it. I nod toward her front door and raise my eyebrows, signaling that I'm going to wait until she goes back inside before I leave. She gives me a soft, doe-eyed smile and turns back toward the apartment. I watch her ass until she's all the way inside. Jesus fuck, I wish like hell I was going in there with her. Then, cursing under my breath, I put the bike in gear and head for the clubhouse. The club's a little late heading out, on account of the last-minute change in plans. It's already dark by the time we get to Ironwood, the newer, southern chapter of our club. We're there to help pick up a shipment of guns from a cartel that has a base in Atlanta. The cartel runs them up to us through Nashville and Lexington. Normally, the Ironwood chapter could handle this run by themselves, but this time their prez, Axel, sent half of them on another run out to the east to deal with another problem. So Angel said we'd go down and give them a hand, since the guns are coming up to us anyway. Once they're in our possession, we'll drive them further north up into Milwaukee to sell them to one of our contacts up there. When we get to Ironwood, there's a party already in full swing at their clubhouse. The fact that they've got a run tomorrow doesn't seem to be slowing the party down at all. Liquor is flowing like water. Club girls run around on stiletto heels with skirts so short you can see daylight between their thighs. Axel, the Ironwood prez, emerges out of the crowd of men in leather cuts and comes out to greet us. "Angel, brother," he yells with a wolfish grin. "What the fuck took you so long?" "There any booze left for us?" Angel cracks back. The two presidents approach each other and clap one another on the back. "Shit, yeah," Axel laughs, looking around at the rest of us. "But you better get moving. My men have been going at it for a while. You snooze, you lose."
"Hey, stranger," coos a soft, feminine voice beside me. I turn to see one of the club girls, a hot-as-sin redhead I remember spending some quality time with last time I was here. "Hey there, darling," I smirk as she drapes herself across me, casting about in my head for her name.
"It's Ginger,"
she pouts, reading my thoughts.
"Looks like you're already jumping right in, brother," Tank grins. "I'll leave you to it." He, Stryker, Hale, and the others head off to join the crowd. Angel and Beast go with Axel, no doubt to talk business before they start to party in earnest.
"It's been too long, baby,"
Ginger whispers breathily in my ear as she clings to me.
"I missed you. Nobody fucks like you. You know that? Nobody."
In spite of myself, I'm irritated. My cock isn't in complete agreement with me on that. Like I said, this chick is hot as sin. But even so, I can't pretend my cock couldn't use some servicing tonight, especially because I've been fighting blue balls ever since my date with Six got blown out of the water. But Ginger just isn't doing it for me right now. I know without even trying that if I take her down the hall into one of the guest apartments, I wouldn't be able to help comparing her to the girl I just left back in Tanner Springs. Shit, if I was there right now, I'd be getting ready to give her orgasm number 6, and probably trying for 7 and 8. Nah, not today, darling. There's plenty of other men who'd play, though. Go find one of them. But Ginger ain't so easily deterred. She looks down and mistakes the swell in my jeans for enthusiasm. She licks her lips, her pout turning into a grin of triumph.
"That's right, baby,"
she coaxes, reaching down to cup my growing erection.
"See? You know you want to."
For fuck's sake. I know from experience that she'll do whatever the fuck I want her to in bed, but I just ain't in the mood for this shit. God damn it, I growl, grabbing her hand. I ain't that hard up. Go find someone else to grope. Her eyes flash.
"You didn't think you were hard up the last time we made it,"
she spits. "Any port in a storm, darling," I drawl. "But right now, there ain't no storm. Piss off." Letting out a little growl like a pissed-off alley cat, Ginger spins on her high heels and stalks away, steam practically coming out of her ears. She passes the rest of the night climbing all over my other brothers and shooting me dirty looks, trying to get me jealous. But I don't give a fuck. They can have her. Hell, most of them probably have already. Good luck to her, and to them. As for me, I head over to a group of men clustered around 2 Ironwood brothers engaged in a drunken wrestling match. It's fight night at the clubhouse, and this is as good a distraction as anything else. I spend the next few hours trading shots with the men, placing bets on who's going to win the next fight.
It's a perfectly decent way to drown my sexual frustrations, trying not to think about the hellhound tattoo with a heart-shaped pupil on my torso and the golden-haired mystery girl with flashing blue eyes who put it there. 13. Bullet. The next morning I come to on a raggedy-ass couch with springs sticking into my back. I don't remember getting here, and judging from how I feel, I've had a lot more booze than I have sleep. Around me, other lords are waking up. Some of them are in better shape than me, some worse. Jesus fuck, I complained to an Ironwood brother named Rogue. You assholes need to spend some money on some new furniture. He grunts in agreement and chuckles. That's what the booze is for, brother. You drink enough, your head hurts worse than your back in the morning. Ain't that the truth? I wince as I sit up. I don't know if there's that much whiskey in the world. The club girls who are still around are busy cleaning up and making us breakfast. Normally I'd grab myself a red beer, my hair of the dog of choice after a night of drinking. But the run this morning has me taking a more sober approach. I slowly wake up with a cup of black coffee, sitting outside as the morning warms into what promises to be a hot and sticky motherfucker of a day. My dreams are blurry, but I remember Six was in some of them. I'm trying to remember what happened when Angel comes outside and sits down beside me. We'll be heading out pretty soon, he grunts. We got a few hours drive ahead of us to get to the meetup. I grunt back. I'll be ready. You good? Angel asks. You've been uncharacteristically quiet since we got here. Of course, he chuckles. I shouldn't be looking a gift horse in the mouth. I snort. Yeah, I'm good. Just this run kinda interrupted something I was in the middle of last night. In the middle of or inside of? Angel smirks. I laugh. I'm fixing to be inside of. Angel gives a single nod. Huh. I saw you brushing off that redhead last night. I was wondering what that was about. You ain't in the habit of turning that shit down, brother. Not all tail is created equal, I guess, I mutter. Angel chuckles. Don't I know it? Well, don't let yourself get distracted today. This should be a routine run, but you never know. Don't worry, boss. I'm good. He nods. Okay, then. Standing, he claps me on the back. I'm going to head back in. Be ready to go in 30. 4 hours down and another 4 hours back. Everything goes as planned with no problems. We meet with our contacts, load up the gun shipment, and arrive back to Ironwood around early dinner time. When we get back, the lords are in the kind of good mood that comes from a successful run. I can tell there's another epic party brewing to rival last night's. But instead of looking forward to it, I'm feeling antsy. Angel is inside the clubhouse with Axel and their two VPs, Beast and Rourke, bottles of beer in hand. I go over and pull him aside. Hey, I think I'm going to head back to Tanner Springs if you don't need me anymore tonight. Angel cuts me a look. You going back to take care of unfinished business? I nod. All right, then. See you back there. Don't forget we got church tomorrow. I lift my chin at him and slip out before I can get any grief from the other brothers. An hour and a half later, I cross the city limits into Tanner Springs. It's only then that I realize Six might already have plans for tonight. Well, fuck it. She's going to change them. I pull out my phone while I'm gassing up my bike and send her a text. Back in town. You around? A few seconds later, I get a reply.
Out with Hannah at Lion's Tap. Come by. I didn't think I was going to hear from you,
Six says calmly as I slide into the booth next to her. Across the table, Hannah greets me with a nod and a sly look from underneath her shelf of fire engine red bangs. Didn't know how long I was going to be busy. I signaled to Zeb at the bar to get me a beer. Just got back into town. Haven't even stopped at home yet.
I'm flattered.
Hope I'm not crashing your party, I smirk, looking from Six to Hannah. Hannah sighs loudly and rolls her eyes.
Hardly. You're all Six has been talking about since we got here, and he... Ouch! Bitch!
She scowls at Six, who I'm guessing just kicked her under the table. Is that right? I cut my gaze to Six. Her face is flaming as she glares back at Hannah.
Oh, please. Hannah is exaggerating,
she insists.
Like hell I am.
Hannah chortles, shaking her head. She tips back her bottle of beer and drains it just as Zeb appears with mine.
You know what? I'm going to leave you two to it. I was just a placeholder until you got back anyway, Bullet.
She nods at me.
I'd tell you to keep her out of trouble, but I'm not sure you're capable of that.
She's safe with me. Hannah snorts good-naturedly.
Right. I'll see you at Rebel Inc., girl.
She tilts her head at both of us.
I'd tell you to have a good night, but I think you already got that covered.
I watch as Hannah waves goodbye to the staff and exits the bar, braided plait of scarlet hair swinging between shoulder blades. I've always liked that girl, I remark with a chuckle. She knows what's up.
She's a blabbermouth.
Six mutters into her beer. So you've been talking about me, eh? I tease. What about exactly?
None of your business.
She's clearly uncomfortable, which makes me want to push her more. Maybe you were telling her about how loud I make you scream when you come. I let my voice go low and deep, sliding closer to her so she's the only one who can hear me. Or about how wet your pussy gets when you think about me. Is that what you were talking about, mystery girl? I lean forward and slide my hand between her legs. Her thighs tense, and even with the noise of the bar, I can hear her breath hitch in her throat.
Stop it,
she pleads in a strangled tone, but her heart's not in it. Stop what, baby girl? With one finger I lightly graze the fabric of her jeans, just where it covers her clit. Six stifles a moan. You sure you really want me to stop? 'Cause, I don't know. It sure doesn't sound like you do.
Bullet,
she whispers. Her back arches, her breasts straining forward in spite of her best efforts not to show the effect I'm having on her. My cock stiffens as I realize I can feel her getting wet through her jeans. Now it's my turn to stifle a groan. You've missed me, I state. She gives me a quick nod, not daring to look me in the eyes. I graze my nail across the fabric above her clit again. She sucks in a breath, her thighs clamping around my hand. Babe, I think we need to get out of here. Finish that drink and let's go, I command. Six doesn't argue with me at all, just raises her beer to her lips with an unsteady hand and downs it. She reaches into the booth and grabs that oversized jacket of hers. Then I'm out of my seat, cock throbbing. I throw a couple bills down on the table. A minute later we're outside and she's climbing on the back of my bike. Neither one of us talks. Our bodies are saying everything that's important. She squirms against me, her hips rocking slightly forward. The way she's moving against me, I'm pretty sure the vibrations from the engine against her clit are driving her crazy. Sure enough, her breasts begin to rise and fall more quickly against my back as I drive. I can feel her trembling with need as she holds onto my waist, but the fact is, she ain't the only one. I'm about to bust out of my skin. I'm hard as a fucking rock and can barely concentrate on steering the bike. It takes everything I've got in me not to just pull over on the side of the road and take her up against my bike. But I want her long and slow and all night long. So I tell my dick to calm the fuck down and work on getting us to her place in one piece. Thank fuck, when we get to her apartment building, there's a parking spot about half a block down and a dark spot between two pools of light from the street lamps. I roll to a stop and cut the engine, then wait for her to hop off the bike. She pulls off the helmet and hands it to me, her eyes huge and dark in her face. She's still breathing fast and hard, her plump lips parted in anticipation. Fuck, I groan. Feels like I've been gone a month. My mouth comes down on hers, my hands dropping to her ass. I pull her against me, roughly. When she feels the hardness of my erection against her, she moans loudly into my mouth.
I don't want to talk anymore, she whispers. Take me upstairs.
I can't resist one more taste of her before we break apart. My lips leave hers and travel lower to trace the curve of her chin, then down to her neck. Her skin is soft, sweet like a velvety peach. My cock thickens painfully as I imagine tasting the sweet fruit between her legs, licking the honey from her folds as she cries out in pleasure. Fuck. I can't stand any more. I have to get this girl inside. I turn her around and place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her up the sidewalk toward the front door of her apartment building. I wait impatiently for her to fit her key into the front lock. My mind is swimming in desire, so dizzy and drunk with the need to have her that it takes me a minute to register what she's saying. "What?" I ask through the fog of testosterone.
The door's not locked.
She pushes it open with one hand, frowning.
I thought it always locked automatically.
"Fascinating," I rumble. "That ain't getting us to your apartment any quicker, babe." She looks up and gives me a breathy laugh.
Sorry,
she mumbles, sucking her lower lip between her teeth. "Fuck, that mouth of yours," I growl. "You do that just to torture me, don't you?"
Do what?
Wickedly, she lets go of the lip. Deliberately, slowly, she slides her tongue over it. "You're gonna pay for that, little girl," I warn. She flashes me a saucy smirk.
I hope so. Over and over and over.
"Oh, Jesus," I groan. My cock so hard it hurts. I can't wait to bury my face in her wet, waiting pussy as I watch her ass wiggle in front of me on the way up to her place. I'm so absorbed in the sight, imagining just how I'm going to strip those tight little jeans off her, that when she stops dead in her tracks, I almost run smack into her. Six gasps, one hand going to her throat.
Oh my God.
I come around to the side of her, not registering what's happening. "What?" All color has drained from her face. Wordlessly, she points in front of her. I follow the direction of her arm to see that the door to her place has been kicked in. "Motherfucker," I fume. "Looks like you've been robbed." Instantly, I'm on high alert, all thought of sex immediately on the back burner. "Look, it's okay. I got you. We'll check to see what they took, and then call your landlord. You probably ain't the only one who got hit, since they went to the trouble to force the front door. Maybe someone saw something. Hell, maybe someone else got some video foot, but Six is shaking her head. She looks like she's seen a ghost.
It's not a robbery,
she whispers. "What? How do you know?"
Because I know who did this.
"How? Are you sure?" She nods. I watch as she wearily leans against the wall next to the doorway. She squeezes her eyes shut.
Bullet, I'm sorry. I can't do this.
"Don't worry, darling," I answer. "We'll get this taken care of. Like I said, we'll figure out what all they took, if anything. You can decide whether you want to call the cops or whether you want the MC to take care of it. You can stay at my place tonight, and tomorrow—"
No,
she cuts me off. Six shakes her head almost violently, looking miserable.
I mean, I have to leave town.
I frown. "What? The fuck you talking about?"
I have to leave town. Now. I'm sorry.
Her voice breaks. First, I'm confused. Then, suddenly, I'm angry as fuck. Because I don't know what's going on, but it's clear there's a bunch of shit she is not telling me. And God damn it, I'm about to find out. "No, you are not going anywhere." "Fuck that, Six." I kick at the half-open door with the toe of my boot. Then I reach for Six's hand and lead her inside. "First, you are going to tell me what the fuck is going on, and then we're going to handle it. Together."
14:6. Bullet is furious. I can't figure out if he's mad at me or mad at the situation or what. But he's demanding an explanation, and I'm pretty sure there's no way I'm going to get out of giving him one this time. Tiredly, I follow him inside the bashed-in door of my apartment. Turning on the light, I pull off my old leather jacket and hang it on the hook by the door, suppressing a bitter sigh as I think about where it came from. I go over to the couch and flop down on it. It barely registers that my place has been tossed. That's the least of my worries right now. It was my ex, I murmur, staring down sadly at the rug I love so much. He's found me. Bullet's expression turns to stone as he takes in my words. For a few seconds, he says nothing. My mind is already starting to mentally pack up. My suitcases are in the storage locker downstairs. I don't have time to go buy rope to tie the rug to the top of my car, so I'll have to leave it after all. I have enough money in my bank account for maybe 2 full tanks of gas and 6. I look up, befuddled, to see that Bullet has sat down on the couch next to me. His cold, angry eyes bore into mine. Who the fuck is your ex? And what does that mean, he's found you? I let out the breath I don't even realize I've been holding. It means exactly that, I sigh. I thought maybe in Tanner Springs I'd done a good enough job of disappearing that Flash wouldn't find me for a while. My tone sounds robotic, detached, to hide the fear underneath my words. I got stupid and stayed too long. I shrug. I should have known better, so it's time to go, before he comes back. And does what? Bullet growls insistently. My shoulders move up and down again. My blood is rushing in my ears, so when I start talking again, my voice sounds far away. Tries to hurt me, I guess. Honestly, I don't know why he's so obsessed with me. I thought when I broke it off, he'd just let it go, or at least get over it eventually. But I don't think that's going to happen until he makes me pay. God damn it, Six. Pay for what? Bullet's eyes are ablaze. Breaking up with him in the first place. I lean back against the sofa cushions and close my eyes. I feel so exhausted all of a sudden. I never thought he'd be such a psycho. I just thought he was a run-of-the-mill, lying, cheating piece of shit. But when I told him we were finished, he wouldn't take no for an answer. He was calling me all the time, telling me it wasn't over, that he needed to see me. I got kind of freaked out by it, to tell you the truth. I was working at a shitty job I hated, and the lease was almost up on my apartment. So I just up and left town. I stare down at a faint coffee ring on the surface of the table in front of me. And it seems like I've been leaving towns ever since. Bullet doesn't say anything, seeming to sense I'm not finished. I suppress a shudder at the memories that start flooding in. I figured that would be the end of it, but instead he went nuts. He started calling and texting me, demanding to know where I was. When I wouldn't tell him, he'd try to worm it out of my friends, giving them the excuse that he needed to get something from me. I bite the inside of my cheek, remembering. Thankfully for me, my friends always hated Flash, so they weren't about to tell him anything. And because I didn't want to put them at any risk, I stopped telling them anything about where I was or what I was doing. I cut them off to protect me and them. Not for the first time, a wave of odd gratitude floods me that Flash never met my mom or even knew her name. When I started seeing him, I was in a period of being really angry with her, so I told him she was dead. Since she hardly ever called me or wanted to see me, it was a pretty easy lie to get away with. I can't help but be relieved at how that simple twist of fate has probably stopped Flash from tracking her down to get to me. The last time he cornered me was in Chicago, I continue. He attacked me in public, tried to rip my clothes off right in the middle of a freaking crowd outside a club. I tear my eyes from the coffee table to look at Bullet. You know what they say about how in a crowd no one will step forward to help you? Well, it's true. I let out a bitter laugh. No one even lifted a finger. It was like we were some sort of street performers, and they were the audience. I finally managed to kick him hard enough that he let go for a second and was able to pull away from him. At that point, some of the people who had been watching finally seemed to realize he was actually trying to hurt me. Some guys grabbed him and roughed him up, and I was able to get away. I left everything I had in my apartment and just drove out of town right then and there. Fuck, Bullet hisses. I shake my head again, angry at myself for being lulled into staying so long in one place. I knew he'd find me again, deep down I knew it. He always does. I put my palms on the cushions on either side of me, preparing to stand. So, I have to leave, Bullet. I'm sorry, I say softly. I really sort of liked the direction it seemed like this was going. Bullet's jaw is tight, but his eyes are unexpectedly tender. 6, come on. How can you live like this? Defensiveness rises up inside me. It's better than not living at all, I retort, or giving myself up to Flash. Something seems to click in his brain. Is this why you go by 6? Suddenly I want to tell him. I want to give him something of me, something real to remember me by. Yes, I swallow and then make myself go on. My name is Stacia Edison. 6 is, well, it's how many different places I've been since going on the run. I smile tremulously. It's simple, something I can remember without too much effort. Plus, it has the added benefit of being androgynous. 6 could be a girl or a guy. I guess I figure a name like that gives me one more layer of protection, small as it is. Bullet's laugh is brittle. So, did you used to go by 5 before this? When I nod, he shakes his head. I don't know if that's idiotic or genius. In spite of everything, that makes me chuckle. Let's go with somewhere in between. So, he continues, his brow furrowing. I can't believe I'm suggesting this, but have you ever thought about calling the cops on this piece of shit? I blow out a breath. No, let's just say I have my reasons for not doing that. I'm pretty sure my record in juvie won't do much to make the police believe my story. And the last thing I want is that kind of scrutiny from the law when I'm doing my best to stay under the radar. Thankfully, Bullet doesn't probe. But what he says next is a complete surprise. 6. Stacia. The words come out husky, and I shiver a little to hear him say my real name. He reaches out and puts a finger under my chin, lifting it until my eyes meet his. You're done running. But I can't You're done. This ends here. His words are final, resolute. I'm gonna make this guy go away. Bullet's dark orbs bore into mine. Do you believe me? Do you trust me? I want to. God, I want to. For the first time in years, I let myself imagine for a moment what life would be like if I could stop running, if I could stop looking over my shoulder all the time. The relief that floods through me, even though it's only a specter, a what if, is so sharp that tears spring to my eyes. I want to believe, Bullet, that this could all be over, forever. So I whisper, yes, even though I don't know if it's true. When Bullet kisses me, his lips are hard, demanding. But when he pulls back to look at me, his gaze is softer than I've ever seen it. Come on, he says, standing and reaching down to pull me up with him. You're gonna stay at my place for a few days. No arguing, he barks when I open my mouth to interrupt him. Tomorrow, I'm gonna talk to the club. The lords are gonna take down your ex, once and for all. Don't worry, 6. You're not gonna have to see this fucking weasel ever again. Bullet gives me a few minutes to pack a small bag with toiletries, a change of clothes, and my laptop, which, thankfully, is still on my nightstand where I left it. I fret about not being able to bring more, but he promises me we can come back tomorrow or the next day. Finally, when I'm ready, he holds his large, strong hand out to me, and I take it. Something seems to shift in the air between us as I allow Bullet to lead me out of my apartment. With a mixture of relief and apprehension, I realize I've confided more in Bullet than I have to anyone since I first started running. I've told him things that no one else knows, not even Hannah. For better or worse, I've decided to put my trust in him. The last time I trusted a man, I ended up having to give up everything I knew just to save myself. And only time will tell if I've just made yet another huge mistake.
15. Bullet. Once we're out of Six's apartment, I don't call her by her real name again. She seemed to sort of flinch when I said it, like it's a door to her past life that she'd prefer to keep closed, at least for now. But the sound of it rolls over and over in my mind. Stacia. It's a secret, a confidence, a sign that I've broken through one of the walls that she's built so high around herself. I know Six would never have asked me for help with the piece of shit who's stalking her. Hell, she was willing to pack up and leave town before she'd let anyone else in. This girl is used to going it alone. If I hadn't been with her when she got home tonight, she would have been gone without a trace, and I'd never have seen her again. The thought hits me like a shot to the gut to know how close I came to losing her. It's kind of fucked up to be worrying about losing some chick I hardly know. Except Six isn't just some chick. There's something about this girl, and it's more than the fact she's a hot piece of ass. It's true, up until tonight I knew next to nothing about her. But I want to know more. A lot more. And the best way to get there is to make sure she doesn't get freaked out and leave town. Because one thing I do know after tonight is that this girl has gotten damned good at disappearing. And I sure as shit don't want her disappearing on me now. When we get to my place, she doesn't talk much. I can tell she's a little freaked out at the idea of staying with me. She hesitates in the doorway, like she doesn't want to intrude. And even though I tell her to make herself at home, she looks like she's trying to make herself as small as possible. Six deposits her backpack on the floor next to one corner of the couch. She pulls off her jacket and sets it down too. Her expression is pinched, and it's pretty obvious that tonight has taken a toll on her.
Could I just get a blanket for the couch?
She asks hesitantly.
I'm sort of tired. If you don't mind, maybe I'll just go to sleep.
In spite of myself, I roar with laughter, so loud it startles her. Oh, what the fuck, Six? You're not sleeping on my couch? Come on, I growl, picking up her backpack. The bed's big enough for two.
Are you sure?
She swallows, reddening.
I mean, you don't have to.
Don't be dumb, I cut her off. I'm not having you sleep out here, and I sure as shit ain't sleeping on the couch either. Then I see the troubled look on her face and try to sound more gentle. Come on, Six. You said you were tired. Don't overthink this. I don't wait for an answer. I figure she'll follow me since I have her stuff. Turns out I'm right. When I get to my bedroom, I toss her backpack on the mattress and turn around. She's standing at the doorway again, looking like she's waiting for an invitation. I cock my head at her, and she seems to realize what she's doing.
Sorry,
she murmurs and steps through the door. It's not much, and I wasn't expecting visitors, I rumble, nodding toward the unmade king-size bed. At least I washed the sheets not too long ago.
It's great.
She gives me a tiny smile.
Thank you, Bullet.
Six bends over and rummages in her backpack, pulling out a toothbrush and a tube of paste.
I'm going to go brush my teeth.
Bathroom's through there, I say, pointing.
Thanks.
She nods. She takes a step toward the hallway and then stops.
Oh.
What is it?
She purses her lips.
You're going to laugh at me.
No, I'm not. What is it? She exhales softly.
I forgot to bring something to sleep in.
I burst out laughing again. Six rolls her eyes.
I told you you were going to laugh at me,
she mutters. I clear my throat and try to stop. Look, darling, I'm sorry. But if you don't want me to laugh, don't say such stupid shit. Do I have to remind you where my tongue's been?
Could you not say that quite so crudely?
Oh, darling, that ain't crude. Crude would be...
Stop! La 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 la!
Six cringes and claps her hands over her ears. Okay, I snicker. But enough with the I don't have a flannel nightie that buttons up to my chin, Victorian-ass bullshit. Six mumbles something I don't catch, flips me off, and makes a break for the bathroom. Chuckling, I go out into the living room to give her some space. While I'm out there, I get a call from Hale about some club business, so I step outside to take it. By the time I get back inside, about 10 minutes later, the bathroom's empty. I go into the bedroom to see how Six is doing. She's lying in bed, the covers pulled up around her, fast asleep. I snort and shake my head as I kick off my boots and strip off my clothes. To say tonight did not go according to plan would be the understatement of the damn year. Still, even though I was really looking forward to getting back between those thighs of hers, there's something to be said about seeing her there, in my bed, looking about as relaxed as I've ever seen her. I push back the covers and get in beside her, trying to ignore the hard-on I've been dealing with since before she went into the bathroom. As if on cue, Six sighs deeply and turns toward me, curling her body into the space between my arm and my side. I stifle a groan as my cock grows harder. Jesus Christ, going to sleep next to her tonight is going to be damn near impossible. This is a first, for sure. In fact, it's a whole night of firsts. I should be pissed. Not at her, but at myself. The rational part of my brain is telling me I'm a goddamn idiot for bringing a woman I barely know to stay at my house for Christ knows how long. I don't bring women home, not even to fuck, and sure as hell not to stay. But again, I've never wanted to before now. And shit, there's no way I could have left Six alone in her apartment after her piece of shit ex broke in. I wasn't about to bring her to a hotel either, especially because I'm sure she would have skipped town during the night, even if I managed to get her to promise me she wouldn't. The only way I can keep her here in Tanner Springs is if I keep an eye on her. She might think she's safe for leaving, but I know that ain't true. If I'm going to protect her, I need to keep her close. But that's not the only reason I want her here, much as I hate to admit it. I want her here for me, because I don't want to lose her. Not like this. I don't know where this shit is going with me and Six, but I plan to find out. And no dickhead ex-boyfriend with boundary problems is gonna fuck with that. The next morning, Six wakes up just as I'm getting up to go take a shower. Apparently, a decent night's sleep has put her in a good mood, because the first thing she does is cut me a sly glance as I'm standing up from the bed.
Is that for me?
She gives me a wicked look. I glance down at my dick, which is at half-staff. It sure as hell can be. My voice is thick. You want to join me in the shower? Six sucks in a breath.
That's one heck of an invitation, she murmurs. Not sure I can resist it.
My cock snaps to full attention. Shower, 30 seconds, I say, turning away. By the time I enter the bathroom, I'm painfully hard, my erection throbbing a low, steady beat as I turn on the shower head. I push open the fiberglass door and step inside, hearing Six's soft steps padding in behind me as I do.
Sorry I passed out last night.
She breathes against my back as she wraps her arms around me from behind.
I guess I was more tired than I thought.
Stress will do that to you. I turn around and reach for her. She's standing under the shower spray, her body already glistening and wet. Rivulets of water slide between her breasts, down her stomach to her pussy. My cock throbs harder. You know it was fucking torture lying next to you last night.
Really?
Her lips part, her dark pupilled gaze locking on mine. Want is written all over her face. Really? My hands slide over her body, my thumb grazing an already hardening nipple. Her eyes half close in a shudder. Jesus fuck, she's sexy. You drive me fucking crazy, Six. I've never wanted a woman as much as I want you. I can't believe I just told her that, but I don't fucking care. It's the truth. Before I can think to take the words back, my mouth is on hers. I kiss her long and hard, my mouth devouring hers before gliding over her wet skin, down to her neck. Her moan is low and keening, telling me she needs this as much as I do without her having to say a word. "Oh, fuck, baby," I groan. I reach down and cup her ass, then pull her up and brace her against the wall. I want to take it slow and make this last, but I'm too turned on, and the way she's writhing her hips against me tells me she needs it now, fast and hard. Her whimpers turn to soft cries as she wraps her legs around my waist, and I angle myself up so the head of my cock is nestled against the wet heat of her pussy. "Need to be inside you," I grunt.
Yes, pull it.
She pants as I cover my mouth with hers again. Rocking my hips, I push myself inside her, and she moans into my mouth, clinging to me as I begin to thrust. The angle of my cock is brushing against her clit just right. I can tell by the way she meets me thrust for thrust, and soon the entire world drops away, and it's just us. Our bodies taking and giving, me burying myself inside her deeper with every stroke, until suddenly she tenses in my arms. Her pussy begins to contract around me as Six whispers my name like a prayer. Seconds later, my balls begin to tighten, and with a final thrust, I drive deep inside her and find my own release. Half an hour later, I'm guessing we've probably used up 90% of the water in Tanner Springs.
Being clean never felt so dirty,
Six quips as I toss her a towel.
Is this how you're going to wake me up every morning that I'm here?
"I guess you're going to have to find out," I wink back at her. But even though my tone is joking, I gotta admit I like the sound of that. What would it be like to wake her up every morning? Forever. Huh. I instruct Six to call in sick to work and stay locked in at my place. She starts to protest, but I manage to convince her by promising her it's just for one day. "Do this for me, Six," I insist. "You trust me, right?" My chest tightens with emotion when she doesn't even hesitate.
Yes, of course I do.
"Okay then, sit tight. I promise I've got it covered. Just do this for me today, so I don't have to worry about you while I'm getting shit together. Promise?"
I promise.
After kissing her goodbye, I drive to the clubhouse to find Angel. I tell him as much as I know about Six's douchebag ex-boyfriend and ask my prez for a couple of men to keep an eye on her apartment. Angel agrees immediately. "Whatever you need, brother. You let me know. Who do you want?" I pause. "Stryker and Tank. That ought to be enough for now." He nods. "You got it." I go round up the men and tell them what I have in mind. I ask Stryker and Tank to switch off standing watch outside her apartment building for a day or two, and tell them to get in touch with me if they see anything suspicious or even out of the ordinary. I decide I'm going to follow Six myself, including when she's at work, so I know she's always safe. I'm coming out of Angel's office when I run into Tweak. "Hey, I got some more intel on Edge for you," he tells me. "Courtesy of Oz's man, Rodrigo." "No time for that now," I tell him. "Hang on to it. Right now I got something else I need to deal with." I pause as a thought occurs to me. "Matter of fact, I might need your assistance on that." Tweak looks at me in surprise. "You sure?" "Positive. Ellis will keep for a few more days. Ask Oz to keep eyes on him so he doesn't disappear." Tweak nods, frowning. "Okay, got it." I don't blame him for wondering what the fuck is up with me. He doesn't know everything about why I'm so hell-bent on finding my stepdad, but he does know Ellis is the reason I spent 2 years in prison. And he knows this is the revenge I've been seeking for years. Now it's right here on my doorstep, so close I can practically touch it. I should be chomping at the bit. But Ellis will have to wait. I wasn't able to save my mom from him, but I can sure as hell save Six now, and nothing is going to stop me from doing that. When I go back to my place to tell Six about the surveillance I've set up, I ask her to give me a description of the piece of shit she calls Flash. She tells me his actual name is Sam Randall. She describes him as having the looks of a frat boy, with light blonde hair and a floppy 90s cut.
He's about your height,
she continues, crossing her arms and squinting at me.
But a lot less muscular, and fewer tattoos.
Got any pictures of him?
No. Well, wait.
Six uncrosses her legs and gets up off the couch. Padding into the bedroom, she returns a few seconds later with her laptop. She pulls it open and sits back down. I watch as she peers at the screen, types in a website, then spends a couple of minutes clicking through some screens and typing some more.
There,
she finally says, turning the computer to me. I lean forward and take a look. It's what appears to be a governmental records website. A picture of an asshole-looking blonde guy stares back at me. Underneath, a name, date of birth, and a bunch of other details show on the screen. Sam Randall, I read, and then calculate his age from the birth date listed there. No middle name, 31 years old. What the fuck is this, Six? I ask. Did you hack into some cop website?
Nah, she laughs. No hacking necessary. Finding this stuff is nothing that complicated. It's easy to find as long as you know where to look. But,
she hesitates,
if you need me to find any less publicly available info on Flash, I can do that too.
What else can you do? I ask, raising a brow.
Well,
she continues slowly,
I can create enough documentation to allow me to get ID cards under different names, with enough backup in the system to satisfy anyone doing a background check.
Holy shit, I marvel. I'll have to introduce you to Tweak.
Who?
RMC's resident hacker and all-around computer genius, I chuckle. Then again, if I do introduce you to him, he's likely to propose to you on the spot. 16. Bullet. Above all, I tell Six, just act normal, like no one's following you. But I'll be there all the time. You're not in any danger. Anything happens with this piece of shit, if he gets anywhere near you, I'll be on him like white on rice. At first, Six continues to protest, saying she doesn't want to put me or the MC out by having us watch her. But in the end, I think the prospect of finally being able to stop running from her ex makes her stop arguing. Nothing happens for 2 days. Six goes back to work and everything returns to normal, except that she continues to stay at my place. Having her in my bed every night is better than I could have imagined. I learn her body, every curve, every place that makes her shiver, every caress that makes her gasp and moan my name. She falls asleep in my arms every night, and I wake her up with my tongue between her legs every morning. I don't talk at all about what's happening between us or the future. She doesn't bring it up either. This ain't the time for touchy-feely conversation. It's easier and less complicated just to focus on the task at hand, bringing down this douchebag who calls himself Flash. There's no activity at her apartment building, so I call off Tank and Stryker and tell them I'll be in touch if I need backup. On the third day, Six runs out of clean clothes, so she texts me from Rebel Inc., saying she wants to go back to her apartment after her shift to grab some stuff. I get there before her and let myself in the back door of the building with the duplicate keys she's given me. I don't think douchebag Flash is smart enough to have noticed the lords have been keeping an eye on the building. But just in case, I drive over in a cage and leave my cut in the trunk. Once I'm there, I do a quick eyeball perimeter check and don't see anything unusual. Then I go inside and clear Six's apartment. Except for her sparse mishmash of furniture, it's empty and silent. It doesn't look like anyone's been in here since the night of the break-in. But that doesn't mean shit. I'm not about to leave her alone in this place for even 1 second. I go into the bedroom and climb into Six's small closet, cracking the door just an inch. Then I pull myself into a squat behind the clothes to wait. About 15 minutes after the end of Six's shift, the key turns in the lock of the recently repaired door. The light, quick steps tell me it's her. Six knows I'm in here somewhere. I promised her I would be. But I've instructed her not to say a word to me and pretend she's in here alone. She pads through the living room, picking up an object or two, then comes into the bedroom. I hear a bag being set on the bed and the sound of a zipper. More light footsteps, then a dresser drawer opening. I stay where I am, still poised for attack. Suddenly the closet door creaks and Six's face appears. She starts to reach toward the clothes hanging in front of her, then her body stiffens as she turns and sees me. Her eyes open wide as she starts and suppresses a cry, then flashes me an angry look whose meaning is clear.
You scared me.
I lift one shoulder and give her a smirk. Sorry, babe. Shaking her head slightly, she pulls something off of a hanger and slips back out again. I stifle a snort of amusement and start to draw myself back into my crouch. Just then, a thud and a cry out in the hall sends me bolting to my feet. I spring out of the closet just in time to see Six struggling to fight off a tall, lanky, blonde guy who has one arm around her throat and another wrenching her arm behind her back. With a roar, I launch myself at Flash, ripping him away from Six just as he turns toward me in shock. He reacts quicker than I expect, pulling himself into a crouch and then a roll that gets him away from me. He stumbles up onto his feet and starts to run for the half-open door, reaching it before me, but I'm just close enough to launch myself forward and connect with his back. The momentum propels him into the door itself, slamming it shut as he barrels into it face first. I grab him by the shirt as he starts to stagger and swivel him around so he's facing me. His nose is bloodied, probably broken, and his eyes are leaking tears from the pain. But that's not good enough. I pull back and throw the most satisfying fucking punch of my life. It connects squarely with his upper cheek and already fucked up nose, snapping his head back on his neck, and then he's out, eyes rolling back into their sockets. I let go of him, and his unconscious body slumps to the floor. For a second there's silence, then a high burble of laughter emerges from Six's throat.
Well, that didn't take very long,
she giggles. Her voice is shaking, probably from the quick jolt of adrenaline her body no longer needs. She looks down at the prone figure of her ex-boyfriend and the dribble of blood emerging from his mouth.
Thanks for not getting blood on my rug,
she quips as her body starts to tremble.
I love that rug.
Shh, babe. It's okay. It's over now. I put my arm around Six and hug her tight against me to stop her from freaking out. To her credit, she manages to calm herself right down after clinging to me for a minute and taking some deep breaths to steady herself. Finally, she lets out a shuddering exhale and detaches herself from me.
What now?
She asks me. I ask her if she has any rope, and she goes out of the room and brings back a roll of pink duct tape.
Will this work?
Perfect. I bind Flash's hands and feet, and then we prop him up on the floor with his back against the side of the bed. He doesn't move or stir as the blood continues to trickle from his mouth and nose, staining his shirt.
Man, how hard did you hit him?
Six marvels. Not half as hard as I wanted to. Leaning down, I slap him across the face a couple of times with the back of my hand. He groans, his head lolling to one side. Wake the fuck up, princess, I bark. It's showtime. Flash pries his eyes open, squinting up at us as he comes to. He seems to register where he is all at once, because his face goes from confusion to rage in a millisecond.
What the fuck?
He roars, wrenching at the tape binding his wrists. He tries to lunge toward us. Breaking into a lady's apartment is a dick move, Junior. I lift up a boot and plant it in his chest, kicking him backwards. You really that hard up for pussy? Fuck you, he coughs out, trying to catch his breath.
Jesus, Flash,
Six blurts, reaching for my arm just as I start toward him.
Do you want him to break your jaw? Or worse?
Here's the thing, Junior, I begin. As calmly as I can, I detach Six's hand from my bicep and squat down. You're stalking a woman who's under my protection. You've broken into her place twice now. I saw you trying to hurt her. I stared daggers into his eyes. You're proving to be a problem. I don't like problems. The way I deal with them is I remove them. You get me?
Why can't you just leave me alone, Flash?
Six cries.
It's not like you were even that into me when we were together. Why can't you just take no for an answer? My God. Please, just move on.
But instead of answering, this douchebag just opens his bloody mouth and lets out a short, barking laugh.
Fuck you, Stace, he snarls. You ain't all that. You weren't even that good in bed. I could have 100 bitches better than you any day of the week. I don't give a shit about you. What I want is the key.
Six gapes at him.
What key? The key that was in my goddamn jacket when you stole it, you bitch.
Six raises her hands in a sweeping gesture.
Flash, what the hell are you talking about? I don't have any damn key. There was no key in your jacket.
Douchebag's eyes widen in disbelief.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh, Jesus Christ! He starts to laugh again.
Are you really so fucking stupid that you took off with it and never even fucking knew you had it?
He continues to howl with helpless laughter. My fists clench as I step toward him, eager to flatten his goddamn nose and shatter the cartilage into useless shards. Listen, fuckface, I shout, grabbing him by the collar and hauling him up onto the bed. We're done having fucking social hour. What fucking key?
Take a look if you don't believe me.
Flash grins. Blood stains his teeth red, making him look like a skinny demon.
There's a key sewn into that leather jacket Stace stole from me.
Six's eyes meet mine. Mutely, she goes into the bedroom and brings out the oversized jacket she's always wearing. That's his? I growl, a pang of jealousy surprising me. Flash's eyes widen greedily when he sees it.
There! It should be sewn into the bottom part, by the left pocket.
Six feels around the bottom hem of the jacket. Her fingers stop as they grasp something hard. Silently, she nods at me.
Give it to me and I'll leave right now,
Flash wheedles. But I shake my head. Rip it open, I tell Six. Let's see it. Six looks around and then grabs a ballpoint pen that's sitting on her dresser. She slides it under the thread and rips enough of it out that she's able to work the key out from the hem. Once it's free, she holds it up to show me.
See?
Flash coaxes.
That's all I want. Just give it to me and you'll never fucking see me again.
Not so fast, fuckface, I growl, turning. You're gonna need to tell us what that key is for first. I can almost see the calculations he's doing as he works his swelling jaw. He must want that key pretty fucking bad, because he starts talking almost immediately.
You're not the only one who's been on the run, Stace,
he starts, glancing at her.
You remember Paco and Grim? The key is ours.
Oh, shit.
Six breathes. What does that mean? I demand. Six starts to answer, but I cut her off. I want to hear this from fuckface. Flash ignores the insult.
These guys, Paco and Grim, them and me used to do some business together, he says vaguely.
They're thieves,
Six inserts flatly.
Felons. So's Flash, for that matter.
She looks at me.
Paco and Grim are in prison.
Were in prison, Flash corrects.
Flash pulled a heist with them a few years ago. This was before we met. I didn't know any of this until Flash and I had been together for a while.
Six's eyes are full of disgust.
It was a jewel heist, but they got caught. Paco and Grim took the fall, but Flash managed to escape. They've been in prison for years, but I guess they're out now. Huh, Flash?
Yeah, he agrees. And if it wasn't for you taking off, I would have been long gone by now. I was waiting to fence the jewels when they weren't so hot. He shoots Six a look of anger.
But you skipped town with my goddamn jacket and the key to the fucking safe deposit box.
Flash's face turns violent as he stares at Six with loathing. But one look from me and he tamps that shit down fast.
I've been tracking them through the system. Pac got out last week. Grim's hearing was yesterday. They'll be coming for me. I gotta get that key, Stace.
He tries a pleading look.
I gotta get out of sight. You know what they'll do to me if they find me.
Six shakes her head.
Jesus, Flash.
Her lip curls.
Why the hell couldn't you have just told me?
So let me get this straight, I cut in. You mean to tell me you were going to take the key from Six and leave her to face these two thugs without even a warning? Flash frowns in confusion.
Six?
Babe, We don't know what these guys Paco and Grim know. They could be coming for you, to see if you know where he is. Six looks at me, blanching.
Do you really think that's a possibility?
She whispers. We can't take any chances. I'm going to call in the Lords for backup. I grab my phone out of my back pocket. Meanwhile, we're going to store your friend here in a warehouse nearby for a bit.
What?
Flash chokes out.
You can't fucking do that. I gotta get gone.
Don't worry, princess, I growl. You'll be under guard. No one will be able to hurt your delicate self. He starts to holler and struggle. Oh, for fuck's sake, I mutter. Grabbing the duct tape from the top of the dresser, I pull off a pink strip and tape it over his mouth. Fuckface keeps trying to yell, but now nothing's coming out. There. Jesus, that's better, you fucking pansy. I punch in Angel's number on my phone and wait for him to answer. Hello, Prez, I say when he does. You know that situation I was telling you about? Well, turns out I'm gonna need a few more men.
17. 6. Half an hour later, there's a knock at my door. Bullet lets in 2 men wearing Lords of Carnage cuts. One of them I immediately recognize from the smiling skull. You remember Tank, he says. This is Hollis. Hey there, darlin', Tank greets me, one corner of his mouth lifting. Guess you didn't take our advice about the farts. Not the time, asshole, Bullet warns. Tank gives me a quick wink, and the 2 men follow Bullet into the bedroom. When Flash sees them come in, he starts trying to yell again through the duct tape over his mouth. Tank, who's the larger of the 2, unceremoniously punches him in the jaw, knocking him out cold for the 2nd time tonight. I almost feel sorry for my ex-boyfriend. Almost. Tank and Hollis load Flash's unconscious body into a large duffel bag, which Tank tosses over his shoulder like it's a sack of potatoes. You know where we're taking him, Tank mutters at Bullet, with a glance at me. Hollis is going to guard him overnight. Angel will send someone to take over in the morning. Bullet nods. I'll be in touch. Tank and Hollis leave with the bag. Bullet looks at me. You ain't staying here tonight. It's not a question. I don't care that we got Flash. We don't know if anyone's coming for him yet. I'm not arguing, I say with a shiver. This whole thing just got a lot bigger than I thought it was. I don't know Paco and Grim. They were in prison already when I met Flash, but what I've heard from him about them isn't good. I'm subdued as we ride back to Bullet's place. He doesn't push me to talk, for which I'm grateful. I'm having trouble digesting everything that's just happened. I want to talk about it, eventually, but I need some time to collect my thoughts. Once we're back at his house, I go out into his backyard and grab an old plastic lawn chair that's sitting next to the back door. Plopping down on it, I stare out at the trees at the edge of his yard, fingering the key that's now nestled in my jacket pocket, lost in my thoughts. A few minutes later, Bullet comes out to join me, a couple of bottles of beer in his hand. Well, I joke grimly as he hands me one, at least Flash isn't an unhinged stalker like I thought he was. Yeah. He grabs another chair and sits down next to me. He's just a dumb shit petty thug with a couple of jewel thieves after him. I can't believe it, I breathe. I spent all this time on the run from him, thinking he was crazed with possessive anger because I broke up with him. I take the key out of my pocket and hold it up at eye level. When if I'd just known he was looking for this, I marvel. So much trouble for one little key. Whatever's in that safe deposit box must be pretty valuable, Bullet observes. I gave up my whole life for this key, my whole identity. I've lived a lie for almost 3 years for this thing. Suddenly, I have the irrational urge to go find a bridge and fling the damn thing off of it. You miss it? Bullet asks. Your old life? I'm tired of running, I reply. Then I pause, thinking about his question. I'm tired of worrying, of being afraid to get close to anyone. But no, I don't exactly miss my old life as such. It wasn't all that great, to be honest. How come? Well, I told you my dad died when I was a teenager, and I love my mom, but she's had a drinking problem for as long as I can remember. So, I didn't exactly have a lot of great role models growing up. Or a lot of family. I pause. Flash isn't the first shitty boyfriend I've had. My first one, Jesse, stole cars. I was 15. I thought it was true love. I don't know. I pictured us as this sort of Bonnie and Clyde thing. Until he got arrested for Grand Theft Auto. I was in the car with him. I ended up in juvie. I guess I was just lucky it was my first offense, and I was young, and a girl. I look over at Bullet and shake my head ruefully. I really know how to pick 'em, don't I? But Bullet doesn't question it or make fun of me. Sounds like kind of a lonely life, he remarks instead. Maybe you just ended up being a target for men who wanted a girl they could take advantage of. I scoff. That just makes me an idiot. No. His voice comes out unexpectedly harsh. That just makes you someone with a big heart. Maybe you've made some mistakes, Six. Everyone has. Shit, you think I'm in an outlaw MC because I'm a fucking choir boy? I told you about what brought me here. We both had a rough childhood. What matters now is what you make of it in the rest of your life. I consider his words. The truth is, I haven't been making anything out of my life. There hasn't been time. When you have to be ready to move at a moment's notice, you learn to exist in a kind of holding pattern. My job at Rebel Inc., and actually learning how to be a tattoo artist, is the closest I've come to making a life that includes plans or any sense of having a future. And hell, even there I just kind of fell into it by chance. I just happened to meet Hannah one night at a bar when her date stood her up. If she hadn't been by herself and pissed off enough to complain to a stranger, and if I hadn't been a couple drinks in and more willing than usual to exchange female confidences, we never would have started talking. She never would have volunteered that her boss was looking for a receptionist and encouraged me to apply. Even that, arguably the only good decision I've made since I skipped out on Flash, wasn't even really my doing. That's just it, I say somberly to Bullet. I haven't been making anything of it. I'm not sure I know how to. I don't really have anything to offer, other than being reasonably competent at tattoos, I guess. Bullet fixes me with a hard stare. Stop that. You know a shitload about computers, don't you? Enough to change your identity over and over without any trouble. How the hell did you learn that? I shrug. Necessity? Well, if you can do that, you can do anything you put your mind to. Maybe. I yawn. I'm suddenly exhausted by all the events of the day, and I'm sick of talking about how dumb and pathetic my life choices have been. Right now, I think I'm gonna put my mind to going to sleep. I glance at him. Right after I take care of something. Do you have a needle and thread? Bullet wrinkles his brow. I have a needle. Not sure about thread. Why? I pull the key out of my pocket again and dangle it in front of him. I want to sew this back into the lining of the jacket for now. Bullet manages to find a needle and some dental floss in a junk drawer. It only takes me a few minutes to sew the key back into the lining. Anyone who looked closely would notice the stitching right away, so it's not exactly invisible. Still, right now, I care less about that, and more about not losing this key before we figure out what to do with it. The next morning, Bullet decides to take me to the place where they're keeping Flash. We need to talk to him, he rumbles. Ask him more about this safe deposit box, where it is and exactly what's in it. He ain't gonna tell me, probably, but you might be able to get it out of him. I doubt it, but I'll try. I frown. Thing is, this place where we're going, it's secret. No one outside of the club knows about it. So what? You're gonna blindfold me? I joke. Then I see the expression on his face. Wait, you are gonna blindfold me? What the hell, Bullet? It's not a big deal, just until we get there. It's for your protection. I roll my eyes. Whatever. Bullet doesn't want me hanging on to the back of his bike with no eyesight, so we take my car. I bitch a bit about him driving instead of me, but I know he's not about to back down. So eventually I just accept it and let it go. We drive for about half an hour, maybe more, on windy, hilly roads that make my stomach dip and flip since I'm blind. Eventually, the car slows and stops. Okay, we're here. You can take that thing off. I pull off the bandana he's given me and look around. The landscape is nondescript, the building even more so. It's an old ranch-style house with weeds growing all around it. I climb out of the car and follow Bullet toward the front door. Hold up for a sec. He taps on the front screen in a series of knocks that must be a code. We wait. Nothing happens. Bullet taps again. When no one answers, he frowns at me and reaches into his waistband, drawing out a gun. I freeze, not realizing he was armed. Go back out to the car, he murmurs. Get in and slide down so no one can see you. Lock the doors. I open my mouth to ask why, but the question dies in my throat. Wordlessly, I nod and slip down off the concrete porch. I get into the car and close the passenger door as quietly as I can. In the silence of the car, I can hear my labored breathing. My heart is hammering in my chest. All my muscles tense up as I wait for a gunshot or a scream or something, and my mind races as I try to think what I should do next. But when the sound does come, it's none of those things. It's Bullet's voice. 6, he calls. I heave a giant sigh of relief and slide back up into the seat. I open the car door again and walk toward the house, grinning at him. But the grin freezes on my lips when I see the look on his face. Flash is dead, he mutters as I climb the steps. What? I gape up at him, thinking this is some sort of joke, but his eyes are dead serious. How? Hollis is dead too. His jaw sets. Oh my God. I start to go inside, but Bullet bars the entrance. No, don't go in. I try to go around him, but he grabs my arm. 6. They've both been tortured. There's a lot of blood. He shakes his head once, emphatically. You don't want to see it. Trust me. Stuff like that, it stays with you a long time. Bullet, I whisper, my legs weakening under me. He catches me by the shoulders and leads me back away from the house to my car. I know. He pulls open the passenger door, nodding at me to get in. We have to get you out of here, 6. We're leaving town. I'm taking you to someplace safe. I can only listen to his words through the muddiness of my brain and try to arrange them in a way that makes sense. Will you be with me? I'm not leaving you, he says fiercely. I promise. Now give me a minute. I gotta call the Lords. Tell them we got trouble.
18. Bullet. 6 is white as a sheet as I peel away from the house where Flash and Hollis's bodies lie in their own respective pools of blood. I'm glad as shit she didn't see any of that. I know she's had a rough life, but I can tell just by how basically sweet and innocent she is that she's never seen a dead body, especially one that's been tortured like those two were. That shit comes back to torture you in your sleep. I don't want her to have to live with those visions in her head. She's afraid but quiet as I race down the highway, yelling into my phone to Angel. 2 bodies. Hollis is one of them. The other is 6's ex. The state of the bodies suggests they were tortured for information. Has to be the guy she was running from. They're looking for a key to a safe deposit box with a cache of stolen jewelry and maybe some other shit. Angel swears. Fuck. Hollis's girlfriend is going to lose it. I'll have Brooke and a couple of the other old ladies go break the news. How the fuck did they find the house? No clue. No telling where they are now either. I'm taking 6 to Connegut. I'll send you some backup. Thanks. I'll be in touch. I hang up and turn to 6. We'll be good as soon as we get to where we're going. My prez is sending men to meet us. I reach over and take one of her hands in mine. It's cold. Don't worry.
What's Connegut?
She asks, her voice so soft I can barely hear her. It's what we call one of our safe houses. It's on the Connegut River.
Safe,
she repeats a little sharply.
Like the place you were holding Flash?
Point taken. No, I shake my head. It's isolated, protected. I glance at 6 and give her hand a squeeze. No one is going to hurt you, I say fiercely. I'll end anyone who tries to lay a hand on you. You trust me? 6 hesitates, then dips her head.
Yes.
We drive mostly in silence, but the tension in the car is thick enough to cut with a knife. I'm trying to figure out how these fucking goons found where we were holding Flash. They must have followed us, which has me glancing in my rearview mirror every couple of miles or so, even though there's almost no one on the road. We'll have backup to the safe house, I repeat, breaking the silence. It won't be just me there. They won't get anywhere near you.
Okay.
6's voice is flat. I don't know if she believes me. You scared, babe? She's quiet. Then,
a little. But in a way, this is almost a relief.
She blows out a breath.
I've been running for so long from something I didn't even understand. This is a lot scarier in some respects, but at least one way or another, it'll be over soon.
Not one way or another, I growl. This ends with them dead. 6 swallows.
Bullet.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be putting your club in danger for me. Breaking the law for me.
I snort. The law? Fuck the law. We go by our own codes, babe, and we protect our own.
But that's just it,
she insists stubbornly.
I'm not one of your own. None of you has any obligation to protect me.
Like hell you're not. My voice comes out louder, angrier than I intended. 6 flinches, and I force myself to calm down. You're with me. That's good enough for the Lords. So shut up and let me protect you. For the first time, a little humor slips through in her voice.
Really? That's a little caveman, don't you think?
I roll my eyes and pretend to be irritated. So sorry, m'lady. I didn't mean to offend your delicate fucking sensibilities. Would you be so kind as to allow me to defend your honor? 6 snickers.
You suck as Sir Lancelot.
Good. Wasn't that chick he was defending married anyway? I don't do married chicks. Too much goddamn work to get laid.
You're a pig,
6 laughs. I'm a pig because I don't chase married chicks.
No, because all you think about is sex. Would you be protecting me if we hadn't?
6 stops talking abruptly. What?
Uh-oh,
she hisses.
Look behind us.
I'm about to ask her what she means, but a check of my mirror tells me instantly. 2 cars have appeared over the hill behind us. They're driving 2 abreast and gaining on us quickly. Shit. I punch the accelerator with my foot, and 6's engine groans in protest before starting the process of speeding up. This compact ain't the car I would have chosen for a high-speed chase, but I don't have much of a choice right now. I fly over the next hill, and suddenly my foot leaves the accelerator and slams on the brakes, lurching us forward in our seats. There's a van at 200 feet ahead of us, blocking both lanes. Ditches on either side mean I can't chance driving off the road. We're fucked. I slow the car, scanning the scene quickly to assess our situation. There's at least 2 people in each of the vehicles. We're outnumbered 3 to 1. I could pull out my piece and start shooting, but neither 6 or I would make it out of that alive. Instead, I keep it hidden in my waistband and hope no one takes it off me before I have a chance to use it. Get the fuck out of the car, one of the men yells, waving a gun at us and miming taking aim. 6 flinches, but looks at me for direction. I nod once. Stay alert, I murmur. We know what they want. They're not going to kill us before they get it. They're not going to kill her, anyway. And I have to stay alive to make sure she gets out of this. Just before opening my door, I reach down and drop something under the seat. We both climb out of her car and stand to face the dark-complected man with a gun. He's a wiry guy with prison tattoos and bad teeth. He points into the trees and snarls, "Walk! Diz, move that car off the road." Six looks at me and I give her a quick nod. She starts off down the slope. I start to follow her, but the wiry guy barks at me to stop. "Hands out to your sides." Behind me, another guy moves up and starts to frisk me. It's only a matter of seconds before he finds my gun. Wiry guy flashes me a crooked grin. "Thought you were going to get away with that, didn't you?" "Let's get on with this," I retort. "You want me to follow her or not?" "Go." As we go, I note they're not bothering to hide their faces, or what they call each other. Either it hasn't occurred to them, or they aren't planning on letting us go afterwards. I'm betting it's the latter. We go about 500 yards until the wiry guy calls for us to stop. As we turn around, I notice a couple other people have joined us. One is a pale, angular ginger whose face is a war zone of freckles. The other is a woman with bleach-fried blonde hair and too much makeup on.
"What do you want with us?"
Six demands in a loud, clear voice.
"Why don't you just tell us?" "You know what we want, honey,"
the woman sneers.
"And don't think we won't do whatever it takes to get it."
"Lexi," the ginger guy grunts. "Shut up."
"We don't even know who you are,"
Six insists.
"How would we know what you want?"
"Flash wasn't enough of a message for you, Stacia," wiry guy snaps, pointing the gun at my head. "You need another reminder?" Six makes a low, fearful sound in her throat.
"Flash,"
she mutters dully.
"So you're the ones who killed him?"
"Flash betrayed us," the ginger says. "He knew what he was getting into. He knew as soon as we got out of the pan, he was finished. That's why he ran," he grimaces, showing a row of small gray teeth. "And led us straight to you."
"What do you want with me?"
Six cries.
"I don't understand." "The key,"
Lexi drawls.
"Flash didn't have it on him, and we know you're his girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend,"
Six corrects.
"And I haven't seen him in years. He just showed up. He's been stalking me. I didn't know why."
"You better hope you're lying," Ginger drawls. "'Cause us getting that key back is the only thing keeping you alive." "What's so special about this key anyway?" I ask, cocking my head. "Whatever it is that's locked up, why don't you just force the lock, blow it open?"
"It's to a safe deposit box,"
Lexi spits back.
"Can't exactly bust it open in a bank now, can we?"
"Lexi, shut up!" wiry guy growls. "Jesus!" "Seems like a bad place to store something valuable if you need to get to it quickly," I observe. Ginger snorts and rolls his eyes. "Yeah," he mutters. "No shit. Letting Flash take care of hiding the jewels was a big fucking mistake. Leave it to his dumb ass to choose a goddamn bank." The wiry guy looks pissed. I get the feeling this is a bone of contention between them.
"I don't have the key,"
Six insists. She raises her hands in a supplicating gesture.
"And I don't know where it is."
"Why the fuck should we believe you?" the wiry guy retorts. "Grim, Lexi, search them. If it ain't on them, we'll just have to convince them to tell us where it is." Six makes a strangled noise. I know she's on the verge of losing control. I have to do whatever it takes to keep her calm. "It's okay, babe," I murmur. Deep breaths. The ginger, whose name is apparently Grim, steps forward. I resist the urge to clock him in the jaw. Lexi moves to Six. She tells Six to remove her shoes and then her jacket. Six shoots me a worried look.
"What the fuck is this?"
Lexi asks with a frown as she examines the jacket. She feels the lining where Six has sewn it back together with dental floss. As she does, her mouth opens in shock and then elation.
"Holy fuck!"
she yells, her voice echoing through the trees.
"It's here! It's right here! I got the key!"
Just then a shot rings out, and then a volley. I barely have time to register what the sound is when Grim is on the ground. I launch myself at Six and tackle her, bringing us both down and out of range of fire behind a tree. I yell at her to stay down and crawl on my elbows over to the motionless Grim. I find a gun tucked into a waist holster and pull it off him. Just then, the second guy and the chick bolt away and make a run for it. Taking aim at the guy, I fire at his calf and bring him down in one leg. A second shot hits him in the back, and he falls forward into the dead leaves. Off in the distance, a few more shots. Then a familiar voice rings out. "Bullet!" Angel calls. "Here!" I run over to where Six is lying as half a dozen of my brothers emerge through the trees. She's unhurt, but shaking and bewildered. As I help her to her feet, she falls against me, trembling like a leaf. "It's over, babe," I murmur against her hair.
How did they find us?
GPS. I left my phone in the car. Angel approaches us, flanked by Thorn and Beast. "Brother, you okay?" He glances over at Six. I nod. "Yeah, thanks to you. Was looking a little hairy for a bit." I look down at Six, who is still clinging to me like a lifeline. "This is
Stacia,"
she inserts, swallowing.
"Thank you for saving us."
"All in a day's work, little lady." Thorn chimes in with a roguish look. "Who the fuck are you, Robin Hood?" I grouse at him, trying not to smirk. "What were these dickheads after anyway?" Beast asks, looking around the bodies lying on the forest floor.
"Oh, my jacket!"
I feel Six's body stiffen as she glances around in alarm.
"Lexi has it."
As if on cue, Gunner emerges from the trees with her. Lexi is wearing the jacket and trying without success to wrench her arm away from him. "Got this one trying to get away." Lexi gives him a venomous look and continues to struggle against his grip. "Look, you," I snarl, stepping up to her. "You ought to be thanking your lucky stars you ain't dead."
"Fuck you,"
she hisses. I just laugh.
"I'll take that jacket now,"
Six says beside me. Gunner lets go of her arm just long enough to pull it off of her and hand it to us. "What the fuck is so special about a jacket?" He frowns. "Long story. I'll tell you later." Six turns it inside out to look at the lining.
"The key's still here,"
she says, holding it out so I can see it's still sewn shut.
"She must not have had time to pull it out."
"Good," I nod. "We're good to go here then." Angel looks around in disgust at the bodies littering the ground. "We're gonna have to do some cleanup here." Still glaring at Gunner, Lexi seems to realize the gravity of her situation.
"What are you gonna do to me?"
she asks. "You're a witness, bitch," Beast growls. "What do you think we're gonna do to you?" Lexi's face pales.
"You can't. Please don't kill me."
She starts to cry, her voice rising to a wail.
"Please."
"Shut up," I cut her off. "We ain't gonna kill her, but she doesn't need to know that yet. Give me one good reason why we should give a shit what you want." Six puts a hand on my arm.
"I have an idea."
I look at her and she continues.
"I'm pretty sure Lexi here might be able to buy a ride for herself back to civilization with us," she says. "For the price of what she knows about this key. And her silence."
19. 6. In the days after the shootout, I tried to forget about the bank box of jewels that had ended up costing so many people their lives. But try as I might, I couldn't put it out of my mind completely. Part of it might have been that the key to the box was still stitched into the lining of my leather jacket. And the jacket, of course, was my one remaining physical reminder of Flash. He had been a terrible boyfriend and an even worse ex-boyfriend. But he had been alive once, and I found myself remembering some of the good times we'd had, few as they were. Things I'd long since forgotten. He was a man who had grown up poor and made a lot of terrible decisions in his life. In some ways, he wasn't that different from me or Bullet in that respect. In a strange kind of way, I found myself mourning his passing. Once it was all over, I realized I no longer had to go by the nickname Six. When Bullet introduced me to Angel, the president of his club, I decided I wanted my life back, and that included my name. I felt like I'd earned it. So, for the first time in years, I introduced myself as Stacia. 6, it turned out, was the final number of times I would go on the run. With the permission of Angel, Bullet introduced me to Tweak, the Lord's resident hacker. Tweak and I spent a good part of the next few weeks holed up in his cave-like computer room at the clubhouse, brainstorming ways to track down the location and owner of the safe deposit box. All Lexi had been able to tell us, before the Lords finally let her go, was that Flash was the one who set up the account, and only he and the other 2 men had known which bank it was. Part of me wanted to let it go and let the box sink into oblivion at the dusty back of a bank vault. But another part of me needed to see what was in it that had caused so much trouble. Besides, I didn't have a whole lot else to do during my non-work hours anyway. The rest of the Lords got used to my presence in their space pretty quickly. Apart from some good-natured flirting, they mostly left me be. I wasn't sure how much Bullet's influence had to do with that, but I was grateful for it. It took us a while, but we eventually figured out which bank Flash had the safe deposit box with. Tweak and I started by looking at the records of all the banks within a 5-mile radius of the apartment he was living in at the time. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find his name as an account holder at a local branch of one of the large banks in the city. When I see his name and the correct address come up on the monitor, I let out a whoop of excitement that makes Tweak chuckle and hold up his hand for a high five. "Okay, then," he grins. "So, we probably have the bank. What do we do next?" I hadn't thought that far yet. But as soon as the words are out of his mouth, an idea comes to me. "I think I've got a plan," I say, smiling at the screen. My idea revolves around the fact that Flash's real full name is Sam Randall. Not Samuel Randall, mind you, just Sam. That's the name his account is under at the Third National Bank, which makes it just a tiny bit easier for Tweak and me to forge identity documents and adopt his social security number as Samantha Randall. Tweak and Bullet accompany me up to the city, armed with the key to the box. I have a new fake driver's license in my bag, complete with a name and address that matches the one on the bank account. I'm nervous as hell on the ride up, but I do what I can not to show it. I must run over all the things that could possibly go wrong in this scenario 1,000 times during the drive. But amazingly, it ends up being almost ridiculously easy to get access to the safe deposit box. The teller barely even looks at my license when I tell her what I'm there for. She just gives me a brief, professional smile and calls another employee to take me back to the deposit box area. Tweak decided to wait out in the car, but Bullet comes with me for emotional support. He left his Lords of Carnage cut in the trunk and even wore a long-sleeve flannel shirt that conceals the majority of his tattoos. As a result, he looks as nondescript as it's possible for a 6'4", ruggedly handsome biker to be. The bank employee who comes out to greet us leads us down a sterile, dark hallway to a reinforced steel door that must lead to the safe deposit boxes. We wait as he unlocks it and motions for us to go in ahead of him. The room we find ourselves in is lined floor to ceiling with more than 100 numbered drawers. There's nothing else in the vault, except a large table in the center. It's easily 10 degrees colder in here than it is out in the main room of the bank, and I can't help but shiver. Bullet and I watch as the bank employee goes to one of the numbered boxes and inserts his key in one of the 2 keyholes in the door. I produce mine and turn it in the second lock, then pull gently. The door swings open. "I'll be outside," he tells us. "Let me know when you've finished." Then, giving us a quick, wordless nod, he exits the room to give us our privacy. I grasp the handle of the box inside and pull it out. It's heavy, but not much heavier than I would expect it to be if it was empty. "Oh my God," I breathe. "I can't believe this is happening." "You can always lock it back up and walk away, you know. Whatever's in there, you're not under any obligation to do anything about it," Bullet says. "No, I want to see what's in it." I reach out and splay my fingers across the top of the cold metal. I want to see what's caused so much trouble and so many lives. I lift the lid, noticing my hand is trembling slightly. Inside is a large manila envelope with a metal closure. I pull it out, then pry up the wings of the clasp. Holding it over the table, I gently shake the contents onto the surface. What falls out are an assortment of loose gems. None of them are in rings or any other setting. There are about a dozen of them, some diamonds, what look to be topaz, and a few emeralds. Huh, Bullet mutters. This ain't that much. Maybe $10,000 worth. 15. Really? I have no idea what jewels are worth, having never owned anything but costume jewelry. I frown. That seems odd. 10,000 doesn't seem like nearly enough for Flash to be trying to keep Grim and Paco's share for himself. Unless there used to be more. Maybe Flash had been selling the gems while Grim and Paco were in the pen. Bullet snorts softly. That'd explain why he was coming after you by himself, instead of doing it with their help. That dumb shit probably knew they'd kill his ass if they found out part of it was gone. Maybe he wanted to grab what was left of the gems and leave the state, or the country. I contemplate his words. He did seem pretty scared at the prospect of meeting up with them again. I couldn't figure out why at the time. It didn't make sense, but now it sort of does. I pick up one of the larger diamonds and hold it up to the light. It's beautiful, shimmering, hard, nearly indestructible. I've never held a real diamond before. This thing would make one hell of an engagement ring for a rich socialite. I wonder where these came from. Not likely we'd be able to figure that out unless they're registered, Bullet tells me. If the diamonds are certified, there'll be a serial number inscribed on them with a laser. If not, they're not really traceable. That's why they were removed from their settings. How would we find out if they're inscribed? Tweak ought to know someone who can check that out for us. Bullet watches impassively as I scoop the gems back into the envelope and seal it back up. I slide it into the inner pocket of my jacket and close the empty safe deposit box, turning my key to lock it. What are you going to do with the gems? He asks me. I have no idea, I admit. I sure don't want to keep them. It feels wrong to sell them. But if what you say is true, we might never be able to find the owners they were stolen from. Besides which, I don't exactly want them calling the cops on me if they don't believe I'm not the one who stole them in the first place. Let's just take first things first, Bullet suggests. First, we find out if they're registered, and then we go from there. But the choice is yours. You were the one who was in danger because of them. You're the one who had to uproot your entire life and leave everything behind over and over to keep yourself safe. You choose what to do with them next. When we get back to the clubhouse to drop off the car, Tweak waves goodbye and heads inside. Bullet takes my hand and leads me to his Harley. I get on the back. But instead of taking me to my apartment, he heads in the direction of his place. I don't argue. I'm not in the mood to be alone right now, and I'm still processing what it means that I have several $1,000s in gems in my jacket pocket. Almost as soon as we're in the door, I'm in Bullet's arms and he's carrying me to bed. All the tension and fear of the last few hours melt away as he makes love to me, long and slow. You're so fucking wet, he rasps as he lowers himself onto the bed beside me, settling between my legs. The heat of him is slick, delicious torture as he brushes his erection against me. My hips buck, straining toward him. A low, desperate moan wrenches from my throat. He teases me, bringing me to the edge with slow, deliberate strokes against my clit. Leaning forward to tower over me, his mouth finds one breast, and his tongue begins to flick and caress the nipple in the same rhythm. It drives me wild, and I wrap my legs around his waist, angling myself, rocking against his cockhead as the pulse between my legs gets deeper and more insistent. "You drive me fucking crazy, Stacia," he mutters against my skin, which turns electric at his touch and at the sound of my name, my real name, on his lips. My body is on fire for him, every word setting me further ablaze. "I need you. I fucking need you now," he growls. He rears back, just long enough for me to open my eyes and take in the splendid muscular beauty of him. He takes his cock in his fist, and I whimper at the sight, my mouth watering with the urge to take him like that, to taste him, to make him lose control. But I know that will have to come later. With his other hand, he grasps my hip and pulls me to him. Then, with a flex of his thighs, he sheathes himself inside me. I shudder, loving the fullness, how he stretches me to my limit, how every movement, no matter how small, sends tingles pulsing through me. His first thrusts are slow, but soon they're speeding up, becoming harder and more demanding. Deep inside me, his cock hits a spot that makes me come unraveled, crazy with need. I won't last long like this, can't last long, and I can only pant and gasp and hold on for dear life as I get ready to shatter into a million pieces around him. "Fuck, baby, fuck. I'm close. You've got me so close. Jesus, yes, come with me," he urges, and his voice is like a flame licking me everywhere at once, making me obey his every word. I open my mouth to answer him, yes, but suddenly the dam breaks, and I'm crying out as the waves crash over me, and Bullet explodes inside me, filling me with everything he's got as he roars his release. Afterwards, I lie in his arms, working to catch my breath, and clinging to him as though he's the only thing tethering me to this earth. For at least the 100th time, I marvel at how there's never been anyone like him for me. All other men pale in comparison, both in and out of the bedroom. Ever since our first night together, I've tried to tell myself it's just good sex, but I know that's not true. I've never wanted anyone the way I want him. I've just always assumed I couldn't possibly have him. Not like that, anyway. And now... In spite of myself, my throat tightens, and for a second, I'm afraid I'm going to cry. I must make a noise because Bullet hears it and pulls me closer. "What's up, babe?" I swallow a couple of times, until I'm sure I can trust my voice. "I'm just thinking about everything that's happened," I murmur, lifting one shoulder in a shrug. It's sort of true, I tell myself. I'm just leaving out some of it. It's just weird to realize I don't have to run anymore. I've never really thought about how it would feel to be able to settle down. Maybe even put down roots here. "Glad to hear you're thinking of sticking around," he rumbles. I can't quite read his tone, and that makes me cowardly. "I mean, at least for a while anyway," I add, trying to sound casual. "Chance has said I'm ready to start working unsupervised as a tattoo artist, and he's hoping to move me up to full-time in a few months, if business stays good. If he still wants me, that is," I can't help but add, my mood turning dark. "Why wouldn't he?" "Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to tell Chance, Des, and everyone else my real name and what my story is. Somehow, even though the danger was over weeks ago, I haven't been able to bring myself to do this yet. The thought of what their reactions might be has stopped me every time. I'll have to tell them I've been lying to them all this time," I continue, feeling sick. "Maybe they won't trust me once they know. After all, they're going to find out I've been a stranger all along. What if they don't want to know the real me?" "They already know you, babe," he says softly. A name's just a name. They'll adjust. Besides, didn't you say Hannah already knows your story? Only the bare bones, I protest. Besides, even I didn't know the real reason Flash was stalking me when I told her. I just told her I had a crazy ex-boyfriend. Have faith in them. They're not going to think any different of you. I sigh and snuggle against him, still doubtful but wanting to believe him. Maybe you're right, I murmur softly. Maybe nothing has to change. Maybe Bullet's right, and I can just go on living my life here in Tanner Springs as Stacia Edison, formerly known as Six. A month ago, that would have been an unimaginable dream come true, a fantasy that I could barely ever hope to attain. But now, a normal life, the chance to put down roots, to have real friends I don't have to keep any secrets from. It's almost too perfect. Just about everything I want out of life handed to me on a silver platter. Except for one thing. Now that it's all over, I don't know where Bullet and I stand. He's helped me get my life back, and I've never been more grateful to anyone than I am to him. But as he takes me in his arms again, I realize it's more than that. It's more than gratitude I feel for him. More than sexual attraction, too, although there's certainly that. The fact is, I'm pretty sure I've fallen in love with him. Bullet is an enigma, charming and cocky, brooding and closed off. He's kind when I expect him to be hard, rough and demanding in a way I've never known before and have come to crave. His eyes bore into my soul when he takes my body. The touch of his tongue on my lips is electric. The rough slide of his thumb against my clit sends me into spasms of pure pleasure. I've come to trust him more than I've ever trusted any man. Hell, more than any person I've ever known. And yet, I have no idea how he feels about me. Not really. When I was still worrying about how long I'd have before I'd be forced to leave Tanner Springs, the question of how I felt about him was one I refused to let enter my mind. But now, I can't push it away anymore. I'm lost to him. I'm lost to this. That night, exhausted by everything that's happened that day, I sleep the sleep of the dead. As I drift off, feeling safe and warm in Bullet's arms, I allow myself to believe in a future for us, just for tonight, even as I tell myself that whatever has already happened between us is enough. It will have to be enough if he doesn't feel the same way. The next morning I wake up, and it seems like everything has already changed. Bullet isn't lying beside me. Instead, he's already dressed and standing in the bedroom doorway, his leather cut covering the muscled shoulders that only last night I gripped as I came in his arms. "You're awake," I mumble, heaving myself into a sitting position as I draw the covers up around my breasts. I push a messy lock of hair out of my eyes and take him in. "Is something wrong?" In 2 strides, he's crossed the room and sits down on the edge of the bed beside me. There's a grim look on his face that I've never seen before. Not even when he was dealing with Flash and the others. "Six. Stacia. Damn it, I don't know what to call you anymore." His frustration is an impatient storm on his face. "What is it? What's wrong?" I glance down and notice his phone is in his hand. "Nothing's wrong. Exactly. I just have something to ask you." He rubs a hand roughly over his face. If he slept last night, it doesn't show because he looks exhausted. "A favor, I guess, and I hate like hell to do it." My heart sinks slowly down to my stomach. Though I tell myself I have no right to be upset. Bullet helped me. Now he's asking for me to pay him back. Tit for tat. Quid pro quo. That's all it is. I don't even hesitate, because I do owe him. I owe him my life in more ways than one. But also because I'd do anything for him, anything to be near him. Of course, I say around the lump forming in my throat. Anything you need. 20. 6. You won't be in any danger, Bullet assures me. I'll make sure of that. All the way to the clubhouse on the back of his bike, Bullet had kept silent about what he was about to ask me to do. He told me he wanted to explain the whole thing here, with the other lords around. He said it would help me understand what the plan was, and what my role would be if I accepted it. Bullet assured me that once I'd heard everything and asked all the questions I wanted to, I could refuse if I wanted to, and he wouldn't ask me twice. But one look at the creases of exhaustion on his forehead, the rough, angry way he runs his hand through his close-cropped hair, and I know I'll say yes, no matter what he's about to ask me. Because I might not know Bullet all that well, and I don't know exactly where we stand, but I do know that he wouldn't ask a hard thing of me unless he really needed it. So, you want me to pretend to be... what? A prostitute? My mouth stumbles over the word as I look around the room. I scan the faces of the lords present, men I'm only just barely coming to know. There's Tank and Stryker, who I first met at the Smiling Skull. There's also Lugnut, Gunner, and Hawk. All of them, Bullet has told me, are working with him to bring down the man he calls Ellis Strickland. Not a prostitute, Bullet corrects me. A decoy. To help you find your stepfather. We've found him already, Tank chimes in. More or less, anyway. We've got a guy who's made contact for us. We just need to get at him in person. This is the best way we've figured out to do that. Why is it so hard to meet with him? I search Bullet's features. Ellis, he goes by Edge now, is cagey. He's careful about who he meets up with, for good reason. The shit he gets up to is dangerous. He's made a lot of enemies. Bullet shows his teeth in a rictus of a smile that makes my blood run cold. And he's under the protection of a powerful criminal organization that we can't go head-to-head with. You don't need to know who that is. So we need to figure out a different way to smoke him out into the open, something that will get him to let his guard down. Me, I supply quietly. Not you in person, pictures of you. Bullet pauses, a flick of what looks like regret crossing his face. But yeah, one of Edge's current businesses is supplying rich, depraved fuckers with pretty young women they can take their pleasure with. These clients of his have some very particular tastes, so going through the usual channels is risky for them. What do you mean, particular tastes? Bullet's jaw works as he mulls his words. It's clear he's struggling to think of a way to put this. Let's just say, the girls they supply tend to be young, with no family or connections. Kids who aren't likely to be missed. Oh my God. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I choke. Bullet's eyes lock on mine. His pupils are dark as coal. Yeah, I am. His clients get off on torture, rape, using the girls like objects to do with them what they please, then discarding them if necessary. And as you can imagine, Lugnut growls in a deep voice, the human garbage that likes that shit will pay huge money for it. This Edge guy has found himself quite a fucking cash cow. And you want me to pose for photos to lure him in? I'm suddenly freezing, as though the temperature has dropped 50 degrees in this room. I hug my arms to my chest to ward off the chill, but it's no use. The cold is coming from inside me. Nothing too racy, just enough to convince them you exist and you're up for sale. Bullet reaches out, cupping his hand gently under my chin. You're never in any danger, Six. You won't get anywhere near them. We just need to convince them that we have a product worth selling. And I'm the product. A tremor goes through me as I contemplate his words. I knew abstractly that such dark corners of the world exist, but as much as my life has brushed against certain criminal elements, I've never been exposed to anything as horrible as this. It's almost impossible for me to wrap my head around the fact that a man like this was once Bullet's stepfather. The thought of such a man looking at photographs of me, licking his lips, imagining how much money he could make from selling me off to one of his monstrous clients, sends my stomach churning. For a few seconds, I think I might vomit. I suck in a breath, then another, trying to calm my suddenly racing pulse. But then, I remember that there are actual girls out there who are being sold to these predators by him. Those girls are actually being beaten, tortured, raped, killed even. I'm just being asked to provide a few pictures as bait to help them catch him. What will you do with him when you get him? I whisper. Stop him. His voice is cold as steel. Finish him. Blinking, I gaze up into his eyes. The expression I see there is so flat, so dead. It tells me more than words ever could. They're the eyes of a man who feels no remorse, who will stop at nothing until his own justice, his own vengeance, has been served. The other men are silent. All of them look at me expectantly. I know Bullet won't ask me twice if I say no. But I also know that's not an option for me. When do we start? I ask. They bring in a woman to take the pictures. Her name is Samantha, and Bullet introduces her to me as Hawk's old lady. She's a professional photographer in town. She is stunningly beautiful, with glossy black hair and dark eyes. She also looks to be about 4 or 5 months pregnant. Thought it'd be easier for you if it was a woman, Bullet says gently. And she'll know what to do, how to make the photos look authentic, convincing. Call me Sam, Samantha smiles. She produces a plastic bag and hands it to me. I brought some clothes for you to change into. We'll go into one of the back rooms to do the shoot. It'll be just you and me, so don't be nervous. It'll go quickly, I promise. I take the bag and peer into it. I didn't think we'd need to do professional photos for this. Isn't that going a little overboard? The point isn't to make them look professional, she answers, giving me a wink. It's to make them look unprofessional, authentic in a way that won't arouse any suspicions, but still tempting enough to reel them in. That can be harder than you'd think. Huh. Okay. Come on. Sam leads me toward the back of the clubhouse, into a room that looks like it's largely used for storage. I'm having Hawk and Lugnut bring in some lighting equipment for me. She pats her slightly swollen belly. I'm totally capable of doing it myself, but Hawk won't hear of me lifting anything heavy. She sighs, but there's a twinkle in her eye. How far along are you? 20 weeks. You'd think I was at term by the way Hawk hovers around me. He's pretty much made me promise to do any shoots that need artificial lighting in my home studio. She chuckles. It's fair enough, I guess. It's our first biological child. Biological? I ask, liking Sam already. We have a 10-year-old boy, adopted. She giggles. Though you'd never know it the way he takes after Hawk, in mannerisms especially. That boy is his mini-me, through and through. As she talks, Sam is looking around, evaluating the space we're in. She cocks her head and points toward the far wall, which is made of brick but painted a dark tar black. I'm going to have the men bring one of the old sofas from the game room in here to put against that wall. You can go change in that room, she says, pointing toward a half-open door. Come out when you're ready. I want to put some makeup on you, mess with your hair a little before we start shooting. Take your time. I do as she says, going into a small room that turns out to be a storage closet. I feel along the wall for a light switch and turn it on. There's not much in here but boxes about the size of paper ream boxes. I close the door, set the plastic bag down on one of them, and pull out the clothes. They're raggedy, cheap-looking, and skimpy. A black tank top, plaid schoolgirl skirt, fishnets. At the bottom of the bag is a pair of black Doc Martens-style boots. I strip off my own clothes and pull everything on slowly. When I get to the tank top, I start to pull it over my bra, but then think better of it and take the bra off. Though I feel more exposed, I think back to what Sam said about this needing to look authentic. If I'm to help Bullet, that's what I need to do. When I open the door of the closet and walk back out into the room, the men are helping Sam set up her lighting. The couch is there now, shoved up against the wall. Lugnut is bent over, screwing a tall black umbrella thing into a metal stand on the floor. He straightens, and when his eyes fall on me, a shadow passes over them. "Son of a bitch," he spits out in a choked voice. Then, as I gape at him, he turns on his heel and stomps out of the room without another word. Sam, who's been fiddling with the camera hanging around her neck, looks up and watches him leave, then pivots toward me. "Oh, shit," she murmurs quietly. "What's wrong with Lugnut?" I ask her, bewildered. "Did I do something wrong?" No, it's nothing like that," Sam explains apologetically. "I think maybe this whole situation has got him on edge a little bit. It's not your fault." "Why is he upset?" "Bad memories. Lugnut's old lady Eden was once pimped out by an ex-boyfriend. They got her hooked on heroin and held her in a shitty old motel room. That's how Lugnut met her, in fact. He and Gunner managed to get her out before—" Sam trails off. "Well, before." Oh my God. "Yeah, she's okay now, though." Sam gives me a reassuring smile. "Gunner's mom got her off the dope, but I think this whole thing is bringing back some shit for Lugnut, you know? God, I can only imagine. How horrible." Gunner's wife, Alex, is Eden's sister, by the way. You'll meet them. They're both really nice." Sam pulls the camera off over her head and sets it on a low stool beside her. "Okay, come over here. Let me put some makeup on you." Sam brings me over to the couch, adjusts the lighting, and then opens up a small case with a bunch of makeup palettes inside. She brings out some heavy concealing makeup and tells me she's going to start by covering up my visible tattoos. "We want to make you look as young as possible," she explains, as she dabs at my arm. I watch in fascination as the intricate tattoo on my forearm begins to disappear. "This will take a bit, but when I'm done, it'll be a lot easier to do the touch-ups on the photos themselves." I sit in silence as she works, contemplating what she told me about Alex and Eden. It's sweet that Sam just assumes I'll meet them at some point. She must think Bullet and I are together. Like, together. Permanently. I think about telling her my doubts, but realize it feels too painful to bring up. Listening to her tell me what my heart is dying to hear would just make things worse. Better to just concentrate on what I'm doing right now. Right now, my job is to help him, no matter what the outcome is for us. Once Sam is satisfied with my makeup, she has me go through a series of poses on the couch. Some lying down, some scrunched up into one corner, some with me looking away from the camera. Sam tells me that what she's going for is not an overtly sexy look. You're young and afraid. You don't want to do this. You're being forced to. She pauses and purses her lips. Remember that the men we're trying to sell you to get off on fear, on domination. God, this is just awful. I know, she says grimly. That's why it's important. The shoot itself takes a little over half an hour. Sam shows me the photos afterwards, flipping through them on her camera as I peer at the screen. As horrifying as they are, I have to admit she's done a fantastic job. She's managed to make me look sexy and afraid at the same time. The low, oblique light she used in some of the closer-up shots make my pupils look huge, like maybe I'm on drugs. All in all, they're extremely convincing. They used to call this look heroin chic, Sam tells me in a dry tone. In the 90s, looking too thin and drugged out was considered the gold standard for fashion models. How's that for gross? I feel like I need a shower, I admit. This whole thing has taken a lot more out of me than I thought it would. I know. Sam looks at me, biting her lip, and then reaches over and gives me a warm hug. You did great, though, she murmurs. And don't worry, we'll print a few of these for the men to use, and all the files will be destroyed. Once this is all over, there will be no evidence this shoot ever happened, I promise. Thank you, I say, grateful. Sam sends me out to change back into my clothes. A few minutes later, I re-emerge, just in time to see Hawk come in, with Bullet trailing behind him. All done? Hawk asks, slipping his arm around her. Yep, check these out. Sam holds up the camera so Hawk can look at the display. She thumbs through a few of them, and he lets out a whistle, impressed. Check these out, Bull, he says. Bullet leans in and takes a look. I watch him, hoping he'll be impressed too. But as he looks through one image after another, his face darkens. Yeah, that'll do. His eyes flick to me, expressionless. Thanks, he says gruffly. No problem, I say meekly. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, he turns to Sam. I gotta take care of a couple things here. Could you drive her home for me? Sure, no problem, she replies. Bullet turns and half storms out of the room, almost like Lugnut did earlier. I want to follow him to ask him if anything's wrong, but I don't have the guts. It's like my feet are glued to the floor. Sam doesn't seem to notice anything. Just let me get this equipment broken down, she says to me kindly. Hawk, baby, can you help me load this stuff into the car? She glances at the exercise tracker on her wrist. Oh, perfect timing. I have just enough time to get to school to pick up Connor after I drop you off. When we emerge back into the main room of the clubhouse, Bullet is nowhere to be seen. With a last glance behind me, I follow Sam outside and get in her car. I give her directions to my apartment and do my best to keep up my end of the conversation as she chatters away. All the while, trying not to wonder whether this is how Bullet and I end.
21. Bullet. Sam goes home and spends some time messing with a photo she took of Six. A few hours later, Hawk comes back to the clubhouse with a large envelope in his hands. He spreads the prints of 5 photos out on the table in front of Tank, Stryker, and me. These are the best ones, Hawk tells us. They're good, Tank remarks. He picks one up and examines it more closely. Damn. Of course they are, Hawk rumbles. Sam's the best at what she does. I knew she'd have an eye for this. Not just her. Stacy is a fucking actress. It's pretty fucking freaky. Stryker lets out a low whistle. Whew. These pictures are convincing as hell. If I didn't know better. They're right. The pictures are good. Almost too good. Sam has made Six look beautiful and arresting. Of course, which she already is. Any idiot with a camera could capture that. But there's something more to it. They're sexy as hell, but in a way that is somehow deeply fucking disturbing. Pretty white girls like Six are at a premium for this kind of shit. And considering what his clients get off on, they'll pay top fucking dollar for the right one. These photos are perfect in that respect. Six looks exactly the sort of girl a sick fuck like that would be attracted to. A would-be predator's fantasy prey. Sam has made her look helpless and vulnerable. Fragile. Haunted, even. The girl who stares out at me from these photos knows that no one is coming to save her from the fate that awaits her. She knows she's been abandoned, that she's no longer anything but an object, to be used and abused and thrown away. It makes me sick to look at this picture and think of Six in that position, that I about want to rip my fucking hair out thinking about Ellis looking at these photos of her. My stomach roils at the idea of him planning to sell her as a fucking sex slave to a man who would get off on terrorizing her. A lot of these girls are only used a handful of times, I know. Some of them, just once. Each of them is worth a fortune, and at the same time they're worthless, completely deprived of their humanity. It adds a depth and dimension to my fury that threatens to overwhelm me. Thick bile rises in my throat. As much as I hated Ellis after my mother burned to death, the rage and fury I feel now is 100 times worse. When I kill Ellis, and I will kill him, it will be for even looking at these pictures of Six and seeing her as an object and nothing more. Remember, it's me who ends him, I remind my brothers, my voice hard as a diamond cutting through glass. No one else. That night, I don't go to Six. I can't touch her right now. I'm too disgusted with myself. I can't deal with the fact that I'm using her body to get at my stepfather. As I lie in my own bed, alone, I stare up at the ceiling, but all I can see is her face in those photographs. Even now, they're being served up to whet the appetites of some perverted fuck with money. I feel sick to my fucking stomach about the whole goddamn thing. Even though it's to help catch a man who doesn't deserve to live and wipe him off the face of this earth. I hate that I've gotten her involved in my shit. There had to have been another way to get to Alice. A better way. But I chose this. And Six probably agreed because she felt like she didn't have any choice. I used her. And now, because of that, my fucking stepfather will look at her like an object. He'll get hard looking at her and thinking about all the fucking money she'll make him. Fuck! I roar into the darkness. How am I any better than he is? The next day I'm at the clubhouse in the game room late in the afternoon. I'm on pins and fucking needles waiting for word from the contact who brought Ellis the photos of Six. Ellis, Edge, is careful as hell, as anyone who deals in this kind of crime has to be. There can't be a digital footprint of any part of this transaction. It's not as easy as loading up the images onto a website like Backpage or emailing them to him. We had to have our contact courier the photos to one of his people, whose job it is to get them to him. It's the only way we can provide proof that we've got a girl with the look Edge wants for his client. The waiting is making me goddamn crazy, so I'm trying to work out some of the frustration with the first-person shooter game. I've got the volume turned up so fucking loud I don't hear Stryker calling my name until he and Tank are standing between me and the large TV screen mounted on the wall in front of me. "Turn that shit off," Stryker yells, raising his hands in exasperation. "God damn!" I hit pause on the controller and toss it onto the leather couch beside me. "What?" I demand. "We got a problem, brother." Fuck. I stand and rake a hand over my scalp. "What is it?" "Just got a message from our contact," he answers. "Edge is saying the photos aren't good enough. He's going to send one of his guys to the meetup in his place to make sure this is legit." "What the fuck?" I shout in frustration. The contact says Edge told him photos can be doctored. He wants to check out the goods in person. Says he needs to know that the girl in the pictures really exists, and that she looks like she does in the photos. The way it's going to work is, his guy will come to the meetup, and if he determines she's the real deal, he'll call Edge to come in person to check her out. Shit. Are you saying we need to bring Six with us? I stare at him. Sounds like it. Tank looks grim. But look, we can make it work. We can keep her safe. No. It's the only way we'll get Edge to come out in the open, Bull, Tank warns me. No. I shake my head firmly. I can't do that. I can't fucking bring her into this any more than I already have. We're in too deep now, brother, Tank protests. If we don't bring Stacia, the deal falls through. We'll never get close to Edge. There's got to be another way. There isn't, Stryker cuts in. Not unless we start all over from zero. Look, he isn't going to hurt Stacia, Bull. She's not valuable to him unless she's in perfect condition. So we just bring her in, let him look at her, see she's real, and then take her away. Tell him we're keeping her under wraps until the transaction is completed. No, I can't. My mouth won't form the rest of the sentence. I can't treat her like a fucking sex slave. I can't do that to her. Someone else, I say stubbornly. We have to find someone else. Who else are you going to get to do this? Tank insists. No girl, no Edge. You get that, right? He taps his forehead with a finger like I'm dense. And he's seeing her picture now. Stacy is who he's expecting. If you bring someone else, this guy won't bring Edge to us. Come on, Bullet. We're at the finish line. What the fuck? We can't back out now. I said fucking no! I explode at them both. I'm not going to ask Six to do this. End of fucking story.
Ask me to do what?
Surprise mixing with dread in my gut, I wheel around to see Six standing in the doorway. What are you doing here? I growl.
Tweak called me in about the diamond registration thing.
Six cocks her head, narrowing her eyes at the three of us.
What do you need me to do?
Nothing. Bullet's stepdad says he won't come to the meetup unless you are there in person. Tank pipes up. God damn it, Tank, I yell, turning to glare at him.
I'll do it,
she says simply. No, I roar.
Bullet, stop. I said I'll do it.
I stride toward her until I'm less than a foot away and facing her. I have to make her understand. It's not safe, Six. I fucking refuse to bring you any further into this. I've pulled you in too far already.
That's exactly why I'm going to do it.
Her voice is firm. What? I gape at her, dumbfounded. That makes no fucking sense.
Yes, it does,
she says patiently.
Look, Bullet, you've told me enough about this man for me to know what my involvement in this represents. I can't help but think of how many girls are in real danger because of him and the clients he serves. Think about how many of those girls might be saved if we do this.
That's not why.
I don't care.
She fixes me with a strong, direct stare that tells me she's not about to back down.
I don't care why you started this. What I care about is what it means to finish it. When you get to Edge, before you...
Six trails off, momentarily averting her eyes. But when she looks back at me, resolve is etched on her beautiful features.
Before you do whatever you plan to do with him, I want you to get the name of the client that he wants to buy me for. And then I want you to find him too. Make sure he never, ever does anything like this to a girl or a woman again. That's my price.
You know that's not why I started this, I warn her.
I know,
she says softly.
But that doesn't matter to me. What matters is what you're going to do to end it. And I want to be a part of that.
Six pauses.
I know if I ask you to do it, you will. So I'm asking. And that's why I'm going to help you. Because it's the right thing to do.
She puts a hand on my forearm.
I'm doing this. You saved me once, Bullet. I know you'll keep me safe this time too.
No, I repeat. But even I can hear that I'm losing steam.
Yes. It's a done deal, Bullet. So stop arguing. We're in this together.
Six breaks my gaze and turns to Tank and Stryker.
Okay, so tell me what I need to do.
22. Bullet. You nervous? I ask her.
A little.
Six admits. She's dressed up and ready to go in an outfit that looks similar to the one she was wearing for the photo shoot with Sam. This time she's got on a long-sleeve black mesh shirt with a black cami, a short skirt, and bare legs with platform heels that accentuate their shapeliness. Her hair is pulled back from her face. She's not wearing any makeup except for the stuff that's covering up her tattoos and some blush-colored lipstick. The end result is that she looks about 16 years old, which, of course, is the idea. Six looks jittery. Her face is pale, which accentuates the beauty of her fine features. I'm guessing she didn't sleep that well last night, judging from the hint of shadows under her eyes. She looks gorgeous and vulnerable. Perfect bait for the sick fuck we're trying to lure in. Angel and Beast aren't here at the clubhouse with us. They're not going on the run. They're too well known as the Prez and VP of the Lords of Carnage, so they could be recognized. It's just Tank, Stryker, me, Tweak, and Lugnut. We're all out of uniform, exchanging our cuts for suit coats that conceal our weapons. Tank is the lead, the one selling Six, and we're his bodyguards. We all have to play our parts, and we have to be spot on, or the deal will fall through. And if that happens, we all might be in danger, especially Six. Tank's heavy footsteps sound on the floorboards, and we all turn to see him. He's got on an expensive-looking suit and shoes that probably cost more than my monthly fucking mortgage. Jesus fuck, Tank, Stryker snickers. You look like a fucking high-roller pimp. Yeah, which is exactly the point, numbnuts. Tank shoots back. His eyes glide to Six, and he gives her a satisfied once-over. Nice get up, darling. You'll do. Six snorts and grins back at him.
You clean up pretty good, Tank. You almost look respectable.
She cocks a brow and sniffs.
Cologne, too? You go all out.
Why, thank you. He shoots back, doffing an imaginary hat. If you ever get tired of this fucker, he continues, indicating me, you know where I am. Six blushes a bit and glances over at me. I can't help but avert my gaze. I still feel shitty for bringing her into this. She basically fucking insisted, but I could have put my foot down. I should have put my foot down. God damn it. But the fact is, we need her. I need her here in order to pull this off.
You look good, too,
Six breathes.
But weird. I barely recognize you.
Good, I grunt. That's the point. As well as wearing this monkey suit getup, I've shaved my head and also removed my short, dark beard. In its place is a blonde mountain man beard that conceals my features. It's pretty fucking realistic if I do say so myself, even though the adhesive itches like a motherfucker.
You should have worn a wig, too, Six giggles. You'd look like Grizzly Adams in a suit.
Har har, you're in a pretty fucking jovial mood, I grouse, without knowing why. Jealousy, maybe. It doesn't sit right with me that she's letting Tank flirt with her. Thought you said you were nervous.
Of course I'm nervous, but this is how I cope with nervous.
She gives me a searching look.
You okay?
Fuck. Yeah, I'm fine, I spit out and turn away. It almost feels like I'm looking for reasons to pick a fight with her. I think in a way I want her to be mad at me. Hell, if she was mad enough, maybe she'd change her mind about doing this. And I wouldn't have any good reason to stop her if she walked out right now. Part of me wishes she would. I don't deserve her help. I shouldn't take it. I should be protecting the woman I love. The woman I love. God damn it. That's what's got me all the fuck out of sorts, isn't it? I love her. I am all the fuck the way in love with this beautiful, brave, gorgeous woman. But fuck, right now I don't feel like I deserve her. Not one goddamn bit. Okay, Tank calls out. Everyone get over here. Let's go over the plan one more time before we head out. The group of us gathers around him. Six wraps her arms around her body protectively, and after a second walks over and grabs that damn leather jacket, pulling it on over her skimpy outfit. I resist the urge to put my arm around her to give her some extra warmth. We're all going in the limo together, Tank explains one final time, referring to the black Lexus with fake plates we have parked outside. Tweak's the driver. The rest of you fuckers are around me at all times as my guards. Bullet is gonna hang back. He can't talk since Edge might recognize his voice. Tank looks at each of us, one by one, before continuing. We don't make any moves until Edge is actually in the room. Guard down, ready to make the transaction, he says. Stacia is the priority. We keep her safe, and we get her out of there immediately if shit looks like it's starting to go south. The plan is to pull her out of there as soon as Edge has looked her over, so she's out of the way before we make a move. If shit goes to hell, the signal is to act when I say the word deal. You all know what to do in that case. Stacia, you hit the ground. Go for cover. Stryker, Lugnut, Tweak, your gun's out. Depending on how many men they have, you shoot to kill or to wound. Tank glances toward me. Bullet and I grab Edge. We clear? A rumble of assent moves through the group. Six bites her lip and nods. Okay, let's move. The meet-up point is a place we suggested. It's a stroke of fucking luck Ellis agreed to it. Assuming everything goes according to plan, it's perfect for what I have in mind for him. The pole barn used to have a farmhouse not far from it, but the house was in such bad shape the owners raised it a while ago. The barn itself sits at the end of a long gravel driveway, on a parcel of land that's been for sale for a good amount of time. A few years at least. I'm guessing any farmer worth his shit must know the land isn't worth much, or it would have sold by now. A large black Lexus limousine pulling off that driveway would probably raise a few eyebrows out here, if there were any eyebrows around to raise. As it is, there's not a person or a car in sight as we drive the half-mile of the driveway and park in the back of the pole barn, out of sight of the main road. We're the first ones here, about half an hour early. Tank sends Lugnut and Stryker to scope out the area, to make sure Ellis hasn't sent any snipers out ahead of time. They come back about 10 minutes later, satisfied we're alone. In the meantime, Tweak smashes the lock on the small side door and kicks it open with his foot. We all file inside until we're standing in the center of the space. It's empty, except for some old cords of rotting wood, a few sawhorses, and an ancient-looking riding lawnmower. There's not much light in the place, only one naked bulb hanging from a 6-foot cord in the center of the ceiling. And it takes a bit for our eyes to adjust. When mine do, I turn to look at Six. She hasn't said a word since we arrived. Her face is tense, her eyes unfocused, almost like she's withdrawn into herself. You okay? I murmur. She gives me an imperceptible little nod.
I'm fine.
Her voice is distant.
Just let me be, Bullet.
We wait, mostly in silence. The time of the meetup comes. 10 more minutes go by. I start to feel restless. Suddenly, Tweak pipes up from the doorway. They're here. We get into position. I'm on one side of Tank, Lugnut and Stryker on the other. Six stands in the middle, next to Tank. We hear the crunch of tires on gravel, then the slam of car doors. A group of 4 men enters the pole barn. Tweak moves to stand on my side, in front of me. I resist the urge to reach up and check my beard. Gentlemen, Tank announces in a jovial voice. Glad you could make it. The tall one in the middle seems to be the one in charge. He's thin but wiry-looking and heavily bearded, dressed in a black turtleneck under a black suit. He doesn't bother with formalities. That's the girl, he intones, flicking his gaze to her. It is, Tank agrees. Prime piece, if I do say so myself. How old? She told me she was 16 when we met, Tank says smoothly, though I suspect she might be younger. The bearded guy takes a step forward. She's a natural blonde, yes? He asks, looking her over. Yep, Tank flashes him a leer. Above and below. The prettiest little snatch you've ever seen, though I haven't sampled the goods. She's a virgin, tight little pussy, all ready for your boss. I hear a tiny, strangled noise escape from Six's throat. I'm not sure whether she's acting or not. It sends a knife of regret through my gut. But either way, it fucking works. I watch, adrenaline beginning to flow through my veins, as Edge's man stares at her for a couple of seconds more, then blinks, seemingly satisfied. He reaches into his breast pocket and pulls out a phone. Taking a few steps back, he snaps a quick photo of Six and presumably sends it to Ellis. A moment later, he presses a button and holds the phone to his ear. Yeah, she's here. It's legit. He listens for a second, grunts, and ends the call. Edge is coming. He steps back and rejoins the men he came in with, standing at almost military attention. He doesn't speak anymore, or even bother to look at us. The silence in the barn has a weird, echoing character to it. My muscles are taut as the strings on a fucking violin. The adrenaline rushing through my veins feels like a drug, wiring me with tense anticipation. Then, with a scrape, the door opens and Ellis steps inside. Fuck me. My former stepfather has come up in the world, that's for damn sure. As he strides toward us, I notice he's wearing a suit that's even more expensive than the one Tank has on. He's not wearing a tie, but the collar of his shirt looks starched enough to give someone a fucking paper cut. A signet ring adorns his left pinky. Even his haircut looks like it cost a mint. The fucking white trash asshole I knew back in the day is almost unrecognizable. Almost. But it's him. It's fucking him for sure. And this is how he got his money. Buying and selling not only drugs, but people. My mother was just the first in a long line of people he has sacrificed to get where he is now. But that fucking ends. Right here, right now. If I was worried that Ellis would recognize me, there was no need. He barely looks at any of us except Tank. I realize it was a good call dressing him up the way we did. Ellis lusts after money. He respects people who have it. And now that he's one of them, Tank is the only person in this room who matters to him. Well, Tank and the girl he thinks he's about to purchase. I'm Edge, he says to Tank. The corners of his mouth spread into a humorless grin. His teeth are capped, gleaming white and overly straight in a way that makes him look even more like a predator. Murphy, Tank lies. He gestures towards Six. Here she is, exactly as ordered. Lovely. Perfect. When Ellis's eyes fall on Six, they practically flash dollar signs. He moves closer to her, fingers a stray lock of her hair that frames her pale face. Where did you find her? She was a runaway from foster care, Tank smirks. Her parents are dead. I picked her up on the streets. He gives Six a lecherous leer. Tank moves next to the other man and reaches a hand up to clasp Six's chin roughly. He angles her face up to his. She was desperate for someone to protect her from the cold, cruel world. Isn't that right, sweetheart? He croons. Six flinches and tries to pull her head away, but Tank holds her fast so she can't do it. Jesus, they're playing this so perfectly, I'm half convinced myself. The knife in my gut twists harder. She looks terrified, poor thing, Ellis murmurs. But he's grinning, lust fairly seeping from his pores. She's a virgin, Tank repeats, releasing Six's face. She sucks in a shuddering breath and looks away. So innocent, so inexperienced. Well worth the price. Ellis sneers. I doubt my client will care one way or another. He moves closer to Six. She takes a tiny step back, but doesn't dare move any further. His face is inches from hers. So close I can imagine she can smell his breath. I'm afraid your new master isn't very nice, he tells her, twisting his mouth into a mocking frown. His tastes run more toward pain than pleasure. Inflicting it, especially. Six lets out another strangled half-sob. I don't think she's faking it this time. This has gone far enough. I turn to look at Tank, trying to signal to him. It's time to get her out of here. But before I can, all hell breaks loose. I'll enjoy breaking you in myself, Ellis murmurs with a leer. In fact, I think I'll take a little sample right now. He reaches for her, one arm wrapping around her waist, the other reaching between her legs and up her skirt. He pulls her against him, mouth coming down roughly on hers. Six lets out a muffled scream and pushes him away, leg coming up instinctively to knee him in the groin. As soon as she connects, Ellis roars in pain and surprise. He half doubles over, his face a mask of rage. Then raising his ringed hand, he hauls back and backhands her in the face. Almost before my brain registers it, I snap. I close the distance between me and my former stepfather and punch him so hard he flies backward into the bearded guy. It happens so fast his men are taken totally off guard. But the lords have been waiting for Tank's signal, so they're ready. Stryker's pistol is out and he punches one of the other men with it, knocking him to the ground. Beside him, Tweak shoots another in the leg. He screams, stumbling, and starts to reach for his own gun, but Tweak puts another bullet in his chest. I dive for Ellis, and out of the corner of my eye I see Six is on the ground. I pray she's not hurt. I send Ellis crashing to the floor. The beast inside me takes control, and I grab his head and slam it against the cement floor, hearing a solid crack. Then again. He's out cold after the third time. I leap to my feet just in time to help Tank, who's wrestling one of the others for control of a pistol. I punch him hard in the kidney, then haul him upright. He doubles over and starts to retch. The pistol skitters away. "Bullet!" Stryker yells out. I turn just in time for a fist to connect with my temple. I let out a roar and bend forward, head down, taking the motherfucker in the gut and snow-plowing him until we're both on the ground. One hard punch to the jaw dazes him long enough for me to take out my Glock. Aiming at his chest, I pull the trigger. Scrambling to my feet, I swing around, eyes scanning the room to assess the scene. Tweak, Lugnut, Tank, and Stryker are all on their feet. Ellis's men are on the ground, either unconscious or dead. My brothers are staring at a spot behind me. I turn to look. There, face bloodied and swollen, Six is holding a gun, pointed at Ellis. Blood is streaming from her nose, her lips split and swelling as I take the pistol from her shaking hands and give it to Tank. Already a bloom of purple is spreading across her cheekbone. "Are you okay?" I ask, my voice hoarse and strange. Six nods mutely. My hand reaches up, but I stop short of touching her, afraid I'll hurt her. Instead, I turn to Tweak. "Take her back to the limo," I choke. Six looks at me, eyes wide. She doesn't utter a word, casting one final glance down at Ellis as Tweak leads her away. There's nothing for her to say. She knows what's about to happen. The bare bones of it, anyway. But I'm hoping she can't see on my face how much I'm going to enjoy it. Once Ellis realizes no one is coming to save his ass, it doesn't take much to get him to spill everything he knows about the rich client he was trying to buy Six for. I guess he figures it's his only shot at getting out of this alive. He hasn't changed at all in that respect. Always willing to sell someone else down the river to save his own skin. But when all is said and done and he realizes it isn't going to be enough, that the whole thing has been a setup to smoke him out of his fucking hole, I finally get the first taste of revenge I've been craving for so long. "Go grab the containers from the back of the limo," I tell Lugnut. The look of terror in Ellis's eyes as I pull off my beard is a sight I'll never fucking forget. But that's nothing compared to the look on his face when Lug returns, carrying 2 large gas cans. "You got my mother hooked on meth," I rasp at him. Ellis struggles against his bonds. "She was a fucking drunk when I met her," he shoots back. "I didn't make her an addict. I just gave her what she wanted." "She burned to death in that house because of you." I lean down until my face is less than a foot from his, close enough that I know he can see the hatred blazing in my eyes. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long fucking time, Ellis." At first, he doesn't say anything. Then he starts begging for his life. I hardly fucking hear him. "Tie him up," I command. "No!" Ellis screams, his eyes bugging wildly out of his head. Lugnut and Stryker bind his hands and feet, Stryker punching him in the face when he starts to struggle too much. They line a couple of the sawhorses up side by side so the tops make a sort of stretcher. Then they haul Ellis up so he's lying on top of them and secure him there with the last of the rope. Tank stands impassively next to the 2 large gas cans, arms crossed, watching. When they're finished, I step up to the sawhorses until I'm looking down on my former stepfather, like a surgeon gazing at a patient on an operating table. "You never fucking cared about my mom, did you?" I ask, staring him in the eyes. "I bet you thought you'd given me the slip. I'll admit, it's taken me a while to find your ass. Hell, you might have thought you were safe by now." I reach to my waist and unbuckle my belt, slipping it out of the loops of my jeans. Ellis continues to struggle as I wrap it around his left forearm, pulling it tight. "But I would have looked for you until the day I died, if that's what it took." When a makeshift tourniquet is secure, I reach into my pocket and pull out a vial and a syringe. "Hold him still," I tell Tank and Stryker. Then, as Ellis continues to kick and scream, I fill the syringe. The vein in his forearm isn't hard to find. I shove the needle in, pull back the plunger, and see the telltale red of blood. Loosening the belt, I slowly inject the meth. It's probably not quite enough to kill him, but I can't be sure. That's the one flaw in my plan. If he's lucky, he'll stroke out and die before I want him to. His eyes roll back into his head for a second. Not long after that, he starts trying to scream again, but little by little his breathing becomes labored. He yells for help, yells that he doesn't want to die. But eventually the words he screams stop making any sense, and pretty soon they're no longer words at all, just animal cries of terror. When the seizures start, I nod at Stryker and Tank. They each grab a gas can. The sweet, acrid aroma of gasoline fills the air as they pour it down onto every flammable surface, dousing the walls, the cords of wood, and Ellis himself. Tank uses the last liquid in his can to make a trail from the center of the barn to the door. We walk out, and once we're outside, I pull out a matchbook, light it, and toss it inside. The limo isn't behind the pole barn anymore. Tweak drove it down to the end of the drive, at my direction. I didn't want Six to see or hear any of this. Stryker, Tank, and Lugnut walk down to the vehicle, boots crunching in the gravel. I stay a while, to listen, until the roar of the flames drowns out Ellis's screams. When it finally does, I put my hands in the pockets of my jacket. Underneath my clothing, I know, is the bullet tattoo Six inked into my skin. And next to it, the Hellhound, the bearer of death. Fire cleanses. I've heard that said many times in my life, but now I understand what it means. I feel cleaner than I have in a long time. The weight of my anger and hatred, the weight of the past, has been lifted. Now it's time to go back to the woman I love and put the past to rest. I have a lot to say to Six when we get back to Tanner Springs. And the first thing is, I'm sorry.
23-6. The 6 of us spend the trip back to Tanner Springs, mostly in silence. I have questions about what happened back at the pole barn after Tweak led me away, but I'm not sure I want to ask any of them. "You doing okay?" Bullet murmurs a couple of times as he drives, his eyes never leaving the road. "I'm fine," I assure him, gnawing at a hangnail on my thumb as I stare out the window. "How's your face?" Tweak asks from behind me. "Feeling kinda puffy," I admit. "My nose has stopped bleeding, though." "You did good back there. You know that, Stacia?" Tank calls from the back. It's strange to know them all well enough now that I recognize their voices so easily. "Bullet was right to trust you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have got Edge today." "I'd do it again," I say, and I realize it's true. It was a little scary, I'll admit, but I'd do anything for Bullet. The words are out of my mouth before I realize what I've said. My cheeks flush hot. I hunker down in the passenger seat and look back out the side window so I don't have to see his reaction. When we get to the clubhouse, I'm surprised to see not only a bunch of the Lords of Carnage men, but also a handful of women there, too. Sam is there, as well as Kylie and Jewel, who I recognize from the Smiling Skull. There's also a beautiful redhead who looks familiar, and I realize I think she owns the coffee shop downtown. Sam rushes over and throws her arms around me, looking relieved. I knew you'd all be fine, but I wanted to be here when you got back all the same. She scrutinizes my face anxiously. What happened to you? Nothing too bad, I assure her. I just got sort of punched, I guess. I start to laugh, realizing how odd that must sound. But it's all starting to fade away and seem less than real at this point. That said, I'm really looking forward to things in my life calming down a little bit. Come on and meet the rest of the women. Sam leads me over to the group of them, who are all standing around in a circle. Jewel and Kylie greet me with warm hugs. The redhead introduces herself as Sydney and points to a man named Brick across the room, saying she's his wife. Next to her, a blonde and a brunette, who must be sisters, introduce themselves as Alex and Eden. I'm with Gunnar over there, says Alex, and Eden is with Lugnut, who you already know. Oh, yes, I murmur, realizing Eden is the woman who the Lords rescued from a man who got her hooked on heroin. I'm not about to bring that up, of course, but I can't help but steal a few looks at her as the women chat excitedly around me. She's gorgeous, her fine features giving her a fragile look. She seems less extroverted than Alex, but her mannerisms echo those of her sister, which is fun to watch. She looks happy, too. I catch her glancing over at Lugnut a few times, and it doesn't take a genius to notice the obvious love between them. We're planning a big barbecue this weekend, here at the clubhouse, Jewel says, cutting through the chatter. She gives me a warm smile. I hope you'll be able to make it. I mean, I'm not sure, I falter. Doesn't Bullet have to invite me? Jewel snorts and rolls her eyes, but not unkindly. He will, she smirks. And even if he doesn't, I'm inviting you. As the wife of the MC president, my word is law. She wiggles her eyebrows as the other women laugh. In that case, I accept your invitation, I chuckle, knowing I'll only show up if Bullet wants me to. Eventually, I stop being the topic of conversation among the women, and I manage to slip out to the back room where Sam did my photo session that day. I grab the backpack I brought with me and change out of my skirt and platforms into some jeans and low-heeled boots. I go into the bathroom and take a look at my face, grimacing at my split, puffy lip. There's some bruising on my cheekbone and around my eye, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. I run some cold water, dab the blood off, and splash my face until it feels a little better. When I come back out into the main room of the clubhouse, Bullet immediately catches my eye and comes striding over to me. I was looking for you, he frowns. His face still has that concerned look he's been wearing for the past couple of hours. I just went to change and freshen up, I explain. He nods. You about ready to head out then? I suppress a wave of disappointment. I'm guessing his plan is to take me home, which means this might be over. But I'm not going to ask him about it or beg him to spend the night with me. He helped me, and then I helped him. That might be the extent of it. And if it is, that's just something I'll have to accept. Sure, I say in a small voice. I'll go get my stuff. Once we're outside, I pull my backpack over both shoulders and climb onto Bullet's bike behind him. As he starts the engine, I wrap my arms around his torso. I breathe him in, closing my eyes at how familiar and heady the scent of him is. Soon we're flying down the highway, toward a chapter of my life that suddenly seems like more of a blank page than ever. We've been riding a few minutes when suddenly Bullet lets out a loud curse. God damn it, he shouts into the wind. Startled, I shift in my seat and lean forward a little. What is it? But he doesn't answer. Instead, he pulls off the road onto the gravel shoulder and stops the bike. He cuts the engine, and not knowing what else to do, I climb off. Bullet, I begin in a worried voice as he swings his leg over the bike, but he cuts me off. I'm not gonna put this off one more damn minute, he growls. He reaches up and grasps me by both shoulders. 6, I'm so fucking sorry. Because of me, you could have gotten killed earlier today. I will never fucking forgive myself for putting you in that kind of danger. Don't do that, Bullet. We've already been through this, I counter. You tried to stop me, but short of actually locking me away in a room, you weren't going to talk me out of it. You saved me from Flash's enemies, and I helped you get to your stepfather. We're even. I search his gorgeous, tormented face. Please stop apologizing, I beg. I wanted to do it. I don't regret a thing. I pause. I meant what I said earlier. I'd do it all again. I would have done anything to help you. Bullet's eyes lock on mine. You know I killed him. I nod. I know. And I also know you wouldn't have done it if you didn't have a reason. You're right. He leans against the bike, sitting down in the seat, and pulls me to him. And it's about time I explained to you what that reason was. You deserve that much. And so he does. He tells me about his mom, about her horrific death, and how he spent years looking for his stepfather to make him pay for it. I listen in horror, my heart aching with pain, as Bullet tells me everything. His anger and sorrow and guilt. The dreams of vengeance that drove him for so long. The blackness that ate at his soul. It kept me from ever getting close to anyone else. He stares at me, eyes deep and dark with emotion. Until you. My heart starts to ricochet in my chest. Until me, I whisper, hardly wanting to let myself believe my ears. Yes, until you, he murmurs, drawing me close. Until I met this blonde spitfire at a tattoo parlor, who was even more closed off than I was. Somewhere along the line, I got so caught up in getting you to loosen up around me that I forgot to keep myself walled off from you. I pull in a ragged breath. You were pretty persistent, I risk. There was just something about you I couldn't stay away from, something in your eyes that pulled me to you. Until I was bound and determined to get past all those walls you kept throwing up to protect yourself. You pulled me out of myself. He pauses. By the time I figured out what was going on, I was too far gone. That's part of the reason I stopped you from changing the Eye of the Hellhound tattoo. By now, I'm trying like hell not to start crying. I don't get what you mean, I managed to say, shaking my head. Bullet reaches up with one hand and gently touches my non-bruised cheek. I wanted the Hellhound in the first place because it's a symbol of vengeance, he tells me. A symbol of the revenge that was driving me to find Ellis, to make him pay for what he had done. He pauses, frowning slightly. There you were, putting ink on me that you didn't know the meaning of. The only true, good, innocent thing in my life. And then, when you messed up his eye and made it a heart, fuck, I don't know. It was weird. It felt right somehow. Like it wasn't a mistake after all, since it was you who put it there. Maybe it was a glimmer of something more in my life, something better, a window to the other side. He bends down and gives me a soft kiss on my forehead. I fucking love that you're the one who put that ink on me, 6. That little heart that no one will ever know is there except me and you. It means something. It means the end of the bad chapters in both of our lives and the beginning of something new for us, together. My heart is racing. This is so much more than I expected, so much more than I had hoped for, that I feel a little dizzy. I never would have pegged you for a romantic, I tell him, shell-shocked. Neither would I, babe, he chuckles. Believe me, but you've changed me. I think you've changed me too, I breathe as he pulls me against him. We stay like that, my face against his warm, solid chest, breathing in the cooling air of nightfall. I know already that this is a moment that will remain etched in my memory, probably for the rest of my life. After a moment, Bullet clears his throat. So, I know people are starting to call you Stacia now, he rumbles. But if it's okay with you, I think I'm gonna keep calling you Six. I pull away to look up at his face. His eyes are twinkling. Why? I ask him. Because it reminds me of something. I snort and roll my eyes. Okay, really? Way to ruin the romantic moment. Just so you know, Bullet, you've given me a lot more than 6 orgasms by now. Believe me, I'm well aware, he murmurs. But that's not exactly it. There's one time in particular that stands out. It was number 6, as a matter of fact, but not for the reason you think. Why then? I ask, amused. Or should I be afraid to ask? It's because that was the night I realized I wasn't ready to let you go after 6 orgasms, or 6 days, or even 6 months. He leans down and brushes his lips with mine. I think that was the night I started falling head over heels in love with you. For a few seconds, I'm speechless with astonishment. What did you say? I finally managed to whisper. You heard me. I'm in love with you. You've always been mine, Stacia, since the day I first saw you at Rebel Inc. Bullet brushes my hair aside and kisses the rose tattoo on my neck. I suppress a moan at the contact of his lips on my skin. You were sexy and sassy and closed off as hell. Thorny, tough, and beautiful. Just like this rose. You were made for me, and I'm pretty sure you know it, too. My throat starts to ache as a sob bubbles up, but it comes out as a happy laugh instead. Oh, you do you? I tease, tears spilling out of my eyes before I can stop them. Bullet reaches up with a thumb and brushes them off my cheek. Don't fight it, babe. It's stronger than either one of us, Lord knows. That's my middle name, I blurt out. What? He furrows his brow, confused. Rose is my middle name, I say, reaching up to touch the spot where the flower adorns my skin. It feels so good to tell him this, to tell him about things no one else knows but me, and now him. I got this tattoo after I ran away for the first time, I explain. After I stopped using my real name, I still wanted some connection to it, so that I wouldn't feel like I was disappearing, you know? But I couldn't get a tattoo that said Stacia. It would have been too risky. And besides, who tattoos their own name on their body? I lean into Bullet, savoring the warmth of him, the solid strength of his arms around me. So I chose a rose instead. It was like a private joke between me and myself, a secret that only I knew. My message to myself that I was still me. It gave me hope that someday I'd be able to be me again. And here you are, Bullet murmurs. You again. My mystery girl isn't a mystery anymore. My Stacia Rose. His lips cover mine. I kiss him back. desperately, fervently, madly, because he's right. I'm done running. I'm done fighting. I'm not a mystery anymore, and I am his, all his. I'm staying in Tanner Springs with Bullet, and as our tongues dance, I'm sure he can hear the word ringing in my head, pumping through my heart, through every vein and every cell in my body. Yes, yes. The sound of a honking horn startles us, breaking us apart. As I open my eyes, a pickup truck flies by us on the highway, the wind wake from its passing lifting my hair from my shoulders. From the rolled-down windows, a couple of male voices catcall and hoot at us. An arm shoots out and waves a cowboy hat as its owner shouts something that I can't quite make out. "I think they told us to get a room," I murmur, blushing. "I got a better idea," Bullet chuckles. He gives me one more long, dizzying kiss, then lets go of me. "Oh, yeah?" He straddles the bike, then winks at me and motions for me to get on. Yeah, my place.
Epilogue. Bullet. Several months later.
Oh, wait!
Six cries, turning back toward the car.
We almost forgot the flowers.
I watch as she runs over to where we've parked, at the edge of the small gravel alley. She's wearing a modest black dress I've never seen on her before, and an understated pair of ballet flats. Even in that, she looks gorgeous and sexy as hell. Just like always. I had picked Six up at the end of her shift at Rebel Inc. this afternoon to drive down here to the cemetery. She insisted that we stop back home first so she could change into something more appropriate than what she wore to work. I almost told her not to bother. After all, the dead aren't around anymore to judge. But truth be told, I'm kind of touched she's taking this so seriously. Six comes back with the flowers, a colorful bouquet of spring blooms and daisies she picked out at the florist. The two of us walk together toward the plot, with me leading the way. I've only been here once before, but I still remember exactly where it is. I come to a stop in front of the simple, unremarkable square gravestone that marks my mother's final resting place. Six moves to stand next to me, and I take her hand. I watch as she silently reads the simple inscription. Carol Ann Lamar.
Thank you for bringing me here,
Six whispers. Thanks for wanting to come.
I wish I could have met her.
I pause for a second, contemplating how to answer. The drugs had taken over most of who she was, I say slowly. If you'd met her toward the end, you probably wouldn't have liked her much. But the mom I remember from when I was a little kid was funny and nice, spontaneous. She'd be cooking dinner, and all of a sudden she'd turn on the radio and make me start dancing with her to whatever song was playing. I smile at the memory, wondering where it came from. It's been years since I thought about the way my mother was early on. The good mom, the one who loved me more than she loved drugs and booze. The one who tried like hell to get by in the world, to get us both a better life, before life wore her out. I feel Six's eyes on me.
What else do you remember about her?
She asks. I think for a moment. Her favorite color was green. She loved German chocolate cake. She made me breakfast for dinner whenever I asked for it.
That's sweet. She sounds like a good person. A good mother.
I nod as a painful, unexpected lump forms in my throat. Yeah, I say gruffly. She was. We stay for a little while like that, Six's small hand resting in mine. I tell her some of the other things I remember about my mother. And then we stop talking, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I'm not a praying man, but even so, I find myself talking to my mom in my head. I tell her I'm sorry I didn't manage to get her away from Ellis. I tell her about Six, and how somehow she found a tiny crack in my black heart and pried it open to let the sunshine in. I tell her I've learned that sometimes two damaged people can find each other and heal together. Eventually, Six kneels down and gently places the bouquet of flowers in front of the gravestone.
"Goodbye, Miss Lamar,"
she says in a quiet voice. "Bye, Mom," I say in my head. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop your demons from catching up with you, but I'll do my best to help Six help her own mom. And I'll give you the only second chance I can. I'll remember you the way you were before the drugs took you. The best version of you will live on in my memory. And I won't let that version die. I promise." In the end, Six decided she couldn't keep the jewels. An associate of our club checked them out and confirmed that none of them were registered. Tweak couldn't find any records of thefts from the past 10 years that matched the description of them either. There was no way to find out who they came from, and no way to give them back. But even though Six was in the clear, she still didn't want the money she could make from them. "Turning them into the police doesn't make any sense, darling," I told her when we talked it over. "They'll just sit on a shelf somewhere, or more likely some crooked cop will take them for himself and sell them."
"I know,"
she admitted.
"but I don't feel right profiting from them either. I'd always know whatever money we got was tainted."
So the envelope with the diamonds, emeralds, and topaz sat in the bottom of my gun safe for a couple of months, while Six tried to decide what to do with them. Eventually, a solution came to her on its own. One night, as the two of us were lying on the couch after a marathon session of sex, Six's cell phone rang. It was her mom. She was crying, desperate, and she told Six that she was out of money, sick, and needed help getting sober once and for all. She begged Six to come see her and to help her find a program that could get her off the booze. She and her mom talked for over an hour, while I just sat and held her. At first, Six's voice was flat, guarded. But after a while, I heard it start to soften. Every so often, a tear would slip down one of her cheeks. By the time Six hung up, she was full on crying. She turned to me, her eyes shining and bright, and gave me a tremulous smile full of hope.
"I know what the jewels are for now,"
she whispered. Six used the money from selling the jewels to check her mom into a 3-month-long inpatient rehab program. When she got out, she moved here to Tanner Springs, into Six's apartment, to be away from her triggers and close to her only daughter. And Six moved into my place with me. Her mom's been out of rehab for about 2 months now. So far, it seems to be taking. Six started working full-time as a tattoo artist at Rebel Inc. around the same time her mom went into rehab. She's quickly become one of the most popular and asked-for artists in the shop. I'm fucking proud of her. But even more important than that, it means she's going to stick around for a while, which makes me happy as hell. And there's one more sign of that. One she just showed me tonight. When we get back to our place after visiting the cemetery, Six sinks down on the couch and removes her shoes.
"Oh, man,"
Six moans as she massages one of her feet.
"My feet are killing me, as is my neck."
She rocks her head from side to side and does a few circles with her shoulders.
"It's amazing how hard on your body doing ink can be."
"Well, you better get over it and start making my dinner, woman," I joke. Six just snorts and shoots me a look.
"Good damn thing you aren't serious right now."
"Not at all. Want to order pizza or something?"
"How about that Mexican place that delivers? I'd love some pork tacos."
"Done." I place the call and order an obscene fucking amount of grub. Just after I hang up, Six pulls herself up off the couch.
"I'm going to take a quick shower before the food gets here."
"You want company?" Six starts to nod but then frowns.
"Someone should probably wait for the delivery guy,"
she says, looking regretful. I shrug. That doesn't stop me from coming in and watching. But strangely, Six purses her lips instead of agreeing.
How about I take a rain check? By the way, I have a surprise for you a little later."
"A surprise, eh?" She nods, and the coy look in her eyes makes me instantly hard. I hope it's what I think it is.
You'll just have to find out,
she teases me. 6 goes into the bathroom and shuts the door.
Don't come in,
she says in a muffled yell as I hear the shower start. It's weird, and I'd almost be worried if I didn't know 6 so well by now. Instead, I just shrug and go grab a beer, then settle in to wait for the food to get here. About 10 minutes later, the door opens and she comes out in a pair of yoga pants and one of my shirts. Her hair is up in a loose mess on the top of her head, a few tendrils falling around her face. The sight of her sends a lightning bolt straight to my dick. But before I can act on it, the doorbell rings and the food arrives. We eat dinner sitting on the couch. I pull up a stupid TV series we've been watching, but we never actually press play because we're too busy talking and getting caught up with each other's days before we drove out to the cemetery. I tell her how Gunner and Thorne convinced Tweaks some random-ass bruise he's got on his arm because he's probably got testicular cancer. 6 snorts with laughter until she's afraid food's going to come out her nose. She tells me about a couple of lovebirds, barely out of high school, who came in to get matching tattoos with each other's initials and a heart. Chance tried to talk them out of it, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. In the end, though, the boy got so freaked out by the sight of the tattoo gun that he passed out cold. So their skin remains unmarred for the time being. Good thing, I grin. That's got to be near the top of the list of most regretted tattoos. You'd think people would know better.
Yeah,
6 agrees.
But still, you can never tell. Maybe those 2 will be together forever. High school sweethearts last sometimes.
True, I chuckle. But, judging from your story, one thing they'll never have is matching ink.
So,
6 says slowly.
Speaking of that, I think maybe it's time to show you my surprise.
And then I finally find out why she didn't want me in the shower with her earlier. 6 reaches down and lifts up one corner of the oversized t-shirt she's wearing. I see a flash of white on her right side, just below her ribs, and realize it's a bandage.
Pull it off,
6 directs me.
But try to be gentle with the tape.
I do as she says, noticing that she's holding her breath as I peel away the adhesive from her skin. Underneath, a new tattoo appears. It's a bullet, piercing through the hole of a number 6. Apart from the fact that it sort of matches mine, the meaning of it is instantly clear. I've pierced through her defenses. I've gotten through to what's underneath.
Chance did it,
6 murmurs.
Since I'm not quite badass enough to do my own tats. You like it?
For a moment, I can't talk. When I can, my voice comes out, kind of fucked up and wobbly. So, looks like you're feeling pretty confident this thing between us is gonna last, I say, trying to sound nonchalant.
Yeah.
Her eyes shine as they meet mine.
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Good damn thing. I replace the bandage and carefully slide my finger along the tape to reseal it. 'Cause I've got a little surprise of my own. I get up off the couch and go into the bedroom where I've hidden the cut that says I've claimed her in a bag on a high shelf. When I bring it out, she exclaims in happiness and quickly stands so I can put it on her. She wears it proudly for the rest of the night, until it comes off, along with the t-shirt, the yoga pants, and the rest of it when I take her to bed.
Bullet,
she moans as I enter her from behind. She's on her knees in front of me, giving me a perfect view of the curve of her gorgeous fucking ass. Her long blonde hair is thrown over one shoulder, and her shapely neck arches back as she meets me thrust for thrust. 6 is wet and hot, her pussy clenching my cock as I bury myself deep. Reaching around with one hand, I slide my palm around her breast, my thumb grazing her hardened nipple. She moans again, her hips bucking slightly. That's right, baby, I murmur as my cock pulses inside her. Fuck yes, that's good. My hand leaves her breast and travels south, finding the slick heat of her clit. Her juices coat my fingers as I slide one lightly over the taut skin. 6 gasps and bucks again, the gasp ending in a soft cry. I feel her contract around me. I pull out and thrust, savoring it as long as I can. The hand that's grasping her hip pulls her backwards into me as I go deeper, harder. She's with me, wanting it as she arches her back and opens more for me. Growling, knowing I can't take much more, I slide my finger along her pulsing nub again, and that's all it takes. Six cries out, and as she does, I speed up my rhythm, loving the way her pussy contracts, pulling me in, milking me. And then 2 seconds later, I shout her name and lose myself inside her, coming so hard I see stars.
Bullet,
she gasps as we continue to rock together, riding the wave that we've created.
I love you. I love this. I'm so lucky.
But I know I'm the lucky one. Six is the most amazing woman I've ever known. Loving her gives me the determination of 100 men. I would kill for her again in a heartbeat. I would die for her. With her in my life, I've never been stronger. And I know that will only grow with time. We'll be together forever. Six has always been mine, and she always will be. Thank you for listening to Bullet. Keep listening for a special bonus novella.
Forgiveness, a Lords of Carnage MC Christmas. 1. Jewel. Well, damn. I eye the pregnancy test, trying to move past the sinking feeling in my gut. There goes my idea for the perfect Christmas present for Angel. It's not until I'm actually staring down at the single lonely pink line in the little window that I realize how much I was counting on the test being positive this time. I'm only a few days late with my period, sure, but I was so certain that the waves of nausea I was having yesterday were a sign. Plus, Angel and I were fucking like bunnies all last month, especially while I was ovulating. It just doesn't seem fair somehow. I got pregnant so easily with Timothy. Why is this time so much harder? Swearing softly, I shove the test back in the box and tuck it inside my purse. I'll throw it away later, someplace where I won't risk having it seen by one of the other women in the clubhouse. The old ladies are all well-intentioned, and I consider every one of them to be close friends. But sometimes it feels like everyone is a little too much up in everyone else's business around here. And this is not business I want to share with anyone right now. Well, I sigh out loud, gazing at the mirror at my reflection. I guess this means I'll actually have to spring for an actual present for him now. My attempt at humor is meant to make me feel a little better. A little pep talk to myself, I guess. But it doesn't really work. Jewel! A familiar female voice calls from the other side of the door. Do you know where that silver garland is? Coming, I call back. I unlock the door and push it open. Outside, Samantha and Jenna are standing in the hallway. Everything okay? Samantha asks as I emerge. You were in there for a bit. Fine, I reply, pushing down a tiny surge of irritation. I know Sam only means well, but I just don't want to talk about this right now. The garland's in the back of my SUV. I actually got silver and red both, enough to go all the way around the main room of the clubhouse. I was thinking we could alternate colors. Oh, good idea, Jenna grins, eyes gleaming. This place is going to look like Santa shit out the entire North Pole all over it. God, the men are going to kill us, Sam chuckles. Did you even ask Angel if we could do this, Jenna? Jenna rolls her eyes. Please, I know my brother well enough to know he never would have agreed to it. I figure it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? She gives me a wink. Besides, Angel should have known better than to leave the clubhouse mostly unattended this close to Christmas. They'll think twice next time about going out on a run in December, that's for sure, Sam chuckles. Instinctively, she rubs her very pregnant belly on full display in a Christmassy ruby-colored sweater. She looks like a giant red ornament. I wince, but try to cover it up, hoping she won't notice. Turning away, I plaster a smile on my face and start walking down the hall. "I'll go grab the box of stuff I brought," I announce. "You need any help?" Sam calls after me. "No, I've got it." I move quickly through the main room of the clubhouse toward the front door, staring straight ahead so I won't make eye contact with any of the other old ladies. I need a few moments to myself. I push open the door and rush outside. The cold blast of mid-December air hits me, bracing and welcome. I suck in a deep lungful, then let it out, watching the cloud of vapor in front of me. At my SUV, I lean against the side. It's only now that I realize I've come out here without a coat. Unexpected tears prick at my eyes. Damn it. I brush them away and tell myself not to be ridiculous. I know I'm being unfair that Sam's pregnancy is getting to me. It's not her fault that I seem to be having trouble conceiving this time around. And it's not like she's flaunting her baby bump in my face, even though sometimes it seems that way lately. Heck, none of the old ladies even know that Angel and I are trying again. I'm being silly and petty, letting my emotions get the better of me. And frankly, if I'm completely honest with myself, I'm being selfish too. I've already been so blessed in motherhood. I have my beautiful, perfect baby boy, Timothy. He is the spitting image of his father, right down to the rambunctious spirit and the devil-may-care gleam in his flashing eyes. I have no right to feel sorry for myself. After all, Isabel and Thorne have been trying to get pregnant practically since they first got together. Iz doesn't talk about it much, but I know it's been hard on both of them. I have no excuse to feel anything but blessed. But somehow, that doesn't change the fact that I can almost feel my uterus clench whenever I look at Sam lately. I take a few minutes to give myself a severe talking to. Then, I take one last deep breath, pull out the box of Christmas decorations I brought, and head back in with the same smile replastered on my face. When I get back inside the clubhouse, I'm immediately struck by how much progress the other old ladies have made in my few minutes of absence. The place is almost unrecognizable. We've never decorated for Christmas before, except for me putting up a tiny table-sized Christmas tree on the bar, back when I was the bartender here. I don't know if it's because I'm the president's old lady now, but Jenna got a wild hair up her ass this year and decided we were going to go full bore, transforming the clubhouse into a chrome and metal winter wonderland, complete with a blowout Christmas party on Christmas Eve for all the lords and their families. These decorations are the cheesiest thing I think I've ever seen. Bearded skulls and Santa hats decorate the walls. Black and silver Harley-Davidson garlands are strewn across every available surface. The giant fake tree in the corner by the pool tables is so loaded down with ornaments and artificial snow, it looks like it's going to fall over. Brooke, Beast's old lady, is putting up a life-sized velour poster of a skull-faced Santa on a Harley as I walk over with my box. Setting it down, I straighten and read the words on the poster. "Oh, what fun it is to ride." Funny, huh? Brooke says, chuckling. I love this thing. Cracks me up. How in the world did Jenna get all of these ideas? I marvel. And also, how much money did all this cost? It wasn't so bad, and it wasn't just her. Jenna enlisted me, too. It's amazing the ideas you can find on Pinterest. Believe me, we could have gone way more overboard than we did. Are you sure about that? I gape as I take in the row of stockings lining the wall next to the bar. Each one of them has the name of one of the lords written on it in glitter glue. Are you seriously going to give all the men stocking stuffers? Brooke snorts. Mini bottles of booze. Irish whiskey for Thorne, Jack Daniels for Angel, and a bunch of the others. Huh. That's actually a pretty good idea, I admit. Hey, what are you doing here, though? Aren't you usually at Supergirl's at this time of day? Brooke owns and operates a gym and self-defense center for women and girls in Tanner Springs. I took the afternoon off, she replies, waving a hand. Brooke pushes a strand of hair off her face. The staff can handle things without me. It's a slow day anyway. Before Christmas, attendance tapers off. It'll kick back up after New Year's. Makes sense. Hey, when are the guys supposed to be back from their run? Do you know? About an hour or so at the earliest, I'd say, I reply, glancing at my watch. Shoot, we'd probably better get a move on getting the rest of these decorations up. It'll be harder for them to make us take them down if we're already done when they get back. You think the men will really be angry? She asks. I shrug. Probably, but they'll also probably be too lazy to take them down themselves, so we win, I grin. Brooke bursts into her characteristic melodic laughter. You sound like Jenna. Yeah, I guess my sister-in-law has rubbed off on me, I admit. I've never been much of a one for Christmas myself, actually. At least not before this year. My brother Jude and I grew up with immigrant parents who seemed to think of the holiday as just another example of silly American excess. That, plus the fact that they had never really wanted to be parents in the first place, which they made sure we knew in no uncertain terms. But now that I'm part of the Lords of Carnage family, and also now that I'm a mother, I admit that I feel a little differently about the whole thing. Maybe this Christmas will be the first one in my life that will be calm and happy, untroubled with drama. Suddenly feeling more cheerful, I resolve not to think about getting pregnant anymore until after the holidays, and to just count the blessings I already have. I take out the first strand of silver garland from my box of goodies and get to work hanging. The time flies by quickly as I let myself enjoy the preparations and the comforting presence of the other old ladies. Jenna, as the official mastermind of the Christmas committee, flits around checking on us all. She's popped a Santa hat on her head, giving her the look of a sprightly female elf. But even so, underneath her bright eyes and quick smile, I start to notice she seems a little preoccupied. As the afternoon goes on, she keeps glancing at the door when she thinks no one's looking. It happens often enough that I stop my garland hanging and go over to ask her about it. You waiting for someone, Jen? Jenna startles, swinging her eyes to mine before looking quickly away. Oh, no, she laughs, but it sounds a little forced. It's just that Sydney said she'll be bringing us treats from the coffee shop. I guess I'm just in the mood for some sugary goodness. Sure enough, Sydney does arrive a few minutes later with a fragrant box of cookies and pastries in her mittened hands. She's an amazing baker. So much so that it's amazing we all don't look as jolly as Santa by now. The women immediately swarm around Sydney and devour the tasty treats in record time. But I notice that even after the treats are gone, Jenna still keeps casting the occasional glance toward the front door, a pensive look in her eyes. I shrug it off, telling myself she's probably just wanting to make sure all the decorations are hung by the time the men get back. We're just finishing the final touches when Sam's voice rings out through the room. They're back! Places, everyone! A couple of the women squeal as we race over to the low couches in the corner of the room. We fling ourselves down on them, giggling like children. Jenna turns up the volume of the Christmas playlist playing on the speakers, and we all do our best to pretend we've just been sitting here chatting. The rumble of motors increases outside, then dies out as the men kill their engines one by one. The women titter as we glance at each other with merriment. The door scrapes open. Boots sound on the floorboards. Oh, fucking Christ! Angel's voice booms out into the room. Jesus, will you look at what they've gone and done? Thorne echoes in disgust. Holy shit, Ghost mutters. Merry Christmas! All of us women shout as we stand up in unison and fling up our arms. You've got to be kidding me. Angel shakes his head as he strides toward me. He grabs me around the waist and pulls me roughly to him. You behind this? He growls. His tone is meant to sound angry, but I hear the softness behind it. Your sister, I correct. Though, I'll admit, I gave her permission. I take full responsibility as the president's wife. You're pushing your luck, darling. He leans down to nip my bottom lip between his teeth. Maybe I was hoping you'd punish me, I retort, hearing the hitch in my voice. Oh, you'll be punished, all right, he mutters against my ear. Jesus, how can I be so pissed off at you and so fucking hot for you at the same time? It's part of my unique charm, I giggle, as heat pools at my core. Damn it, woman, you will be the death of me. I lean back and lock eyes with him. You can do your worst with me later, I breathe. I promise to be contrite. But honestly, Angel, look around. It's kind of nice, isn't it? And what's a Christmas party without decorations? He grunts, skepticism etched on his handsome features. Well, I guess it's done now, he grumbles. Exactly, I nod. So you may as well just sit back and enjoy our first Christmas party of the season at the clubhouse. He sighs. All right, you women have tricked us into it. Oh, and Angel? Yeah. I bite my lip. Any chance we could get one of the lords to dress up like Santa for the kids on Christmas Eve? Jewel, he begins in a warning tone. You just think about it, I squeal, pulling away from him and dancing off before he can slap me on the ass. No need to decide now. I'll get you a beer. You must be tired from the road. You're playing me, aren't you? He calls after me. Damn straight, I call back with a grin. I put a little wiggle in my walk as I shimmy my way over to the bar. I ask the prospect to give me a beer for Angel and a Coke for me. I'll slide some rum into that Coke in a little while. It's funny to hear the men grouse about the Christmas decorations, but I think a lot of them are just putting on a manly show. I mean, come on. Don't most people like celebrating and presents and all of that stuff? I can't believe we never did this before. But when Rock Anthony was president back in the day, he forbid it. And his old lady Trudy wasn't around the clubhouse much anyway. Then, when Angel took over as prez, he just kind of ignored the holiday altogether. But now that Angel and I are together, and his sister is married to his sergeant-at-arms, things feel different. And with Beast as VP and Brooke as his old lady, it feels like a new beginning in a way. I feel like maybe this is the start to a new holiday tradition. Even if we have to drag the men kicking and screaming into it. Chuckling, I tell the prospect to pour that rum into my Coke after all. Time to get this holiday officially started. I take Angel's beer over to him. Despite their grousing about the Christmas transformation of their clubhouse, the men are all cheerful from being back from their run. And the women are giddy from their decorating coup. The noise level starts to go up. Laughter and shouts ring through the room. I'm sitting on Angel's lap, laughing at something or other that Thorne is saying, when over toward the front door, there's a commotion. Suddenly, all of the talking and laughing stops, the only sound left being the blaring of music over the speakers. Angel stiffens, then lets out a loud expletive. Frowning, I follow his gaze to see what all the fuss is about. And what I see almost makes me drop my rum and Coke. Holy shit. I can't believe my eyes. I'm seeing a ghost. I must be. Because the person standing in the doorway is dead. It's Abe Abbott, Jenna and Angel's father.
2. Angel. I stare at the man who calls himself my father. A man I haven't seen in years. A man who's been as good as dead to me all this time. Blood starts to pound in my ears. Adrenaline shoots through my body. Before I know it, I'm out of my chair so fast that Jewel almost falls out of my lap. "What the fuck?" I hear my voice boom through the clubhouse, almost like it belongs to someone else. I cross the room in 3 strides. Anger and fury flood my senses. Why is he here? He knows fucking better. What the fuck is he trying to do? Get himself killed? Again? Someone has the fucking decency to turn down the music that's blaring in my goddamn ears. Then I'm standing face to face with Abe Abbott. My fists clench. I want to punch him, to throttle him, to wring his neck and send him back to the past where he fucking belongs. "What the hell are you doing here?" I grit through clenched teeth. But Abe Abbott barely reacts to my anger. "I'm tired of hiding, Angel," he responds, loudly enough that anyone else can hear. His voice quavers a little from age. He draws his old man's frame up to its full height. "I've come back to Tanner Springs. For good." Around me, everyone seems frozen in time. The lords who have been with the club for years look fucking shocked. The ones who haven't are frowning in confusion. The old ladies are looking from face to face, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But there's one face that's different from all the others. One face that doesn't look surprised like the rest of them. One set of eyes that flickers away when I look at her before coming back to rest on mine. Jenna's. My sister gives me a silent, pleading look. In an instant, I know she was aware Abe was coming here tonight. She didn't tell me. She fucking let this happen, without giving me a heads up first. Hell, maybe she's the one responsible for it. Jesus fuck, Jenna. You may have just sealed our father's death warrant for real this time, and blown up the club in the process. Dragging my gaze back to my father, I bite out the only words I can say with any sort of fucking control of myself. "Outside, old man. Now." In spite of the fucking music, it feels like you could hear a pin drop in the room. With a single, ducking nod, Abe Abbott turns and walks back out the front door. I can feel every eye in the place locked on me as I follow him a few seconds later, wrenching the door open on its hinges as I storm out into the cold. "What the fuck?" I roar at Abe as soon as I'm outside. "Are you goddamn crazy? Do you realize what you've just done?" My father lifts an age-spotted hand and runs it over his sparsely populated scalp. I'm fucking furious, loaded for bear, looking for any excuse to let my rage out through my fists. But unlike me, Abe is calm. So calm that I'm sure he has no idea how fucked he is, how goddamn stupid it was to come back here. When he speaks, there's a calm that fucking floors me. Calm and resignation. "I'm tired of hiding, Gabriel," he sighs, shaking his head. His watery eyes, the color a faded version of my own, look exhausted but unafraid. "I'm tired of not being around anyone who means anything to me. I'm tired of not being here for my grandbabies' lives. To watch them grow up." He pauses. "I know you have a little boy now. Timothy, isn't it?" I open my mouth to snarl at him. "That's none of your fucking business." Abe swallows and nods, his eyes growing sad. "Okay, I guess that's your choice. But I've made my choice as well, son. I'm back. For good." He raises a vague hand, sweeps it shakily in an arc, looking around. "There's nothing out there for me. The life I've been living these past years, it's no life at all. Just having a heartbeat isn't worth it. I want to be home. And this is home." He pulls in a shaky breath. "I'll take whatever comes next. But I'm not hiding anymore." "Jenna," I spit out. She knew. She knew you were coming, didn't she?" "Yes," he acknowledges. "But don't blame her. She tried to talk me out of it." My mind is fucking reeling. Abe can't have any idea what he's done. He doesn't care what he blows up as long as he gets what he wants. Selfish to the goddamn last, my father. This is fucking unbelievable, I mutter in disgust. My fist clenches again, tighter, the urge to punch him, or fuck anyone handy. Still almost too strong to resist. The only thing that stops me is that it won't solve a goddamn thing. He'll still be here, dropped in the middle of all our lives, like a fucking time bomb. God damn it, I roar. Fuck this. I'm out of here. I reach in my pocket for the keys to my truck. And fuck you, old man, I spit out, shoving a finger in his face. Fuck you for figuring out yet another way to drop a giant, steaming turd into the middle of everyone's lives. I'm in my truck and peeling out of the parking lot so fast he's still standing there gaping at me as I leave. Fuck! I pound on the steering wheel with my left hand until the heel is fucking sore as shit. That son of a bitch barely got out of Tanner Springs the last time. The only reason he escaped with his life was because everyone thought he was dead. The Lords would have taken him out otherwise, at Rock Anthony's command. My father betrayed the club. He betrayed our past president. I helped him slip away. I pretended I assumed he was dead like everyone else. For years, Jenna, Ghost, and I have kept the secret. Now, I'm the president. And the secrets and lies my father just revealed could mean the end of my presidency. And more. So fucking much more. My father, Abe Abbott, used to be the mayor of Tanner Springs. He was a big, powerful man in town, and had been for as long as my sister Jenna and I could remember. As mayor, he was busy pretty much all the time. At his office in City Hall until all hours, and on the phone at home whenever he wasn't. When our mom died in a car crash under suspicious circumstances that were never proven, her death drove my dad even further into his work and away from Jenna and me. I was a teenager when all that happened, angry at everything and everyone, especially my father. I guess I was looking for something or someone to turn to, a family to replace the one that had fallen apart around me. I started hanging around the Lords of Carnage MC with my buddy Kaz. Over the years, the two of us went from being hang-arounds to prospects. Eventually, we got patched into the Lords of Carnage. Kaz became Ghost. I, Gabriel, became Angel. The president of the Lords, Rock Anthony, had a good working relationship with my dad, the mayor. It started out as a kind of peaceful coexistence. Rock kept the obvious crimes of our club out of sight of the good citizens of Tanner Springs. And in exchange, Abe left the Lords alone to do their business. Over the years, that relationship got tighter and more friendly. Soon, Abe Abbott was cutting deals with the Lords and using his muscle and influence to pave the way for the MC's business. With Abe as mayor and the Lords backing him, both the mayor and the MC were making a beautiful fucking profit. I watched the whole thing happen in real time. I saw the relationship grow between my biological father and the man who had become my father figure in the MC. More than once over the years, someone or other would question my allegiance to the club. As the son of the mayor and eventually the VP of the MC, it wasn't too surprising. But I still hated it. I'd taken an oath to the Lords of Carnage, and I took that oath seriously. My club had my back. The men of the Lords of Carnage MC never once let me down. And I would never let them down, either. I couldn't say the same of Abe Abbott. To me, the choice was clear. And yet, somehow I still knew that one day I'd be called on to prove my loyalty to one or the other. My father or my club. Shit worked okay for years, while the MC and the mayor were pulling in the same direction. But then my father got greedy. I never knew all the details exactly. But somewhere along the line, Abe got contacted by the Iron Spiders, a rival MC who was looking to make headroads into our territory. I guess he figured that if he could make money working with one MC, maybe he could make twice as much money working with two of them, playing them off each other in the background. It worked for a while. How long, I don't know. Until Abe got a little too greedy. He took out a loan from the Spiders he couldn't repay. And when they demanded payment, he got desperate and brokered a deal with them where he'd pay them back in intel on the Lords of Carnage. But Abe never managed to get anything on us to satisfy his debt. Meantime, Rock got tipped off that Abe was double-dealing with the Spiders. So they came for him. And so did we. The Lords went over to Abe's house to find it tossed, like someone had taken him by force, and Abe was gone. Rock figured the Spiders got to him before we did. It seemed that would be the last anyone ever saw of him. And it was. But the Spiders didn't get him. What happened was Abe figured out what was coming and took off before anyone could nab him. He left town in the dead of night. He was greedy, but he wasn't an idiot. My father knew that if the Spiders didn't get him, the Lords would. He knew he had no future in Tanner Springs. No future that ended up with him alive anyway. I know this because I managed to track my father down. I went in search of him to drag him back to Tanner Springs, to make him answer to the Lords for what he'd done. I found the fucking rat hole where he was hiding out. When I told him why I'd come, he begged me to let him just disappear. He begged me for it. Begged me to let him pay for his betrayal by losing everything he'd ever known. His wealth, his status, his power. Everything that ever fucking mattered to him, other than my mother, who he'd already lost years ago. It was one of the hardest fucking decisions I've ever made in my life, but in the end I agreed. Not for Abe. Fuck my piece of shit father. But for Jenna. I knew it would destroy my sister to know Abe was dead, and it would destroy her even more to know that the club, that I, had been the ones to kill him. Even though the son of a bitch deserved to die, I let Abe go. When I went back to the clubhouse, I told Rock I didn't know where he was. Technically, that part was true. I made Abe promise to vanish and not to contact me again. I told Rock I assumed the Spiders had ended him. That was a lie, of course. A lie I've lived with ever since. In the years since then, the Lords destroyed the Iron Spiders. They're nothing but a fucking memory now. Ghost, Jenna, and I have kept the secret about Abe still being out there somewhere. It was a pact we made with each other, but it was based on Abe's promise that he'd remain gone forever. I know Jenna goes to see him from time to time, wherever the fuck he's been. She's known better than to tell me anything about it. I haven't seen him in years. Outside the clubhouse just now, Abe said he knew I had a son. He knew Timothy's name, which means Jenna told him. Abe must know Jewel and I are together too. Jenna knew Abe was coming back. Her eyes told me everything I needed to know the second Abe walked into that fucking clubhouse. She knew, and she didn't fucking tell me. "God damn it, Jenna!" I yell, pounding the steering wheel again with my fist. I wonder if she has any idea what she's done. How can she not know that she may have just sealed her father's death warrant? Swearing again, loudly, I turn the truck around and head back toward Tanner Springs. There's no running away from this. It's time to go back. It's time to confront the past.
3. Jewel. I can't believe it. Abe Abbott is alive. He's been gone for 7 years. More than 7 years, in fact. All this time, the only thing that trickled down to me about his disappearance was that he had run afoul of a rival MC who had hunted him down and taken him out as payback. His words echo through my head as I stare at all of the others standing around in the clubhouse in the wake of Angel dragging Abe outside. I'm tired of hiding, Angel. I've come back to Tanner Springs for good. I'm tired of hiding. Jenna looked guilty as sin when Abe stepped through the door. She clearly knew her father was coming. The look of anger that Angel flashed her was unmistakable. The rage that erupted from him at seeing his father was here at the clubhouse. But there's something that wasn't there in my husband's face. Shock. Surprise, yes. Disbelief, yes. but not shock. It comes to me all at once, hitting me like a tidal wave. Angel knew his father wasn't dead. I look down at my hands. One of them, my left, is gripping my thigh tightly. The diamond on my wedding ring glints in the light. My right hand, still holding my glass of rum and coke, is trembling a little. I lift it up and chug until my drink is gone. The silence in the room slowly dissipates, replaced with murmurs of shock and confusion. I hear Abe's name repeated, and Angel's too. Moving through the buzz of conversation feels like I'm walking through water. I go back to the bar and ask the prospect to fill me up again. As I'm trying to figure out what to do next, Brooke comes up beside me. Her normally clear eyes are dark, concerned. "Who was that?" she half whispers to me. Dimly, I realize Brooke hasn't been with the club long enough to know about Abe or recognize him. "Angel and Jenna's dad," I stammer. "He's been, well, long story, and I don't know very much of it apparently, but pretty much everyone around here thought he was dead. Except my husband, who didn't have enough trust in me to tell me otherwise." Her eyes widen. "That's what I sort of thought, but wow, what's the story behind this?" "Why he's back?" I shake my head once, hard, trying to push away the sense of betrayal welling.
Sometimes, all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
up in me. No idea. I guess it's like he said. He's tired of running. As for why he left in the first place, and where he's been all this time, my voice turns bitter. I guess you'd have to ask one of his children. The loud roar of an engine from outside cuts me off, followed by the squeal of tires. A few seconds later, the clubhouse door opens and Abe Abbott steps back inside, looking sheepish. Jenna rushes to him, asks him if he's okay. I'm fine, he sighs, rubbing a hand over his tired-looking face. Angel took off. I guess he needs some time. Can't blame him, I guess. Jenna swallows and puts her arm around him, leading him to one of the tables. Around the room, eyes follow them both as Abe sits down heavily in one of the chairs. Jenna rushes over to the bar and asks the prospect for a glass of water. She glances at me, her cheeks redden. I'm not sure I've done the right thing here, Jewel, she confesses to me. What have you done, Jenna? I ask a little sharply. She flinches, then lowers her gaze. Dad was going to come back here whether I agreed with him or not, she says. He was bound and determined to do it, no matter the consequences. At first, I thought maybe I should tell Angel he was coming. Warn him, I guess, to give him time to prepare. But I don't think it would have made the landing any softer. Even as frustrated as I am at my sister-in-law right now, deep down, I have to admit she might be right about that. Warning Angel that his father was coming back wouldn't have calmed him down any. If anything, it might have just given him more time to work up a bigger head of steam. Do you want to come over? Talk to Abe? Jenna gives me a tremulous smile and nods toward her father. He's been wanting to officially meet you for a long time, as Angel's wife. He's so excited to have a new grandbaby, Jewel. A surge of nausea hits me like a gut punch. I can't imagine doing this right now. I know for a fact that if Angel came back and saw me sitting there with his father, chatting away, he'd take it as a betrayal. Like the way he betrayed you by not confiding in you? I can't. I managed to choke out. I'm sorry, not right now. Jenna looks crestfallen. Okay, I understand. She turns and goes back to her father. I grip my second rum and coke like a security blanket and scan the room, looking for anyone I can talk to who might calm my jangling nerves. I pick out Stacia and Kylie off in one corner and quickly cross the room to take an empty chair next to them. Neither of the two of them will understand what just happened between Abe and Angel. They're both fairly new to the club, as Bullet and Hale's old ladies. But one look at my ashen face, and all their questions die on their lips, thank God. Hey, I say, flopping down on the chair so hard my drink sloshes. So, how about these decorations, huh? After the exchange of a couple of silent glances between them, I managed to get the two women talking hesitantly about their own Christmas preparations and the presents they're getting for their men. This will be Stacia and Bullet's first Christmas together, and eventually she confides that she's nervous as all get out about trying to find the perfect gift for him. Kylie and Hale have only been together for a year or so she obviously remembers what that's like. Stace, you know you can always just give him an awesome tattoo and he'll be thrilled with it, Kylie chides, nudging her with an elbow. Stacia is a tattoo artist at Rebel Ink, the shop where the lords get their ink done. That's how Stacia, who used to go by Six, and Bullet met in the first place. Yeah, but I don't know, Stacia sighs. I wanted to do something special. Trouble is, Bullet doesn't really care about material stuff that much. Other than his bike, he's just not that into anything. It's not like I can wrap up an air filter and put a bow on it. I can think of something he's into, Kylie grins, wiggling her eyebrows. Stacia snorts. Yeah, but he gets that all the time as it is. Well, but maybe wrap it up in a pretty package, though. Something fun for him to unwrap, if you know what I mean. Kylie licks her lips. Like something really sexy and revealing, with lots of little ribbons and snaps and stuff. And then he could get all He-Man and frustrated and just rip it off you and... Kylie? I smirk. You're getting kinda carried away there, girl. Isn't Hale taking care of your needs like he should? Kylie giggles. Well, if he isn't, that's your man's fault. Angel has Hale going on runs down to Ironwood 5 weeks out of the last 7. Seems like he's barely home these days. Little by little, I feel the tension and worry ease from my shoulders as I continue to sip my rum and coke and jabber with these 2 ladies. I'm so lucky to have this Lords of Carnage family. The women of this club are the closest friends I've ever had. As the alcohol finally starts to warm me, I let myself be lulled into a happy, buzzed state, at least temporarily. I push away all thoughts of my negative pregnancy test, an Angel storming out of here, and his father being back from the dead. There's nothing I can do about any of that stuff right now. I can't talk to Angel about why he kept these secrets from me until later anyway. Right now, I just want to do my best to enjoy being here with my friends in a place where I feel safe and secure. But if I was hoping my hard-won good mood would last through the evening, I was wrong. Hey, look who we ran into in the parking lot. The clubhouse door has opened again. The 3 of us turn to see Gunnar and Alex stride in with Eden and Lugnut. Behind them, a figure wrapped up in a long, fake fur coat shakes off a few white flakes that dust her shoulders and hat. At first, I don't realize who it is. But then she takes off the hat to reveal a tumble of brassy, heavily coiffed blonde hair. Oh. Trudy! Jenna stands and runs over to hug her hello. Some of the others move to join her in greeting the ex-old lady of the Lords of Carnage MC's former president, Rock Anthony. Damn, maybe we should just nail the clubhouse door shut. Stifling a groan, I stand to walk over and do the same. I knew Trudy might show up at some point. Jenna mentioned she ran into her last week downtown and invited her. But I was hoping she might wait until the Christmas Eve party to make an appearance. Or that maybe she'd end up having other plans. It's not so much that I don't like Trudy, though to be honest, I really don't. It's more than that. Unlike the other old ladies of the Lords of Carnage MC, Trudy was never very nice to me when Rock Anthony was president of the club. She always treated me like the help. Which, to be honest, I was. I was the main bartender here at the clubhouse for over 7 years. But unlike her, the other old ladies were always nice to me and didn't make me feel like a second-class citizen. Trudy, though? It was like she thought it was beneath her to acknowledge me. In all the years I tended bar for the Lords, I could count the number of times she actually said my name on 2 hands. But then she and Rock split up. She kicked him out, actually. It turned out he was hitting her. That's the one thing I can really respect her for. No woman should ever have to put up with that. Not long after that, Rock did something really bad to the club. I don't know what it was. That's club business, and no one talks about it. But I do know he disappeared, and no one has seen him since. Unlike Angel and Jenna's dad, though, I'm pretty sure Rock is gone for good. Once Rock left, Angel, his VP, took his place at the head of the table. And not long after that, Angel and I got together. But even now, Trudy still treats me like the bartender whenever I see her. If anything, it's worse now than it ever was. It almost seems like Trudy resents me for being Angel's old lady. But if that's the case, I'm not sure why. Hell, she didn't even like being an MC Prez's wife in the first place. She almost never showed up to the clubhouse for any barbecues or parties or anything. Hell, that's part of the reason we never even had a proper Christmas party before now. Trudy accepts Jenna's hug, giving her an air kiss. "Trudy," I enthuse, hoping I don't sound too fake. "It's good to see you." Her eyes land on my face. "Good to see you too," she parrots back automatically, a slight curl to her lip. She's already looking away, scanning the room. Jesus, this place looks like North fucking Pole Central. Whose idea was... Suddenly, Trudy stops, the words dying in her throat. Her eyes have locked on a figure sitting at a table a few feet away. She turns to stare at Jenna, confusion written on her carefully made-up features. "Is that Abe?" she gasps. Jenna nods. "He's back in town." "Well, holy shit," Trudy breathes. She marches over in her high boots, pulling a pack of cigarettes out of her purse. "Abe Abbott," she calls out. "It can't be you, can it?" "It is. Hello, Trudy." Abe rises and gives her his hand. "You look well. I heard about you and Rock. I'm sorry, Trudy." Trudy gives him a sharp look. "How?" "Jenna mentioned it." "Oh." She pauses a beat. "Well, I'm better off now. I'm better off without him." "Can I buy you a drink?" Abe says with an ironic grin, gesturing toward the bar. Trudy erupts in an incredulous laugh. "Well, shit. Don't mind if I do. Prospect," she barks at the guy behind the bar. "Bring me a vodka tonic." Abe gets up, his chair scraping the floor. He comes up and takes her free arm, leading her away. "Dad and Trudy are the same generation," Jenna murmurs to me as we watch them wander off. "They've known each other forever. Maybe it will do them good to catch up. Trudy puts on a good show, but I know she's been lonely. And of course, my dad..." She trails off. I make a non-committal noise, hoping Jenna won't notice. "Angel still isn't back," she frets, her brow knitting. "I was hoping he wouldn't be quite this mad." In spite of how angry I am at my husband, this raises my hackles. "I mean, you did spring something pretty major on him without telling him first," I say, careful to keep my tone neutral. "That was pretty risky." Jenna sighs. "I know, but Dad was bound and determined to come back." "Just to clarify," I say, as my stomach starts to clench again. "Angel has known all this time that Abe was alive, right?" "Yes, he knew." "Who else did?" "Just him, me, and Ghost." Jenna turns to me, about to say something else, but then her eyes widen. I can see on her face that she's just now realizing Angel never told me. "Oh, Jewel," she stumbles, her face reddening. "I'm sure Angel would have told you. It's just, well, I'm sure there was a good reason he decided not to." "I'm sure you're right," I say abruptly, cutting her off. Suddenly, I'm stone cold sober, and the last place I want to be right now is in this clubhouse, talking to my sister-in-law. "Look, I have to get going. It's time for me to pick Timothy up from the sitter," I lie. "I'll see you later, okay?" Jenna calls my name, but I'm already heading back to Angel's office to grab my purse and my coat. I rush back out, scurrying through the main room, and call some hasty goodbyes to the old ladies as I run out the door. I'm halfway to my car before the first tear comes. In all the time I've been with Angel, I've never felt less like his old lady than I do right now.
4. Angel. I pull into my driveway in the truck a little after 9 at night. When I get inside, I find Jewel at the kitchen sink, washing up some dishes.
"There's some leftover lasagna in the fridge for you if you want it,"
She murmurs, not turning around. I slip an arm around her to try to give her a kiss, but she shrugs away. I went back to the clubhouse, but you were gone. I frown.
I had to pick up Timothy at Olga's.
The words are normal, but her tone isn't. He in bed? I ask. She grunts in response. She turns on the sink, rinses off a plate. I go to the fridge, grab myself a beer. You want one of these? I try.
No, thanks.
Well, shit. Why does it feel like the temperature in here has dropped 5 degrees since I walked in? You want to come into the living room when you're done? I ask her. She lifts a shoulder. What the fuck is this? Sure, Jewel and I have our moments, but this is the first time I can ever remember that she hasn't greeted me with a kiss and a smile when I got home. Goddamn. I've had one motherfucker of a day. This ain't the ideal time for her to turn pissy on me. Blowing out an irritated breath, I go out to the living room and crash out on the couch with my beer. A few minutes later, I see the lights go off in the kitchen. Jewel comes out and sits on the far end of the couch. Her lips are pursed. She doesn't say anything for a few seconds.
So, what happened when you went back to the clubhouse?
She finally asks, a bite in her voice. Nothing. Abe was gone, thank fuck, I huff. So were Jenna and Ghost. Good damn thing for them. But I ain't done talking to them. I eye my wife. The question I need to ask her is right there, burning my throat. Did you know about any of this? I demand.
About any of what?
Her eyes widen. Don't play me, Jewel, I warn. Did you know about Abe coming back? Jewel stares at me. Her face transforms into a mask of anger and hurt.
How would I know about that?
She cries. How the hell do I know? You and Jenna are thick as thieves. Maybe she told you about it.
Jesus, Angel.
She turns to me on the couch, eyes blazing.
I didn't even know he was alive. How the hell would I have known he was coming back to Tanner Springs?
Fuck. In all the craziness, I somehow forgot about that. I instantly deflate, any suspicion I had about my wife conspiring with my sister quickly evaporating. Shit, you're right, I say grudgingly. I'm sorry, babe. Wasn't thinking, I shrug.
No, you fucking weren't,
she snaps back. Whoa, Jewel. What the fuck? Hold off, okay? I said I was sorry I suspected you. It's been a bitch of a day.
Yeah, that's what you're sorry for.
She flings herself back against the cushions, crossing her arms in jerky movements. Her face is a thunderstorm. What the fuck? What the hell are you pissed at me for? I bark. She lets out an incredulous laugh.
Why? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because your father has been alive this whole time, and in the over 2 years we've been together, you've never once thought maybe you should mention it to me?
I gape at her. That's why you're mad.
You think that's silly?
She shoots back at me.
I'm your wife, Angel. How could you keep something like that from me?
I wasn't keeping anything from you, I insist. It didn't matter. Abe was out of my life. He basically didn't exist. Abe was supposed to be dead. That was the best thing for everyone. If I'd told you, it wouldn't have changed anything except that you'd just have a secret to hold on to.
Oh, so you don't even trust me enough not to immediately blab your secret to everyone we know?
She challenges. Oh, Jesus. That's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean?
I don't want to talk about this, I mutter.
No, of course you don't, she bites out. And because you don't want to talk about it, then we don't talk about it. That's how this goes, isn't it, Mr. President?
A wail from the other room interrupts us.
Damn it,
she hisses.
We woke up Timothy.
Exasperated, she puts her hands on the cushion to push herself up. No, I'll go, I growl, standing. I haven't seen TJ awake since yesterday. Plus, it'll get me out of this clusterfuck of an argument with my wife. I stride down the hall into the nursery before Jewel can protest. When I get to TJ's room, I see he has hauled himself up on his sturdy legs in his crib. When he sees me in the doorway, he wails even louder and holds out his hands to be picked up. Hey, little man, what's the problem? I croon, gathering him into my arms. As always, I get a little pang in my chest when I see how much he looks like an exact combination of Jewel plus me. My chin, her eyes, my forehead, her nose. Almost instantly he calms down, as he always seems to do when I pick him up. He leans his head against my shoulder, thumb going automatically into his mouth. I listen to his snuffles as he stares into my face, eyelashes wet with tears. "You're okay, bud. Mama and I were just disagreeing a little bit," I soothe. "Sorry we got a little loud there." The surge of love and pride that floods through my veins is something I've never gotten used to, and I doubt if I ever will. Every single time I look at my son, it happens. It's fucking true what they say. Having a kid teaches you a level of love you never even knew existed. I'd go to hell and back for this boy. I'd happily be tortured 24/7 for the rest of my life just to spare him a second's worth of pain. I wonder if all fathers feel this way. I wonder if Abe ever did. The thought comes to me before I can stop it. Shit, before tonight I haven't thought about Abe Abbott in ages. I don't let myself. I've tried to bury him as far down deep as possible. Tried to make him as dead for me as he was supposed to be all this time. If Abe ever loved me the way I love this little boy, I sure as hell didn't see it. Shit. Abe Abbott cared a hell of a lot more about being the big shot mayor of Tanner Springs than he ever did about being a father and a husband. At least, for as far back as I remember. He was never really there for me or for Jenna growing up. I know he loved my mom, in a way, but it was a kind of absentee love. He took her for granted. After she died, he plunged himself even further into his work, to run away from his grief, probably, and his guilt, if he ever felt any. I rock TJ absently, feeling his muscles slowly relax. He continues to suck on that thumb of his. His eyes start to droop. I wait for the telltale sign of his slowing breath to let me know he's fallen back to sleep. I wonder if Abe ever did this with me or Jenna. Picked up one of us. Felt this kind of love and pride. If he did, it was long before anything I can remember. As I continue to rock my son to sleep, a memory surfaces. So sudden and unexpected, I'm not sure where it came from. A Christmas memory, to be exact. One year when I was probably 7 or 8, it was one of the last years I still believed in Santa Claus. I was a big baseball fan, even back then, and my big present from Santa that year was a ball, mitt, and bat set. After all the presents were opened, and Jenna and I helped Mom collect up all the wrapping paper, my dad took me out of the backyard to play catch. Standing here now, my nostrils flare at the memory. I can still recall the leather smell of my new glove. It was slushy out of the backyard from a recently melted snowfall, but that didn't matter. I remember Dad moving back a little farther with every throw to see how far I could bomb it to him. "Attaboy, son. You're going to be playing for the Reds one of these days." Shit. I haven't thought of that in years. That spring, my parents signed me up for Little League. This was when Abe was first running for mayor. He was there for most of my games that first year, cheering from the stands like all the other parents. It was the only season he showed up much. He got elected to office that November. After that, he was always too busy. I looked down at the peaceful face of my now sleeping son. "I'll always be there for you, TJ," I murmur. "I promise you that. I'll always fucking show up." I kiss him on the top of his head, then settle him back into his crib. Back out in the living room, Jewel isn't there. She must have gone to bed. Sighing, I slump back down on the couch and grab my now warm beer. I sit there and finish it, staring into space and thinking about this whole shitty day. When I climb into bed beside my wife, at first I think she's sleeping, her back to me. But then she rolls over. "Truce?" I ask.
"For now,"
she says grudgingly. I can tell this ain't over.
"How's Timothy?"
Asleep again. A pause.
"Angel, why didn't you tell me about Abe?"
I bristle. Babe, I didn't do it to hurt you.
I know you didn't, but you did hurt me all the same.
Jewel shifts onto one elbow to look at me.
What are you going to do? You can't just ignore your dad forever now that he's back in town.
It's more complicated than that.
How?
I try to think of ways to tell her, how to explain, but I can't. It's club business, and it's a level of heavy she doesn't deserve to have laid on her. How can I explain that if my father hadn't left town all those years ago, he would have been killed by the Iron Spiders? And if they hadn't killed him, the Lords might have voted to end him. I might have voted to end him. And that now that he's back, now that I'm president, I have to figure out what to do about all of this in a way that doesn't betray my family or my club. I can't tell you, babe, I say, feeling fucking helpless.
Angel.
No, Jewel, I stop her. You're just gonna have to trust me. There's reasons I don't want to talk about this with you. Maybe eventually. Just not now. I see the hurt in her features.
Fine. We won't talk about it.
In the moonlight from the window, those gorgeous eyes I fell in love with, the eyes she gave our son, scrutinized me.
But I'll just say one thing. I don't know why he left. But if he's telling the truth, I do know what prompted him to come back. It sounds to me like he took a pretty big risk to be close to his family again.
She takes a shaky breath.
So maybe he deserves a chance, Angel.
No, he fucking doesn't, I retort angrily. He gave up that chance when he chose to... I stop. Fuck, Jewel. Do not try to trick me into talking about this.
I'm not.
Jewel heaves a heavy sigh.
Okay, think about this. My son, our son, deserves to have at least one grandparent. Don't you think? There's no maybe about that. Timothy deserves a grandfather.
Even one who betrayed his father. I can't help but grit out.
Was what he did so very bad?
Jewel eyes me.
So bad it can never be forgiven?
I don't answer. I can't answer. With another sigh, Jewel turns away. I listen to her breathing slow and deepen. It takes me a long time to fall asleep.
5. Jewel. The days pass. Christmas Eve is less than a week away. It's been a flurry of last-minute shopping, getting things ready for Timothy's first Christmas where he'll actually be opening gifts himself, and final preparations for the Lords of Carnage big Christmas Eve blowout at the clubhouse. Since the day Abe Abbott came back from the dead, Angel and I haven't spoken of him again. In fact, we've barely spoken at all. I don't know what's going on between Angel and his father, and I don't bring it up. It's an exhausting subject, and I just don't have the strength for a fight right now. I've avoided talking to Jenna about things, too. She's called and left a couple of messages for me, but I haven't returned them. I'm afraid she's going to try to talk me into scheming with her. It feels like I'm dancing as fast as I can to avoid getting caught in the middle between Angel and the rest of his family. I can't help but worry that my loyalties will be pulled every which way, and I don't know where to turn, or how to help my husband through this. Luckily, the one refuge I have from all of this right now is work. The Smiling Skull, the bar where I'm the manager, is far enough out of town that it feels like it's in another world. The Skull is owned by the Lords of Carnage, but it's still my domain. I set the rules here, and what I say goes. And right now, what I say is that this is a drama-free zone, damn it. It's mid-afternoon, and I'm standing at the bar washing glasses to prepare for the happy hour rush. I'm working a shift for one of the other bartenders, whose kid is down sick with what might be the flu. It's just me and Carlos, the short-order cook, and unofficial weekday bouncer, until Frankie and Mandy come in later. The place is almost empty. There's only one table of customers, bikers from a weekend club down the road, and one guy nursing a beer at the far end of the bar. The sound system is playing my favorite playlist of country classics, and I hum along to Garth Brooks' Friends in Low Places as I work. Off to my left, I hear the familiar click and soft whoosh as the front door opens. Instinctively, I swivel around with a smile, preparing to welcome the customer in my usual way. But my smile freezes on my face when I see who it is. "Hello, hello," calls Abe Abbott, a little too jovially as he walks in. He rubs his hands and blows on them. "My goodness, it's a cold one out there today." Hello," I echo, stumbling over the single word. "Welcome to the Skull. What's your poison?" If he can hear the dismay in my tone, his face doesn't show it. It's obvious he knows who I am, and I can't pretend not to recognize him. He spreads his lips into a grin, revealing teeth that are unnaturally even, too white. Caps or dentures. "I'll have whatever light beer you have on tap." Since there's only one choice, I grab a glass and silently fill it, then set it in front of him. "Jewel, isn't it?" he says, accepting the drink. "I'm Abe, but then you probably know that, don't you?" "I do," I murmur, reddening. This exchange feels so stiff and ridiculous. This is my husband's father. And yet, I feel completely at a loss. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell him I remember him from back when he was the mayor, before he disappeared, but I stop myself. I feel uneasy about the idea of just standing here chatting to him. Do I treat him like someone I'm just meeting? Someone I have no connection to? Do I treat him like family? Nothing seems right somehow. Abe Abbott stares at me for a long moment, then smiles briefly, seeming to understand. "I'm not here to grill you, if that's what you're wondering," he says. "I'm meeting Trudy Anthony here." "Trudy?" I blink. "Like a date?" He chuckles. No, not exactly. Just two old fossils meeting to talk about old times. I've known Trudy for longer than you've been alive." He pauses. "But I admit I chose this place because I heard through the grapevine that you work here. And yes, I got here a little early because I was hoping to talk to you." My stomach clenches. "Look, I'm sorry, but if you're here to try to get me to side with you over Angel, you should know I can't do that." I know. I don't want you to do that. I wouldn't ask. I just want to get to know my daughter-in-law a little." I flinch. I am his daughter-in-law, of course. Technically. But it doesn't feel right to let him say it. I'm not sure I can do that either, I say honestly. I mean, given the circumstances. "I remember you from back in the day, you know," Abe goes on as if I haven't spoken. "You used to bartend at the MC Clubhouse. You were a skittish little thing back then. I remember wondering how you held your own with all those rough men." He chuckles at the memory. "You've definitely come into your own. I hope my son is treating you right." "He is," I say, defensive. He peers at me for a moment. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm afraid he didn't get that from me, then." I cock my head at him, quizzically. "I wasn't the best husband," he sighs. "Even shittier parent. I thought being successful and well off was the way to be a real man. I spent so much time following my own ambitions, I left my wife and kids behind in my wake." I don't say anything. What is there to say? From everything I've heard, he's telling the truth. I'm just surprised he's admitting it. "Tell me about my grandson, Jewel," he says suddenly. I mean... I stall for time, trying to figure out how to deflect the question. But when I stare into the man's tired old eyes, the expression in them is so mournful that my heart loosens just a little. Timothy, TJ, is just like Angel, I admit. A pint-sized version of Angel. He's a ball of energy, not afraid of anything, smart as anything already. He's into trucks and motorcycles, of course. I laugh. He has a lot of toys that are mini versions of them, and he takes them apart and puts them back together again, more than he pretends to drive them. His face softens. Your little boy must be the apple of his grandparents' eyes. I hesitate. No, my parents don't care to be grandparents. Oh, I'm sorry. Me too. They're crazy, for the record, he adds. Your parents. Crazy to throw away the chance to be grandparents to that little boy. And any other children you might have. Well, I swallow, shrugging. They didn't really care to be parents either, so it's really no surprise. Sounds like they've made a lot of poor choices. He pauses. I know what that's like. I'm in the same boat, but I'm trying to fix that. While there's still time. The two of us lock eyes. Something passes between us, silently. Awkwardly, I clear my throat. Your beer's getting warm, I point out. Mechanically, he raises it to his lips, takes a drink, sets it down. Jewel. Reluctantly, I meet his gaze. I've made some shitty choices in my life, for money and for power. I don't know if Angel told you why I left Tanner Springs. No, I say carefully. He didn't. Well, the short version is, I left town to save my own skin. It seemed like the only thing I could do at the time. His voice begins to shake as he continues. But I realize now, there's nothing for me out there without being with my family. It was hard enough when Jenna's kids were young. I missed out on Noah and Mariana's childhoods by being away. But now that you and Angel have a family, I can't do this anymore. Abe's eyes are shining. He drags the glass of beer to his face and downs the rest of it in a few gulps. When he's finished, there's a fierce, resolute expression on his face that wasn't there before. Either I'll be a grandfather, be in my grandchildren's lives from now on, or I'll take whatever consequences I have to for coming back home. Mr. Abbott, I begin, not quite knowing what to say. Abe, please, he says quietly. And maybe, eventually, Dad, if I'm very lucky. Abe. Just then the front door opens. Trudy Anthony appears in the threshold. Looks like your date's here, I breathe, relieved to have a reason to stop this conversation. Trudy takes in the two of us as she clacks in on her heels. Her eyes flick over me in distaste before coming to rest on Abe. So, the skull has been renovated, she drawls as she walks toward us, glancing around appraisingly. It was nice of the club to buy you a bar, Jewel, but I guess that's what you get when you bag yourself the president of the Lords of Carnage. She sniffs. Not that Rock ever bothered with anything like this for me. You must have been playing a decent long game with your magic pussy. Abe frowns in surprise. No, Trudy, don't be like that. It's okay, I say sharply. I'm used to it with her. Why, Trudy, what's gotten into you? Abe stares at her, uncomprehending. Abe, honey, you've been gone a long time, she chides, rolling her eyes. She gives him a pat on the cheek. You're out of the loop. This girl used to be the bartender at the clubhouse. I know that, he mutters disapprovingly as he stands from his bar stool. And now she's my son's wife, so stop that talk now." "Well, she has come up in the world, that's for sure," Trudy replies, undeterred. She turns on her heel and walks toward one of the tables, glancing back at Abe to make sure he's coming. "Little Jewel is queen of the MC now, but once a barmaid, always a barmaid, I guess." Abe shoots me an apologetic half-smile as he puts a hand on Trudy's back, guiding her away. I hear him murmur more admonishments to Trudy as they go. Since Mandy hasn't come in yet, I realize I'm going to have to go over and take their drink orders, with Trudy's "once a barmaid, always a barmaid" jab still ringing in my ears. But instead, Abe comes back a minute later and orders them from me at the bar. "She didn't mean what she said," he says to me. "Yes, she did." I let out a strained laugh. "But that's not your fault. Trudy's always had a little less love than she needed or thought she deserved." Abe sighs. "She lashes out sometimes when she's jealous, but she's not really like that deep down." "Maybe not," I say doubtfully. "But thanks for coming to get the drinks all the same." "Thanks for the talk, Jewel." He squints at me. "It was kind of you. I won't forget it." I watch him walk back toward his table and Trudy. I'm a jumble of emotions, my mind deeply unsettled from everything that's happened in the last 20 minutes. And the worst part is that the one person who I'd normally talk to about it all, my own husband, feels like the last person who would understand.
6. Angel. When I pull up to Ghost and Jenna's place, the first thing I notice is that Jenna's SUV isn't outside. The second thing I see is that the Christmas decoration vomit that she spewed all over the fucking clubhouse is all over their front lawn, too. "Jesus, what the fuck happened to your front yard?" I growl at Ghost as he lets me in. He just chuckles, shaking his head. "Yeah, at this point I've just decided my own house doesn't belong to me between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day. At least the kids like it." "No, I don't," 13-year-old Noah calls from the couch, where he's watching videos on his phone.
"It's embarrassing."
"No shit it is," I agree, snorting. "You want a beer?" Ghost asks as I shut the front door behind me. "Nah, I'm good." I stand at the front entry. Ghost looks at me. Neither one of us says anything. "So," he drawls, "you here to see me or your sister?" "A little both, I guess." Ghost pauses a beat. He narrows his eyes at me. "Well, Jenna's out with Mariana at her jiu-jitsu lesson at Brooks' gym. They'll be home pretty soon." "Okay, then I'll start with you." "Noah," Ghost turns to his son, "go hang out in your room for a while."
"Ah,"
Noah begins, but one look from his father shuts him right up.
"Okay, fine,"
he grumbles, hauling himself up to his feet.
"Bye, Uncle Angel."
"I'll see you at the Christmas Eve party, buddy." Noah's stockinged feet thud down the hall. Ghost looks after him, not turning back to me until after we hear his bedroom door closing. "So, I'm guessing I know what this is about." "I'm guessing you do." Now that Noah is gone, it's just me and my sergeant-at-arms and brother-in-law. The anger I've been pushing down starts to rise to the surface. "You better tell me this straight, brother," I growl, taking a step forward. "Did you know Abe was coming back to town?" "No." "Angel, fuck. No, I didn't." Ghost's own anger flashes on his face. Reaching up, he runs a rough hand through his hair. "This shit has caused some pretty big fights between me and your sister the last few days. You gotta believe I would never have let Jenna do this if I'd known." I peer at him, searching his face to make sure he's telling me the truth. When I'm convinced, the knot between my shoulder blades eases a little. "Like anyone ever lets my fucking sister do anything," I quip grimly. That gets a laugh. "Yeah, well, there's that. She's a damn force of nature, that's for sure." "She sure is." I heave a frustrated sigh. "And she sure as shit thrown me into a world of trouble. And you. You think she knows that? She does now, Ghost mutters. I chewed her ass about it, but good. To her credit, she's sorry about it. But not sorry enough, he swears softly. Look, let's go out to the garage. This shit's got me wanting to smoke. I follow him through the kitchen and out the door to the attached garage. He pushes the garage door opener, and we grab 2 canvas camp chairs to go sit out on the driveway. Ghost lights up and offers me a smoke, handing me his lighter. You talked to Abe yet? He exhales. Since he showed up at our clubhouse? No fucking way. I grit out, taking a drag. Pretty sure if I saw him right now, I'd wrap my damn hands around his throat and send him to where he was supposed to be all along. Now I need to figure out what the fuck to do with him before I see him. What are you going to do with him? Ghost asks. Fuck. I don't know the answer to that. I don't even know what Abe is to me anymore. I haven't seen the motherfucker for years, and even before he skipped town, I had more or less turned my back on him. The club was my family. Instead of Abe, I turned to Rock Anthony, my club prez, as the father I never had. Back then, it seemed like the best decision. Fuck, the only decision. But Rock betrayed our club in the end, too. So now, I'm the president of the MC. For years, I haven't had a father at all, real or otherwise. Now I gotta figure out how to deal with Abe Abbott's reappearance in all our lives as club president, but also as a son, a father, a brother. That's the $1,000,000 question, I admit. And then the question is, what the fuck I'm gonna do with my sister afterwards? Hey, Prez, Ghost says sharply. Look, I'm just as pissed at Jenna as you are. Unlikely, I cut him off. But shit, as mad as I am at her, I get it. He is her dad, after all. I raise my eyebrows at him. Yeah, fuck, he retorts. I know he's your dad, too, but it ain't the same. You got that right, I say, jaw clenched. Look, Jenna just wants her dad home, he sighs. And she wants him to have a chance at some happy years before he dies. Abe ain't in that good of health. I don't give a shit what she wants, I bark back. And I don't give a shit what kind of shape Abe is in. I eye him suspiciously. How the fuck do you know about that shit? I thought you said you didn't know Abe was coming back to town. I didn't. Jenna told me about all that while we were having it out the night Abe showed up. He's got some heart shit going on. I don't know what exactly. I scoff. He's had heart shit going on forever. High blood pressure, cholesterol, all that shit. Well, I guess it's getting worse. And Jenna says, fuck what Jenna says, I snarl. He's got no business back here, and they both know it. Jenna fucked me over. She fucked the club over. She fucked you over. Whose side are you fucking on, anyway? I challenge. I'm on the club's side, Ghost says tersely. Of course. Goddamn, Angel. How the fuck can you ask me that? Doesn't really sound like it right now. I can see my brother-in-law's jaw working. He stares down at the cigarette he's holding, his free fist clenching. Yeah, maybe I'm being an asshole. Maybe I'm looking for a fight. But just when Ghost opens his mouth to answer me, Jenna's SUV comes down the street. Ghost shoots me a look and takes a final drag of his smoke. Abe said at the clubhouse he'd accept whatever happens, Ghost mutters. I don't know, Prez. Seems to me he means it. Maybe that's something to respect. I make a rude noise. You're going as soft as your old lady, brother. Fuck that shit, he spits out in disgust, tossing his cigarette butt on the driveway. I'm done here. You talk to your sister. You're going to have to figure this one out on your own, Prez. Ghost pushes himself into a stand and stomps back into the house. A second later, the front doors to Jenna's SUV open. From the passenger side, my 7-year-old niece, Mariana, jumps down. She runs toward me, blonde ponytail flying behind her.
Hi, Uncle Angel,
she cries as she flies up to me.
Did Sam have her baby yet?
I do a double take. What? I frown at the reference to Hawk's very pregnant old lady. Did she go into labor or something?
No,
Jenna cuts in as she gets out of the car herself. Mariana is obsessed with Sam's pregnancy for some reason. She's so excited. She keeps saying she's going to be an aunt.
My sister lets out a soft chuckle.
It doesn't matter how many times I explain, it doesn't work like that. Where's Noah?
Mariana asks. She lifts the long strap of her small gym bag over her shoulder and does a sort of turn and kick maneuver, her foot raising high above her head.
I want to show him what I learned in class.
He's in his room, I reply. With a whoop, Mariana runs through the garage, a tornado of energy practically whipping up in her wake. Jenna looks after her daughter with pride.
One of these days, she'll be able to give any of the lords a run for their money,
she murmurs as she watches Mariana go. She waits until the door to the inside has closed, then crosses her arms and turns to me.
So,
she says with a resigned sigh.
I suppose you're here to chew me out.
You suppose right. God damn it, Jenna. What the hell were you thinking?
It's not what I was thinking. I didn't decide this, Angel. Dad did. He was coming back regardless.
She blows out a breath, shaking her head.
Did he tell me? Yes. And I'm sorry I didn't warn you. But honestly, what difference would it have made?
What difference? I explode, spreading my arms. Are you fucking serious?
Yes, she retorts. How would it have been better if you'd known in advance he was coming home?
This ain't his home, I interrupt.
I'm not going to play word games with you, Jenna says, rolling her eyes. How would it have been better if you had known in advance he was coming back to Tanner Springs? All that would have done would have been to give you information you'd have to decide whether or not to keep from the lords until Dad actually showed up here. This way you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to feel like you were lying to the club, because you weren't.
Except about Abe being alive, I retort.
But they don't know that, do they?
She points out.
No one knows you knew that. No one but you and me and Ghost. And Jewel, if you told her.
Yeah, I did. I had to after Abe showed up. And that's another fucking thing, I growl. My wife's pissed at me now for lying to her because of you.
She'll get over it,
Jenna murmurs, putting a hand on my arm.
You know she will. I'm sure she's hurt, but you can make her understand.
She pauses, then continues more softly.
So, what are you going to do?
I've asked myself this question at least 100 times since Abe stepped through that clubhouse door. But for some reason, when Jenna asks me, my mind starts to come to some conclusions. I don't know, I growl. But I do know one thing. This is not just my decision alone, Jenna. Abe betrayed the club back in the day, or at least betrayed our president. That was bad enough.
But your own president ended up betraying you far worse,
she protests. That's not the point, I say, cutting her off. The point is the club never came to a decision about Abe. They never got the chance. I lock eyes with her. And now, because of all this, they're about to know that I kept a secret from them for years. And so did Ghost. This could mean the end of the Lords for both of us. For the first time, Jenna seems to really understand what might be at stake here. Her eyes widen.
You don't think they'd kick you and Ghost out of the club, do you?
She breathes. I don't know, I shrug. Maybe. I made the best choice I could at the time, but I wasn't president. I didn't have the authority to do what I did. And Ghost, he was doing it for your sake. But the club wasn't in the middle of all that. They're not going to understand it the same way. I rub my hand over my face, feeling exhausted. I don't want to be in the command of a club that doesn't trust me, I continue. I ain't Rock Anthony, so they need to know what's going on. I need to tell them what happened. All of it. I exhale. And then the club can make the decision. About Abe and about Ghost and me. 7. Angel. After I leave Jenna and Ghost's place, I head over to the clubhouse to deal with some bills and other crap. In spite of all the bullshit swirling around me right now, I still can't help but chuckle at the Christmas shit show the old lady set up in the main room of the clubhouse. I guess I'm starting to get used to it by now, but there's no denying it's a goddamn tragedy in here, with all the lights and tinsel and shit. I know they mostly did it to drive us men crazy, and it worked. Shit, those women are basically professionals at that. I snored at the sight, just like I always do, shaking my head at all of it. There aren't too many people around the clubhouse tonight, which suits me just fine. I'm not in the mood to talk to anyone right now. A couple of the club girls are straggling around looking for something or someone to do. I run into Beast and Thorn on their way out to go meet their wives for dinner. They invite me to join them, but I beg off. Walking down the hallway toward my office in the back, I pass by the game room. Jude, Jewel's brother, is in there by himself, playing some shit I don't recognize because video games aren't my thing. Jude looks up and notices me when I walk by. Immediately, he gets to his feet, shutting down the game he's playing almost instantly. I get the feeling he's been waiting for me. "Hey," he calls. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" There's a tense, resolute tone in his 18-year-old voice I haven't really heard before. Not directed at me, anyway. Jude is planning to start prospecting for the club starting in the new year. Hale, of all people, is planning to be his sponsor. Hale sure as shit didn't start out thinking too highly of Jude. But looks like the kid has grown on him. I'd be Jude's sponsor myself, but as Prez, it'd feel like nepotism or something. I don't want that for Jude. I want the club to be able to make a decision on him fair and square. Though if I had to guess, I think he's ready. I'm pretty sure he'll make it through no problem, as long as he calms that hot head of his. Right now, though, it feels like that temper of his is about to rear its ugly fucking head. And I get the feeling I might know why. Looks like I'm about to find out one way or fuck another. "Yeah, I got a minute," I say neutrally. "What's up?" That young-ass fucker doesn't waste any time. "Dude, what did you do to piss Jewel off?" he demands. "Oh, Jesus Christ," I groan. "Not you too." "She's been acting all down and sad lately," he presses. "She won't tell me what's up, says she's fine. But come on, Jewel is always cheery. Even when shit was bad at home when we were kids, she'd always put on a smiling face." He takes a step forward. "So what's going on between you two?" "None of your business." "That ain't good enough," he shoots back. "Jude," I warn, my voice going quiet but deadly. "You're talking to the club president here. The president of the club you aim to prospect for, I'll add." "You think I don't know that?" he argues stubbornly. "It ain't a done deal that you'll get in just because you're my brother-in-law." "No, but it ain't gonna help my case if I'm a pussy about standing up for my sister." His chin juts. "And I ain't a pussy." "God damn it. It's nothing, okay? It ain't any of Jude's business what's going on, but I decided to tell him anyway, if only to get him off my back. Look, I think she's just pissed off about Abe Abbott coming back. Even now it sticks in my craw to call him my father out loud. She didn't know he was still alive, and she's holding it against me that I never told her otherwise. Thinks I don't trust her or something. Shit, he swears with a frown. I mean, that is kind of cold, dude. It ain't any of your business, I snarl. But I did it to protect her. But she doesn't see it that way. Nope, I guess not. You try apologizing to her? Fuck no, I didn't apologize to her. I raise my voice, astonished. I didn't do anything to apologize for. You hurt her feelings. Ain't that enough? Jesus Christ, Jude. When did you turn into such a fucking touchy-feely asshole? That ain't what I'm saying. He shakes his head, clearly pissed at me. Look, Angel, you're all about fucking loyalty. Well, I'm loyal to my sister. She's put up with a lot from me over the years. And I remember back in the day you telling me to suck it up and treat her right. He crosses his arms and shoots me a look. So now it's my turn to say it to you. Suck it up and treat her right. Fuck. My jaw clenches. You're lucky she is your sister, I mutter. Yeah, I am. And you're lucky she puts up with your bullshit. I don't answer. I know he's right. So, Jude continues, cocking his head. What's the deal with your dad, anyway? What did he do that was so bad? I've asked the guys, but no one will tell me. They fucked up. That's all you need to know. The rest is club business. Jude snorts.
That's all?
It's enough. It wasn't your run-of-the-mill fuck-up.
So he fucked up. Well, so did I, if you remember. You forgave me anyway. You took me in.
That was because of Jewel, I point out. You would have been in deep shit otherwise. Jude waits a beat.
I bet you fucked up a time or two yourself over the years.
Jesus, boy, you're really pissing me off right now.
Good. Pissing you off is the first step to making you listen.
My jaw is clenched so tight I'm starting to get a headache. This conversation needs to end right the fuck now. Jude, I grit out, turning to him. Take my advice. Get the fuck out of here. Otherwise, Jewel is going to be mad at me for punching the shit out of you, too. Jude grins and backs up a step, raising his hands in surrender.
Understood. I'm going.
Smirking like a fucking asshole, he brushes past me and saunters down the hall in the direction of the front door. The little cocksucker. He really is lucky I didn't teach him a lesson with my fists. I gotta admit, I do admire his loyalty to his sister, though. It wasn't always that way. I slam my way down the hall, grumbling to myself. When I get to my office, I grab a bottle of whiskey I keep in one of the bottom drawers and pour myself a couple fingers. Sitting back in my chair, I prop my feet up on the desk and take a drink. Jude has changed a fuck of a lot since he got here to Tanner Springs, that's for sure. The kid he was back then, I could never have imagined prospecting for the club. He had an attitude problem a mile wide, and not the right kind of attitude problem either. I suppose it wasn't all that surprising, though. He had a father, technically speaking, but he never had a father figure. Jewel and Jude's parents were about as absent as two people who were actually present could be. I know that in a way I've taken up the position of father figure in Jude's life. Me and the other lords have done more than his biological father ever did to help teach him how to be a man. A little like the club took the place of my own father for me. The difference between Jude and Jewel's father and mine is that their father never wanted to be one. Their parents have literally never once called their children in all the years I've known either of them. Jewel will phone them from time to time, out of obligation more than anything, but she said to me more than once that she thinks they'd prefer it if she stopped. I know that hurts her. Fuck. My father was pretty wrapped up in his own shit when I was growing up, but at least he wasn't like that. And at least he came back. The thought is in my head before I know it. Reflexively, my pulse speeds up, my jaw clenching angrily. Too fucking little, too fucking late, I argue back, silently. Abe Abbott was never there when it mattered. He fucked up, and he knows it. He knows coming back could literally mean his death. But he's here anyway, knowing the consequences. He's owning up to it all. Finally. What, so now I'm supposed to ignore all the shit he did? I bark out loud to myself, breaking the silence. I'm just supposed to pretend none of it ever happened? The room doesn't answer. Fuck me, I mutter, reaching for the whiskey. I'm turning into a goddamn Looney Tune. 8. Angel. When I finally make it back home that night, Jewel's already in bed. It's the second time in as many weeks that she hasn't waited up for me. Christmas Eve is in 3 days, and she's made our house into a Christmas scene of its own. Last year, TJ was just a baby, and this year Jewel has been excited as hell to do the holiday upright for his first real Santa year. The whole place is bathed in the glow of the multicolored Christmas lights on the living room tree. It smells like baked cookies throughout the house, though I don't see any sign of them in the kitchen. After going in to check on my boy, I push open the door to our bedroom. Jewel is lying on her side, facing away from me. That's becoming a familiar sight these days. I try to be as quiet as I can as I walk in, but I think her mom instincts have made her a permanently light sleeper. The second my boots cross the threshold, she stirs and turns over.
What time is it?
She murmurs sleepily. Not too late. I lean down and kiss her forehead. Sorry I woke you up. I was trying not to. She doesn't reply. You still mad at me? I ask, trying for humor.
Yes.
She lets out a breath.
You still being an ass?
That smart remark should piss me right the fuck off, but damn it, I'm too tired to argue. Probably, I admit. I ease myself down on the mattress and pull off my boots. Jewel and I go around and around sometimes, it's true. I'm pretty pig-headed, and she holds her own. But I'm sick of having my wife give me the cold shoulder. And much as I hate to admit it, I see why she's mad at me. So I do the thing I ain't all that good at. I'm sorry, babe, I mutter, for not telling you about Abe. I didn't do it to hurt you.
Okay. Why did you do it then?
Jewel turns toward me, raising herself up on her elbow. I told you. I was trying to protect you. And hell, maybe I was trying to pretend to myself like Abe wasn't out there somewhere. I blow out a frustrated sigh. Fuck knows my life would have been a hell of a lot easier if he wasn't. Jewel looks up at me. I can see on her face that she's trying to digest what I'm saying.
What are you going to do now?
She asks quietly. I'm gonna bring it to the club, I guess. Come clean on it.
Come clean?
Abe did something that betrayed the club. They need to know everything.
Then what?
Then whatever happens, happens. I don't get into what could happen to me in the process. I don't want to worry my wife. If that makes me an asshole, so be it. I'll tell her everything once it's all over. She'll have to know at that point anyway. Especially if the club decides to vote against me and Ghost.
Are you going to try to defend him?
She murmurs. No, I retort gruffly. I ain't. As far as I'm concerned, Abe gets whatever's coming to him. And so do I.
And if the club decides to let the whole thing drop?
Jewel presses.
What then?
What do you mean?
I mean, what about your relationship with your dad?
What relationship? I scoff. There ain't no relationship.
That's what I thought.
She huffs, turning away. What? I ask, spreading my hands even though she can't see me. What do you want me to say? What do you want out of me?
I want you to consider someone other than yourself for once, she shoots back.
What the fuck, Jewel? All I've been doing is thinking about the club.
Not the club. Us. Your family. All of your family. Including him.
Jesus, Jewel. I close my eyes, pinch the bridge of my nose. I've no goddamn idea what you're talking about.
Hasn't Abe paid his dues by now? He's been out in the wilderness for years. Away from his home, his family, his friends. Imagine how alone he has been. And think about your children. Don't our children deserve at least one grandparent?
I don't think... I start to retort and then hear the words she's just said. Not child. Children. Wait, hold up. Hold on a minute. I reach over and grab her shoulder, rolling her back toward me. Are you saying what I think you're saying? The corners of my mouth start to spread into a grin. But instead of the reaction I expect from her, Jewel blinks once and then her eyes fill with tears.
No, that's not what I meant,
she murmurs, her voice breaking at the end.
I just meant...
But a sob cuts her off. Hey, wait a minute. Shh, babe, what's going on? Jewel buries her face in her hands as she starts to cry. I pull her upright and draw her against my chest, wrapping my arms around her. She rocks against me, weeping as I try to figure out what caused the sudden waterworks. Eventually, her crying slows. She puts her face against my chest. Then she pulls in one last shuddering breath and blows it out.
I was trying to give you a Christmas present I knew you'd like. I was really hoping. I thought I was pregnant again.
She swallows, sniffling, and looks up at me.
I took a pregnancy test. I was going to wrap it up in a box with a bow, but it was negative.
Her face crumples again. Ah, so that's what's got her feeling like this. I gaze down at her, making my voice soft as I can. Babe, it's okay.
I just don't know why it's so hard this time.
She closes her eyes, shakes her head.
We got pregnant with Timothy almost as soon as we started trying.
I plant another kiss on her forehead. I know you're frustrated, but we already have the best little boy in the world. We'll just have to keep trying. And that's a pretty fucking decent silver lining. That gets a laugh out of her.
You're always thinking about sex.
She giggles, the storm in her eyes beginning to clear. Just having her say the word sends a bolt to my dick. When you're the one I get to have it with, I say gruffly, how can you blame me? Jewel gives me a tremulous smile.
Now you're trying to charm me, she smirks.
Is it working? I move a hand down between her thighs, brushing my middle finger soft as I can over the soft folds of her pussy. Thank God this girl sleeps as naked as the day she was made. She stifles a moan.
Maybe.
Well then, maybe we can get back to work on this baby-making stuff. No time like the present. I pull her to me, kiss her deep and long, the way that always makes her breathless. Fuck, it never gets old. The way her body melts against mine, the way her mouth responds to me, how she wants me, how I know it. When I end the kiss, her eyes are dark and heavy-lidded, and I know I've got her right where I want her. Come here, babe, I rasp. Those eyes lock on mine, Jewel's lips parted, puffy and swollen. Wordlessly, she pushes back the covers and moves on top of me, straddling me. I lift my head, drawing one hardening nipple into my mouth. She gasps, her hips angling on their own, straining to press against my hard cock. The heat, the wet of her, is already driving me crazy, knowing what it will feel like when I'm inside her. I lick and suck at one nipple, then the other, my need for her building, wanting nothing more than to flip her onto the bed, get on top of her, fuck the hell out of her. But this time I want the rhythm to be hers. I want her to find her forgiveness of me on her own terms. The fight draining away from us in this coupling, this lust between us that only builds the longer we're together. Jewel is moaning loudly now, so loud I think she might wake DJ, but I don't stop her. She's shuddering now with each lap of my tongue on her red little buds, her hips thrusting wildly with need. Sliding my hands under her ass, I lift her a little, until the head of my cock is sliding against her slick entrance. Instinct makes her push down, taking me deep inside her. And holy fucking shit, it's as good as it is every single time.
Oh, God, yes,
she groans, her eyes fluttering closed. And then, sitting up, in all her fucking glorious nakedness, she begins to rock.
Angel,
she moans.
I've missed you. I've missed your cock.
Shit, I love it when she talks dirty. Tell me more, baby.
I need to come on your cock.
She breathes, gasping as she rocks, her perfect fucking breasts bouncing, back arched. She's so fucking hot and wet and tight. I feel like I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind as I move with her, letting her take the lead for once, my hands gripping her thighs.
I love it when you're inside me, filling me up like this.
I move one hand from her thigh and graze my thumb softly against her clit. She gasps, her thighs clamping around me tighter as she starts to speed up the rhythm. She's panting now, her words turning incoherent, and I urge her on, telling her all the dirty things I fucking love to do to her. And pretty soon she's just moaning my name, over and over, and then her head falls back on her neck.
I'm going to come,
she whispers, but then she already is, and her pussy contracts around my cock, tight and hot. It sends me over the edge, and my balls clench and I let go, exploding inside her with a week of pent-up need and frustration, coming so hard it takes my breath. And by the end of it, we're both spent and gasping for air like we've just run a marathon. We lie there together afterwards, all the anger and tension between us gone, and everything somehow feels right again. Thank fuck. Within minutes, Jewel is snoring softly at my side. But unlike her, I have trouble falling asleep. My mind keeps replaying everything she said to me earlier tonight, before we made up. And also, what her fucking smart-ass brother Jude said back at the clubhouse. What he said about needing to make things right with Jewel. But also what he said about Abe. Bet you fucked up a time or two yourself over the years. I stifle a bark of laughter. Jude doesn't know the half of it. One of my biggest fuck-ups ever was letting Abe disappear in the first place, in fact. And now I'm paying the price for it. At the time, I thought maybe I was making the right choice out of a series of shitty options. The only way I've ever been able to justify it to myself is that I didn't do it for me. I could have cared less at the time whether Abe Abbott lived or died. But the thought of taking Jenna's dad away from her and having her know it was the MC that did it, that Ghost and I did it, pushed me in the only direction I could think to go. Goddamn, this shit with Abe has always been all sorts of fucked up. And now, years later, the decision about my father's future falls to me once again. But this time around, it's not only about him and my sister and my best friend. It's about my wife, too, and my child, our future as a family, and my future as president of the Lords of Carnage. 9. Angel. So you knew, Stryker says, fixing me with a hard stare. And Ghost knew too. Yeah, I answer. Ghost nods. Beast, my VP, speaks up next. Did you help him get away? I turn to look at him. If things go bad here, as bad as they could, church today will end with him being named president of the club. No, I respond. Abe took off on his own. I didn't know he left until he was gone. I just agreed to let him disappear. Why did you do it? Tank asks. I want to hear your reasons, Prez. I take a deep breath, not sure what's going to come out when I open my mouth. I just start talking. I do my best to explain what happened, why I made the choices I did. I don't sugarcoat any of it. I ain't going to try to make this sound better than it is. Not to save my own skin or my power in the club. I won't do that. I knew Rock would want to end Abe, I continue. I knew he'd push for it in church. And at the time I knew if I didn't push just as hard, Rock wouldn't waste time telling the other brothers he questioned my loyalty to the club. To him, my jaw tenses. My loyalty was to the club over anything else, any day of the week. But it pissed me the fuck off that it was still a question for Rock. He made me his VP, but he still didn't fucking trust me. I'll be honest with you all. At the time, I didn't give a flying fuck whether Abe lived or died. It wasn't for me that I wanted to save Abe. It was for Jenna. I look around the room. Abe and I didn't get along for shit. Anyone who knew us knew that. But I didn't need him. I had my club. I had all of you. But Jenna? Well, she didn't have much of anything. Our mom was dead. She had a little kid to feed, and she was barely making it as it was. I turned to my brother-in-law. And no offense, Ghost, but at that point you two had just gotten together. I wasn't sure you were going to stick around for her. He stares back at me. Hard. Fuck. You should have known better than that. I lean back, scrub a hand over my face. Maybe. Maybe not. But the fact is, she needed all the support she could get. If the club killed Abe, I knew she'd never forgive me. Or you, for that matter, Ghost. So, not only would she lose her own father, she'd lose her brother at the same time, as well as the father of her child. I couldn't do that to my sister. So, that's why in the end, I let Abe go, I conclude. That's my piece. I've said all I need to say. I place my hands in front of me on the table. This is your choice. The club's choice. What to do with it. I ain't Rock Anthony. I ain't a prez who's gonna force a vote on you. I'll take whatever the fuck you decide. But I'll ask you one thing. I look at each of my brothers in turn. Don't drag Ghost into it. Whatever you choose, the club's justice falls on me and me alone. No, brother, Ghost cuts in. I kept this secret by my own choice. Whatever you all choose, I'll accept it. I sigh. You probably want me to leave now, so you can discuss this shit without me. Take a vote. I grab the gavel and slide it over to Beast. I'm handing you the gavel, Veep. You're presiding over the rest of this meeting. But Beast doesn't take it. Fuck that shit. If I'm in charge, you're staying. Anything the Lords want to say, they can say it to your face. You sure? I frown. Damn right. All right, then. I ease back into my chair. My time for talking is done. I've said everything I need to. There's a few moments of silence. No one seems to want to start. This is some fucked up shit, I gotta admit, Prez, Tank finally says, shaking his head. I ain't quite sure how to take it. You were between the mother of all rocks and hard places, Thorn mutters. Jesus, I don't envy you that, brother. Angel's dad double-crossed the club with the Iron Spiders, Stryker says. Club that wanted to end us. Take control over this territory. Smiley, the old-timer, speaks up. But they fucking didn't, did they? He says with a slow grin. We ended them. The Spiders were never a serious threat to us, much as they wanted to be. But they could have been, Tank breaks in, face stony. And it could have been Angel's dad who gave them the intel to do it. I remember back then, Thorn growls. And I remember, Rock Anthony. You do too. Let's not forget, Rock was the one who started working with Abe Abbott under the table in the first goddamn place. Without the okay of the club, I hasten to fucking add. Rock went his own way on shit. Always did. And you know it's fucked up. Rock ended up betraying the club too. Our own president. And far worse than Abe Abbott ever fucking did for my money. Smiley speaks again. Some of our brothers here today weren't even around when all that shit happened with Abe. He scans the room. Bullet, Lugnut, Hale. You were all patched in after Abbott disappeared. Tell me this. What fucking purpose does it serve to pull all this shit up from the past? I agree with Thorn. Angel was in between a rock and a fucking hard place. I don't know what the fuck I'd have done in his place. And that's the God's honest truth. Bottom line is this, Stryker cuts in. This is a question of loyalty to the club. Smiley barks out a laugh. Are we really going to question Angel's loyalty to the Lords or ghosts? The club never took a vote on what to do with Abe, Hawk points out. We thought the Spiders got to him and killed him off. But if we had taken a vote, you know who would have wanted Abe Abbott dead most of all? Who would have pushed the hardest for us to end him? Rock. That's who. Our former fucking president. The one who betrayed the Lords much goddamn worse than Abe did, like Thorn said. If it's loyalty we're discussing, Beast drawls, then we gotta talk about loyalty to who? Jenna is Angel's sister, sure. But she's part of the Lord's family too. This ain't a question of one versus the other. I agree with Smiley. Angel's our prez because we trust his judgment. And I, for one, trust his judgment a fuck of a lot more than I ever did Rock's. I listen to them all, trying not to feel anything about what the outcome of all this might be. One or two of them ask me a question, And I answer truthfully, no embellishment. In the end, Beast bangs the gavel and says it's time to call a vote on whatever action, if any, to take. I'm going to leave for this, I announce, standing. If I make it through all this and I'm still prez of the MC at the end of it, I don't want to know who voted against me. It'll be easier to lead that way. And if I don't, well, it won't make much difference then anyway. Silently, Ghost stands and follows me. Out in the main room, it's quiet, deserted, except for the lone prospect at the bar. He doesn't look at us as he serves us our beers. He must know something's up. You know what the fucking irony of this is? Ghost smirks as he takes a drink. As Sergeant-at-Arms, I'm in charge of stripping patches and colors from members who get expelled. So, am I going to have to take our patches from us? Maybe. I leave all the expression out of my voice. You really think they'd strip our patches? No. Honestly, I don't. I look down into my glass. But here's the thing. They deserve to know the truth. And they deserve to decide what to do about it. Shit, I should have told them about this long ago. I shrug. I guess I was trying so hard to push Abe out of my mind, I actually succeeded. I turned to Ghost. Do you know, I hadn't thought about him in so long, I kind of forgot he wasn't really dead. And now that he's back, what are you going to do? Assuming the club doesn't vote to take him out, I snort. I don't know. He's nothing to me. Maybe. But he's something to Jenna. And he wants to be for the kids. Ghost's words echo in my head. And with them, what Jewel said to me 2 nights ago in bed.
Don't our children deserve at least one grandparent?
With a grandparent like that, I start to answer Ghost. But just then, the door to the chapel opens. Beast sticks his head out. Come on in, brothers. Ghost shoots me a glance, and we both stand, leaving our beers on the bar. We cross the room and enter the chapel one by one. Ghost pulls the door closed behind us. I figure I'll stand for what comes next. There ain't no reason to drag this out, Beast drawls. The vote was unanimous. You didn't need to bring any of this to the club, Angel, but you did. This would have been a non-issue if you hadn't told us the truth of what happened. Our thinking is, there ain't no bigger loyalty to the club than that. He hands the gavel back to me. Fuck it. I ain't in no mood to be president, and you'd be a tough-as-shit act to follow. I ain't sure I'm hearing right. So, what? We voted that it doesn't matter. The past is the past. You got your record to back you up, and so does Ghost. You're our prez, and we're a better club for it. My mouth is dry. I haven't been letting myself think about the outcome of this thing one way or another. But now that I know it's over, I realize I haven't been this nervous since I was a prospect. I let out a soft curse. Thank fuck. Ghost was trying to figure out how it would work for him to have to unpatch himself and me. Beast stands and barks out a laugh, clapping me on the back. The rest of my brothers follow, and the tension in the room releases like a balloon. So, I continue, looking around the room at each one of my brothers. One last piece of business before we adjourn. What's that? Beast asks. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. The family party starts around 5. But tonight, I let myself grin for the first time since church started and slammed the gavel on the table. Tonight is for the Lords.
10. Jewel. Come on, Santa. Can't we get a little ho-ho-ho? Sydney holds up her phone, trying to get the best angle to take pictures of her and Brick's 3 kids, Sienna, Landon, and Logan, with Smiley, who graciously agreed to don the jolly fat man's suit for our party. Landon and Logan, 3-year-old twins, are squirming on Santa's knees, refusing to sit still like the toddler tornadoes they are. Sienna, at 6, stands at Santa's right side, prim as a princess. Her copper hair is done up in ringlets and a black velvet ribbon. She's the picture of a little girl who's trying to be nice and not naughty to remain in Santa's good graces. I wander up, bouncing TJ in my arms. Kneeling, Sydney clicks shot after shot, until finally the twins have had enough and wriggle out of Santa's arms. They race away, off to find some mischief to get into. Sid turns to me. "I can't believe they're growing so fast," she sighs wistfully as she stands. "God, 2 or 3 years from now, Sienna probably won't even believe in Santa anymore." It is crazy, I agree. TJ isn't even 2 yet, and I already feel like he's going to be grown up before I have a chance to blink. "Do you want to get a picture of him with Santa?" Sydney asks, nodding toward Smiley. "Looks like his lap is free." I laugh. "I tried a bit ago. TJ threw a holy fit. He's not on board with the fat dude in the red suit. Maybe next year." "I hope we do this again next year," Sydney says, sweeping the room with her gaze. "This is fun. I know the men complained about it, but it's great for the kids." "We will," I promise. "Since we got it done once, next year will be even easier. And twice in a row is a tradition. After that, the guys won't have a leg to stand on." Sydney laughs. "You're devious." "I think I might have learned that from Jenna." I chuckle. "Santa, you can take 5, Sydney calls out. "About time. What's Kris Kringle got to do to get a drink around here?" Smiley booms. "I'll be your personal bartender," I tell him, "for old time's sake." I head over toward the bar, Timothy still in my arms. Thankfully, Brooke's foster daughter, Lila, is standing a few feet away. "Li, could you take TJ for a bit?" I ask her. "Sure thing," she grins. "Come here, bruiser. What do you say we go play blocks or something?" I smile after them, watching TJ make a fascinated grab for Lila's red curls as he always does. Lila's just turned 14, and she's turning into a real beauty. She's a tomboy through and through, tough as nails, and one of Brooke's most avid students at her gym. I make a mental note to tell Brooke what an amazing job she's done with Lila, and what a special young woman she's turning into. As I grab the ingredients for Smiley's request, a White Russian, I breathe a happy sigh, looking around the clubhouse at all the friends and family gathered here. It truly feels like a joyous event and a definite success. All the men seem like they're in high spirits, lubricated by adult beverages, of course. I can tell all the same that something went down with the club in the last couple of days. I'm guessing it had to do with Abe Abbott. The atmosphere among the lords feels like a tension has lifted somehow. I want to ask Angel about it, but I don't want to wreck his good mood. Later, maybe. Or not. Maybe I'll just let it go and be thankful for whatever happened. Speaking of Angel, he and my brother Jude walk in the front door just as I'm finishing up with Smiley's drink. Jude's old beater car is acting up, and the two of them went over to the club's shop, Twisted Pipes, to take a look at it. "Hey there," I greet them both. "You figure out what was wrong with the car?" "Yeah, it's the alternator like I figured," Jude says. "Hawk says he'll help me replace it after Christmas." "That's nice of him," I say. "You're telling me," he smirks. "It's gonna save me a shitload of money. Merry Christmas to me." Jude goes behind the bar and grabs a Coke, then wanders off. I can't help but notice he winds his way over to Lila and TJ almost immediately. "Hey, babe," Angel murmurs, coming up behind me. He wraps his arms around me and playfully bites at my neck. "Whoa, careful," I giggle. "That tickles. You'll make me spill Smiley's drink." "Well, go over and give it to him, then come back to me," Angel orders, pulling up a bar stool. "Yes, sir." I mock salute my husband and take the White Russian over to Smiley, who thanks me and tries to take a sip of it through the long white beard he's attached over his shorter gray one. You could take that off, you know, I point out. It'd make drinking a lot easier. What, and blow my cover? Smiley asks, sounding shocked. What would the kids think if they saw me? I laugh and can't help but lean over to give him a hug. You're a good man, Smiley. Lucy is lucky to have you. Oh, now, don't tell her that, he chuckles. She's liable to dump me just out of sheer contrariness. She prefers to think she's a saint for putting up with me. When I go back to Angel, he flashes me the wide, cocky grin I've come to know so well. You're back to bartending at the clubhouse, then? He asks. I punch him in the shoulder. Only for Smiley. He's doing the Lord's work over there with the kids. You think any of them really think he's Santa? Angel draws me against him. I breathe in the warm, familiar scent of him. All man. All mine. They want to believe in the magic, so they do, I reply. Next year, TJ will too. Just then, Jenna and Ghost come over to join us. I see Angel's grin slip a little, and his muscles tense just enough that I notice. Hey, Jewel. Jenna nods, then turns to Angel. Hey, big brother, you still mad at me? Yup, I'm mad as hell. Angel pauses. But I understand. Jenna exhales. Whew, well, I guess that's all I can ask for. So you forgive me? Eventually, Angel growls. Don't push it. Jenna snorts. You know you love me. She glances toward the far corner. Did you see that Dad is here with Trudy? The four of us all look over. Yeah. Ghost grunts. What's that about? I don't know. I hesitate. I think they might be dating, I murmur. Or getting ready to. What? Jenna's eyes widen. They came into the Smiling Skull for drinks. Abe said they were just there to talk about old times. I cock my head. But they look kind of cute together, don't you think? I am not at all sure I'm ready to wrap my mind around Trudy and Dad dating, Jenna admits, looking dazed. Well, we don't know that they are. It's just a hunch I have. I pause. But whatever it is, I hope they're happy. The four of us sit together. Ghost and Angel drink and joke around. Jenna and I chat and watch the kids laugh and play together. Lila has handed TJ off to Jude now and is showing Mariana some jiu-jitsu moves while the other kids look on. As we watch, Lila comes at Mariana, who maneuvers herself under Lila and successfully flips her over her shoulder, landing her on the floor. The kids gathered around them whoop and pump their fists, clapping. Jenna calls over to them. No fighting inside, she warns. A group of lords next to us erupts in raucous laughter. Darlin', in this clubhouse, coughs Bullet, wiping his eyes, there's a fight in here at least once a week. Jenna sticks out her tongue at him. I go over and take TJ from Jude. I'm not going to have my son get a roundhouse kick to the face, I mock scold as Jude hands him over. Oh, Auntie Jewel. Mariana rolls her eyes at me like a true tween in training. I have much better control than that. On the way back to our table, I see Abe and Trudy stand up. Abe makes eye contact with me, and I realize the two of them are coming over to us. My stomach flips unpleasantly. I have no idea what's going to happen next, but I do know this could go south very quickly. Well, what do we have here? Abe's eyes lock onto TJ, his mouth spreading into a wide smile. Is this my grandson? I glance uncertainly at Angel. His face is carefully neutral. This is Timothy James, I say, holding him up for my father-in-law to see. TJ, meet your grandpa. Can I hold him? Abe asks, his voice coming out in a croak. I see there are tears in his eyes. TJ, do you want to go to Grandpa? My beautiful son shows us his baby teeth in a wide grin and holds his arms out. Abe gathers him into a hug and settles TJ on his hip. Look, Trudy, my grandson, my third grandchild. He eyes me. And my daughter-in-law. Angel doesn't say anything, but the most important thing right now is he's not asking his father to leave. It's a start. Welcome home, Abe, I say, feeling tears prick my own eyes. He's a beautiful baby, Trudy remarks, pursing her lips. You know what? I need a refill on this drink. Jewel? I cringe instantly, sure she's going to treat me like the bartender and ask me to get it for her. But instead, she looks at me with an expression that almost looks like an apology. Looks like your drink's empty too, she finishes, nodding at the table where my glass is. Wanna come get a refill with me? Sure, I murmur, trying to hide my shock. As we walk away, Trudy whispers to me under her breath. You're good at this, you know? Being queen of the club? Better than I ever was. I flush pink, so surprised I can't find my words for a second. Thank you, Trudy. We're at the bar now. The two of us set our glasses down and wait for the prospect to refill us. Abe is so relieved, you know, she continues, that things are working out. He loves his kids. He really does. He's just made a lot of mistakes. She lets out a dry laugh. I can relate to that. You two seem to be getting along really well, I say cautiously. Yeah, well, he and I are the same generation. We understand each other. She lifts one shoulder in a shrug. We both know what it's like to have regrets, to look back on the past and feel like all you see are endings. Despite everything that's gone between us in the past, I feel a sudden sympathy for the woman standing before me. You know, it seems like sometimes what you think is the end of something is really a new beginning, I offer. In fact, that's kind of how Angel and I got together. Yeah? Maybe you're right. She lifts her glass, smiling, clinks it softly against mine. You're all right, kid. I should feel insulted by her words, maybe, but instead, I just feel strangely at peace. You too, Trudy. I smile back. You too.
Epilogue. Angel. 1 year later. You want another beer, old man? Don't mind if I do, Abe agrees. He leans back against the couch cushions with a grunt and hands me his empty bottle. But two'll have to be my limit. I gotta drive Trudy home after this.
Damn right you do,
Trudy agrees from over near the Christmas tree. She bounces TJ on her lap, who's jabbering away at Tootie and doing his best to destroy the cloth reindeer ornament in his hands.
I still got my dish to make for the potluck tomorrow. What are you making?
Jewel asks. She nudges the step stool over to the tree with her foot and steps on the first rung, holding on to the wall for balance. Hey, I bark. What are you doing?
Just trying to put the top ornament on,
She shrugs.
Angel, it's not that high.
Like hell it ain't, I grunt. Let me do that. You're staying safely on the ground this Christmas. You can do it next year. I help her back down and take the glittery angel from her. Jewel gives me an eye roll, but her cute smirk tells me she's only joking. She places a hand on the swell of her stomach.
You're far too protective, Angel Abbott. You know that?
Ain't no such thing. Now get. Go sit down. You gotta tire yourself out. Jewel's not all that far along in the pregnancy, but I don't give a damn. I hear her sigh, which ends in a soft chuckle as she sits down next to Trudy.
What is it with these domineering Abbott men anyway? She complains to her.
I place the angel on top of the tree. Trudy somehow convinces TJ to give up the reindeer ornament and put it on as well. Then Jewel grabs the remote for the Christmas lights and puts it in his dimpled hands.
TJ, push the button. Make the tree light up.
Frowning, he gives all of his concentration to pressing the switch. A second later, the tree erupts in a rainbow of color and light. He shouts with glee, dropping the remote in his excitement.
It's lighted up,
he crows, squirming off of Trudy's lap to start jumping and dancing around.
Wish I could get as excited as this little one does about pretty much anything,
Trudy quips, but she's smiling wider than I've ever seen her do.
I think he's had a little too much hot chocolate,
Jewel says ruefully.
I'm just hoping he crashes before it's time to put him down tonight. This may be the last Christmas Eve for a while that he goes down without wanting to wait up for Santa Claus.
She glances at me and groans, her eyes telegraphing the prospect of nighttime battles for years to come. Everyone knows Santa doesn't come if the little children in the house aren't asleep, Abe rumbles. That's the best blackmail around.
Speaking of which, I should probably get TJ ready for his bath,
Jewel murmurs, getting to her feet.
Come on, buddy. Let's splash out some of that sugar high in the tub with your toys. You need any help with him?
Trudy offers.
No, but if you were inclined to put the dinner dishes in the dishwasher, that would be great.
Jewel replies gratefully.
Say no more.
Trudy gets up and heads into the kitchen. I swear those two women sure have mended some fences, Abe grins, turning to me. I know Trudy can be pretty prickly. I appreciate Jewel letting her come around with me, Angel. That's a good woman you've got there. Don't I know it? It's funny, he continues, suddenly serious. I know I wasn't a very good father, for the most part, but there's a part of me that thinks you learned from me anyway. From my negative example. Abe peers at me and continues, voice growing hoarse while he speaks. I'm proud of you, Gabriel. Proud of who you've become, without my help. You're the man I should have taught you to be, but didn't. I'm glad my fuck-ups didn't fuck you up. I don't say anything for a few seconds. I ain't in the habit of blowing smoke up people's asses. I'm not going to pretend what he says about his role as my father isn't true, because we both know it is. You're making up for it in your old age, old man, I finally grunt. I'll give you one thing, though. You're turning out to be a better grandpa than you were a dad. I know it, Abe chuckles. Jenna and Ghost's kids and your TJ are the lights of my life. And that bun Jewel's got baking in the oven. Well, I can't wait to spoil that little thing rotten. Thank Christ for second chances. He pauses. I don't take any of that for granted, son. I'm happy as hell to be given my life back. And I'm happy as hell to be here to see you with a good life. And a wife like Jewel. She loves the hell out of you, Gabriel. She loves you the way your mother loved me, back when we were first together. You take care you don't take her for granted. As always happens when my dad mentions my mom, a flare of anger lights inside me. My first impulse is to bark out that Abe has no fucking right to give me advice about how to treat my wife. But I ain't gonna let myself lose my shit over something like that. And I ain't gonna ruin fucking Christmas Eve for Jewel. That shit is water under the bridge. It's all over now, and my dad's trying. That's good enough. Looks like you get a redo on that one too, I remark instead, nodding toward Trudy in the kitchen. Trudy and Abe aren't officially a couple, as such, but they sure do keep each other's company an awful lot. And because of that, it seemed natural as anything to invite her here for Christmas Eve, along with him. I'd bet money that by next Christmas, the two of them will be living together. No, Abe shakes his head sadly. I don't get a redo. I fucked my family life up, and my marriage too. There's no going back to fix that. But at least I do get a chance to prove that I learned from my mistakes. He looks at me. You gave me that. No, I didn't. I frown. The club gave you that. He gives a little nod. Okay, sure. But either way, whatever happens, good or bad, I want you to know I never would have blamed you for it. He pauses. I love you, son. And I loved my family. But somewhere along the line, I started loving power more. Biggest mistake of my life. And I thank you for giving me the chance to try and make up for that as much as I can. I wanted to tell you that, face to face, man to man, father to son. The two of us sit, nursing our beers, not talking. Trudy finishes up with the dishes, then announces she needs to get back home. She and Abe call out a goodbye to Jewel in the bathroom, telling her they'll see us at the clubhouse tomorrow. I sit back down on the couch and flip through some channels on the tube. When TJ's done with his bath, I take him from Jewel. I'll put him to bed, I tell her. You go relax. I'll be out in a while. TJ is still pretty keyed up, but the warm bath has made him sleepy, and he conks right out in the middle of good night, construction site. When I get back out into the living room, Jewel is camped out on the couch with a cup of cocoa, a candy cane sticking out of it. How you doing? I ask, flopping down beside her.
Good,
she murmurs lazily.
Thank God I already wrapped TJ's presents from Santa. I don't have the energy to do anything more tonight.
She turns to look toward the hallway.
You asleep?
Out like a light.
Good. Let me finish this cocoa and then let's put his presents under the tree and go to bed. I'm beat.
She glances down at her cup.
This candy cane is a poor excuse for peppermint schnapps, by the way.
Next year you can drink all the spiked cocoa you want.
I'm already dreaming about it.
She yawns, patting her pregnant belly. Let's get those presents, I suggest. In fact, just tell me where they are. I've got it handled. Jewel puts her feet up on the coffee table and directs me to the spot in the garage where she's hidden TJ's Santa gifts. I plant them all around the tree, including a tiny balance bike that looks like a red motorcycle.
Something very sexy about watching your man play Santa,
Jewel murmurs as I finish. I thought you were tired, I remark. She quirks up her lips, giving me a sly look.
Not that tired.
Well, Mrs. Abbott. Are you trying to seduce me?
As much as I can with this belly.
You're the hottest pregnant chick in the world. I lean over the couch and pull her into my arms. And I'm about to show you exactly how hot. And then I take her into the bedroom, and I do. Twice. After, we lie awake with her in my arms. The bedroom is lit by the white Christmas lights Jewel insisted on putting in here. I put my hand on her belly. I can't wait to have a little Jewel.
Could be another boy,
Jewel points out. Nope, it's a girl. I'm positive.
How can you know?
Her voice is skeptical. Because last time you were pregnant, your cravings were pretty much all salty foods. Chips, pretzels, stuff like that. You're hardly eating any of that stuff this time around. Jewel looks up at me, arching a brow.
That's old wives' tale stuff.
I shrug. Maybe. But your feet are a hell of a lot colder this time around, too. And your boobs are bigger. She's amazed.
Are you serious right now?
Betcha. Jewel snorts.
Huh. You know, I don't think I'm going to take that bet. Something tells me I'd lose.
Sam would be happy if I'm right. Our little girl would be the perfect age for Sonny to play with. Sam and Hawk's little daughter is 11 months old, born about a month after last Christmas.
God,
Jewel breathes.
Remember back last Christmas? I was so jealous of Sam, 8 months pregnant and ready to burst. I thought I might never manage to get pregnant again.
And now look at you, I quip. Big as a house. Jewel punches me in the shoulder, then chuckles and lays back against my arm.
A lot sure can change in a year,
she breathes. That it can, darling, I agree. That it can. This concludes Bullet and Forgiveness by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Gillian Macy and Troy Duran. Copyright 2019 by Daphne Loveling, Bullet. Copyright 2019 by Daphne Loveling, Forgiveness. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.